Okay, we are all set.
Great.
We can begin whenever you want.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about something slightly complex and pretty unusual. So I will try to articulate my presentation in a few points and trying to stick to the 20-25 minutes the best I can. So the presentation is about the theory I call meta-memetic thinking, which I'm going to explain. As an introduction, in 1976, evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins published his famous book called The Selfish Gene, and introduced for the first time the concept of memes, not referring necessarily to internet memes, the study of which is called memetics. Right now, many in the scientific community are criticizing memetics, highlighting it as a pseudoscience. Personally speaking, I'm not prone to call it a science, certainly not a pseudoscience either. I think memetics is certainly a wonderful explanatory framework of analysis of things. And in order to understand also the propagation of ideas and fundamentally the way we operate our mind, including errors in logic. The term meme refers to units of culture, for instance, or ideas, concepts, values, especially beliefs, whether organized beliefs or not. Many authors have expanded memetics and the concept of memes, such as researchers like Daniel Dennett and Susan Blackmore and many others. In his book, Dawkins rightly called memes viruses of the mind. It is nearly indisputable to acknowledge how, as a matter of fact, many memes ideas are de facto very productive, benevolent, and many other memes are instead severely problematic and even dangerous. So, as a question, what kind of problems memes can cause? Well, and as an example, we can pick, and this is a controversial approach, we can pick the meme of freedom, or better to say, freedom as a meme, as a concept, intended as a unit of culture or an unreasoned slogan, for instance, which can severely impact thinking skills or average thinking skills. From a sociological analysis that we all have seen, the problems the meme of freedom has caused throughout the last year, particularly related to the COVID-19 pandemic, such as the stronger proclivity to cling to the concept of freedom in such a way that the many really have embraced, which very scarce sound accurate thinking and logical skills. Like in the first place, forgetting that freedom or free speech, every type of freedom comes with logical responsibilities. For example, this has been pretty evident throughout the 2020 and even right now, as we all have seen in a way or another. So just to provide some examples, anti-mask movements, for instance, large spreading of baseless conspiracies, such as the quantum, particularly in the US, or popular divisions and beliefs regarding the conspiracy inherent of obviously non-existing a connection between 5G technology and COVID-19, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what can be the application of memetics as the study of memes in the field of education? And also in terms of personal refinement of thinking skills. We have to as a premise, we have to take into account we are all are wired to be fundamentally logical, fallacious, and fallible. Fundamentally, we all are wired to be fundamentally irrational, which means that we all are prone to commit biases, cognitive fallacies, especially what is known as implicit bias. By approaching the problem of implicit bias through a memetic viewpoint, we have to consider how what I like to call our cognitive information processing, meaning the way through which we process information of any kind, is greatly conditioned by countless of memetic thought patterns, including ideas, what we come across online, and all the rest of that. Memes that really condition our information processing, causing all sorts of problems. The particularity of memes is that memes replicate themselves with variations, and usually our information processing regarding the memes we pick online or from our past are reasoned acritically, without criticism, without criticalness, and of course without critical thinking. Memes replicate themselves, especially in this age, which some people call post-truth, which refers to people are losing the willingness to really evaluate what is proper information, what is not, which is an era characterized by constant information overload, fundamentally, not to mention fake news, social media misleadingness, and all the rest of that. This also includes memes concepts epistemically accepted in what we call common sense. What I mean by this is, if we take, for example, a slogan like "love is the answer," which most people will probably love, or respect other people's beliefs, these concepts are basically memetic conceptualizations that so often actually limit accurate thinking and constructive criticism. In order to efficiently comprehend and analyze memes, a theoretical approach can be represented by the need to reason and to decode the difference between what we will call the activity of thinking and the cognitive fabrication of thought processes, such as ideas, assumptions, or interpretations, beliefs, epistemic acceptances, and all the rest of that. By the act of thinking, we refer to the cognitive operation that takes place before the fabrication of more or less complex psychological constructs, including intellectual constructs, which can be, again, inclinations or adhesions to pre-existing beliefs, or new isms, new beliefs, interpretations of sensations, and even interpretation of our own emotions, and so on. An important inquiry regarding this approach, which, by the way, is largely debated in the psychiatric field, focuses on whether it is possible or not to think about our thought processes and opinion making without using the same thought processes that have created the thought processes we want to analyze. This is it is very controversial. It's complex. It's a complex proposition. So I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to put it in a bit more simple way, trying not to be simplistic. Is it possible or is it not possible to think about the way we think without using the same thinking that have created the thinking we want to analyze? There's a large debate in the field, the psychiatric field, about this, with different opinions. This can also be called applied metacognition. Metacognition is a term which conventionally refers to thinking about thinking, but that is actually a bias. It is the Wikipedia definition of metacognition. Is, to my viewpoint, is not sufficient because it depends how the thinker who is thinking about his thinking is conditioned. And that has to be analyzed as well. Well, in other words, consider the cognitive reality of memetic conditioning, which can be vertical, such as cultural conditioning, beliefs, upbringing, and so on, and horizontal, like current news or information we find online, word of mouth, of course, and so on. The inquiry we want to promote and to propose regards the possibility to reason in a way that is not interfered by memetic conditioning. Now, considering the great counterintuitiveness implicit in this way of thinking I'm proposing, and methodology, we have to address the question with a series of in-depth propositions aimed at inquiring into whether or not a constructive approach can really be developed, so to concretely refine our thinking skills. This refers to the development fundamentally of a cognitive training, which can really provide the thinking skills aimed at reasoning without the interference of means. We call this approach meta-memetic thinking. Meta means beyond, etymologically speaking, which is a type of advanced metacognition. Metamemetic logicality fundamentally refers to the development, theoretically, to the development of reasoning abilities capable of meme detection and sound accurate critical decoding of the fallaciousness of thought patterns, including ideas, beliefs, and arguments we come across with. This can contribute enormously to the reduction of implicit biases, especially if combined with critical thinking. There are a few salient circumstances we have to highlight, starting from this. The modern human world we live fundamentally offers a spectrum of available distractions and entertainments as we never had in the past, fundamentally. We also have a strong evidence of how critical thinking, I'm afraid to say this, despite it is definitely super important, does not seem to work as it should. We have a lot of evidence about this. I repeat, unfortunately. This is certainly not a good psychosocial cocktail. So we have an increase of proclivities to be entertained, digitalness, distractions, and simultaneously we have evidence critical thinking that doesn't quite work as it should. Another issue is represented by the fact that for thousands of years, actually forever, we had a biological self, which refers to the genes, and we had a psychological cognitive self, meaning the psychological cognitive ability to abstract, which is what we also call memetic self. So forever we have been around with a physical self and a psychological self. But for the first time in the human history, throughout the last 1 or 2 decades, particularly the last decade, now we also have a digital self. I think it's very important to really comprehend this new cognitive reality of ours. For instance, our sense of identity and even our sense of psychological security is getting more and more and more digitized. From cultural, ideological, family-based, propagated memes, we have entered the digital world of technological memes now. So our relationship with the technology is extremely close, not to mention social media and what most people do on social media and with social media. So many indicators seem to show how we are really moving towards a society characterized by an increasing proclivity to focus on mere digital entertainment, probably particularly this year, being the last year, but also polarized viewpoints and I'm afraid to say general superficial thinking. This reality highlights the urgency of implementing our thinking skills as almost a duty via introducing in the first place new educational programs. Critical thinking, for instance, which again appears to be almost a lost cause, I'm afraid to say, in order to be more effective throughout the daily activity of reasoning, should be implemented with and by the understanding of memetics. This is what I'm trying to propose, combined with multi-logicality and meta-memetic thinking skills. It's probably the only way to resurrect critical thinking and to make it work as it should. This is also important if seen in correlation with AI, artificial intelligence development, considering how AI development is and it will be more and more and more interfaced inevitably with a human's psychosocial experience, such as individual psychology and fabric of society. In this regard, the urgency, I really will call it urgency, to build a future AI in such a way aimed at creating a benevolent symbiotic relationship with human thinking, between human thinking and artificial thinking, if we like to call it this way, is really a priority we have and we have to work on. Nevertheless, the first priority has to be given, of course, to the necessity of refining our own reasoning skills in the first place. All of this has to be approached from a multi-directional analysis, which means, for instance, we cannot really critically understand future problems as we should with decent sound accuracy by attempting predictions that are based on specific monological viewpoints. So what I'm trying to say with this, and to summarize this affirmation, if we try to think ahead, not to merely speculate, but to rather predict through accurate critical reasoning, and we do that filtering the reasoning mainly through our own fields of expertise, for instance, or viewpoints, well, we are not going to do that with some decent and proper accuracy. What I'm trying to say in a nutshell, we cannot think ahead, we cannot think about the future problems in a multi-directional way if we approach that thinking in a monodirectional form, which we are all prone to perform, particularly considering we usually think by analogy. For example, seeing and predicting the evolution of technology and AI using only computer science viewpoint, or an economic viewpoint, or a purely philosophical viewpoint, etc., and neglecting the reasoning about the impacts such an evolution of AI will have in our lives and psychology, well, this is a pivotal mistake in logic because it involves using monologicality along the attempt to understand the complexity of multidirectional issues. As an example, again, due to a scarce propensity to think ahead in a multilogical form, it seems we keep on repeating the same monological mistake we committed before the coming into being of the internet. Meaning, practically no one, no science fiction book or movie and so on, ever predicted the advent of the internet. We predicted flying cars. Instead, we got instant global communication, overloads of information, digital selves, and even digital self-esteem. We never predicted something like that. That was an error in monologicality. While the benefits, of course, that have been produced with the advent of the internet are enormous, and so they will be. Nevertheless, the psychosocial impacts have been certainly quite problematic. Talking about everything, fake news and a decrease of attention, average attention span, and all the rest of that. So when the internet became a reality, indeed, most people were very much prone to see that as a mere tool, and it was not a tool. As a matter of fact, it really shaped our lives and thinking dramatically. Providing, of course, a fantastically constructed pros, but also severely problematic cons. It really transformed globally people's information processing and changed greatly our personal and social information ecology, to use this expression. So this is to say that when human life and reality, seeing this especially from a psychocognitive analysis, will be interfaced, as it is already taking that path, with the possibility of, possibly a sentient artificial intelligence, able to perform 50 years of intellectual evolution in less than a minute and with nearly no cognitive biases. The very concept of, competing or handling or catching up will actually disappear, being such concepts fundamentally possible tasks. Some academics in the field of memetics name this scenario, which is very likely to happen, probably soon. They name this scenario the third replicator point, referring to the 3 stages of human evolution. So the first stage is the evolution of genes, the Darwinian evolution that is based on adaptation. The second theorized phase of human evolution is the evolution of means. So a non-Darwinian evolution, referring to meanings, beliefs, units of culture, etc. And the third evolution, what is known as third replicator point, is the evolution of technological means intertwined with the way we reason. In a nutshell, the merging of human life with technological evolution and development. If we want to picture this future and analyze that accurately, we can highlight 2 theoretical scenarios. So scenario number 1, we can call it a non-beneficial third replicator point. So in this scenario, we will have a fabric of society where the overwhelming majority of thinking skills will be almost completely delegated to AI computational systems. It is sort of already happening right now. This scenario, which is not what we want to summon, involves the circumstance of having humans turning into scarce thinkers, whose primarily activity will be pivoted fundamentally, aside the primal needs, of course, in the mere perennial entertainment. This scenario is also characterized by a significant decay of logicality. Scenario number 2, we can call it a beneficial third replicator point. But in this type of future, we will see humanity coexisting symbiotically with technological evolution, sentient AI, or possibly, with a decent mutuality, and indeed with a decent symbiotic relationship, where human thinking skills and most operational aspects of life will be assisted, yes, by artificial intelligence, resulting into a progressive decrease of personal and collective fallacies, betterment in decision-making, therefore better policy making, including emotional intelligence and many other benefits. So this is what we want to summon scenario number 2. This benevolent scenario will theoretically involve a reduction of human conflicting attitudes, irrational beliefs, conflicts of any kind fundamentally, and probably even mental disorders as well, not to mention economy, geopolitical issues, and interpersonal discrepancies. The scenario number 2, however, cannot possibly come into being magically as a mere series of events based on a certain chain reaction of beneficial causality. That is not going to happen. So, to summarize these theories, if we ignore the necessity of focusing on the development of scenario number 2, the scenario number 1, which is not what we want to summon, but we are summoning right now, will likely characterize the human experience throughout the third replicator point, referring to the next 1, 2, 3 decades or more. By doing something in order to build the scenario number 2, we refer to the absolute necessity to propose, promote, work on it, and establish personal and educational training aimed at progressively refining our thinking skills. We really have to focus, we have to invest on it, and starting from the educational system. So the ambitiousness, but also the necessity of such a training is fundamentally about increasing multi-logical and meta-memetic thinking skills in our fundamentally in our cognitive abilities. This means being trained and capable of performing a critical understanding of the structure of our memetic thought processes before we engage them, and therefore nourishing a gradual increase of cognitive efficiency. What I'm picturing right now, more than a theory, is really much a necessity, because otherwise, well, we are going to increase the gap between average human thinking and logical thinking skills and future artificial thinking, or whatever we like to call it. And that will cause damages in the actual fabric of average logicality, including attention span and reasoning skills. So we definitely have to work on developing experimental, at least educational programs, which is what I'm trying to do right now, by the way, in order to, of course, have data collection and to implement our thinking abilities by fundamentally intertwining together critical thinking, so to make it work properly, with metamemetics, metacognition, and multi-logicality. I cannot read the message, sorry.
Yes, I was telling you your time. You just did 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So you finished?
Yeah, you finished. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So maybe we have time for exactly one question.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to ask a short question?
Yeah, hi Diego.
Hello.
Very interesting talk. In fact, artificial intelligence is changing, for instance, our form of taking decisions. So we need a critical way to face this problem. Metamemetics is an alternative, I think. I have a question.
Yeah.
As you said, we need a form of thinking that is capable to judge and analyze our thoughts. So is it necessary another form of thinking? I mean, something like metamemetics to analyze metamemetics?
Well, if I understood the question properly, I'm not really talking about another form of thinking, because the human thinking is by nature irrational. So I think we need a educational training capable of making us reason more and more properly about the nature of our conditioning, because we all are conditioned by what I call it memes, by all sorts of things like beliefs, upbringing, the cultural conditioning, all the rest of that. So I think we don't really need a new type of thinking, which sounds actually pretty strange. We need a refinement of our cognitive abilities to comprehend the nature, the structure of our conditioning.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Diego.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Now we are going to listen to Peter Hertog, who is going to
Yes, okay.
talk about thought experiments. So in the chat, I let you know how much time remains for your presentation, Peter.
Yes, so I've just sent by Zoom chat the thought experiment diagram to the presentation. Maybe I have time to explain a little bit more about those thought experiments, but I guess I've talked with Luis, I've talked with some more people. They think you could be familiar already with all of the thought experiments. Yeah, I will explain. A thought experiment is a raw formula like je pense donc je suis in case of the cogito, but my presentation, my research will show how to change such a raw formula into a valid argument. So I've put the valid argument in first order logic just below the name of the thought experiment. So in this case, Descartes' cogito. So and if you need any more explanation for any of the thought experiments, or if you are not acquainted with any of them, you can of course also ask me at the end of the lecture. I would say as soon as you have the feeling I know enough about the thought experiments, then you can just complete the thought experiment and send it back to me, maybe also by Zoom chat or to the email addresses mentioned in the thought experiment diagram. And now I will try to share screen. Share screen, okay. Can you see the presentation text now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then, good day. My name is Peter Hertog. Today I will talk about semantics of thought experiments. The research has been developed in Chongqing University, where I've given a seminar about thought experiments, and VUB Brussels, Belgium, Europe. Today it's World Logic Day 2021, Saturday, January 16, 2021. GMT 14:30. My email address again is neuromixo2005@gmail.com or neuromixo2000@yahoo.com. In memory of the victims of COVID-19, and I have a statement on Noam Chomsky. From Noam Chomsky on, for instance, the mission of Earth Strike. The mission statement of the Earth Strike is bold, ambitious, and cogent. More than that, it issues a challenge that is of extreme urgency, addressing the most crucial question humans have ever had to face. Do we have the will and the honor to act now to preserve the possibility of a decent existence for future generations, or are we so self-centered and cowardly that we will impose upon them a bitter fate, and not in the distant future? This may be retaking, let's say, the Russell-Einstein Manifesto 1955. We will come back to it later. I consider it part of environmental pragmatism. So contents, first I will, abstract keywords, examples, fourfold definitions, then 3 transformation rules for the skeptics. Yeah, maybe we can do this today. because in my other presentations, I've already paid attention to other aspects that I have not told to an audience yet. So maybe we can just talk about this, but I will also tell, of course, the extended argument view, extended logic view, descriptive semantics view, progress of science and society view. So global cross-culturalism and environmental pragmatism are subtheses of this view. Thought experiment diagram, I have already sent you, we can discuss again, and some references. I also have a couple of questions for you about para-consistent logic, for instance. Abstract, the research question of semantics of thought experiments for a unified but non-reductionist theory of thought experiments is answered by a provisional proposal involving 4 views: extended argument view, extended logic view, descriptive semantic view, and progress of science and society view. Thought experiments are a quite common methodology in philosophy and science, but some philosophers and scientists are still skeptical or unsure about their use. For instance, because some thought experiments may involve imaginary or incomprehensible premises. This research may show you some manuals how to identify, analyze, and interpret thought experiments. For instance, how to transform thought experiments into valid and sound arguments as with help of mathematical logic, first-order predicate logic, or model logic. Keywords I've already mentioned, of course, most of the keywords. Then philosophers working on thought experiments, James Brown, Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein is famous for his thought experiments. He also made some remarkable expressions about thought experiments, which he calls idealized experiments. Tamar Gentler, Tamara Horowitz, Ronald Lehman, Gerald Massey, John Norton, Nicholas Rescher, Roy Sorensen. So there was a conference, University of Pittsburgh, 1991, organized by Tamara Horowitz, Gerald Massey, to which James Brown, Ronald Lehman, John Norton, Nicholas Rescher have contributed. Roy Sorensen individually has written a very good book about thought experiments. And then a background, theoretical background, Noam Chomsky, Saul Kripke for possible world semantics, frame semantics, model logic, Ludwig Wittgenstein, generally speaking, for analytical philosophy. Examples of thought experiments. The semantic thought experiment theory is successfully applied to over 10 examples of thought experiments from mathematics, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of natural sciences. Examples of thought experiments: Aristotle's surface of a sphere, Euler's 0.999 equals 1, Descartes' cogito, Putnam's twin earth, Nagel's what is it like to be a bat, Kirk and Chalmers's zombies, Galileo's falling bodies, ship, Einstein's magnet and conductor, elevator, chasing a beam of light. Chasing a beam of light is also in the thought experiment diagram. Martin Luther King Jr., I Have a Dream, which is from sociology, politics, philosophy of religion. Nelson Goodman's Grew is inductive logic. Quine's Gavagay, also inductive logic. I wonder if it could add something to your discussions about the principle of identity, for instance. Ibn Sina's Flying Man, Gautama's Vipassana meditation, Zhuangzi's Butterfly Dream, Happiness of Fish, both from Taoism. And then The Liar, I'm working on The Liar at the moment, thought experiment analysis of The Liar, and Huatos or Koans from Buddhism, both Chinese and Japanese. Fourfold definition of thought experiments. Ontologically speaking, thought experiments are mental phenomena, so they only exist in the mind. Hermeneutically speaking, thought experiments are thought experiment texts. So there have been philosophers who had thought experiments and they have written them down, so that's a very easy way to access these things that originally only existed in the mind. For instance, Descartes on Discours de la Méthode. Logically speaking, thought experiments are incomplete arguments or antimimes. And on a pragmaticist definition, thought experiments are cognitive mental tests that are designed to resolve predefined problems. So this is the difference with paradoxes like Achilles and the turtle, and it also analog to experiments. So I discuss thought experiments as analogs to experiments as a methodology in science and philosophy. And thought experiments are used in conceptual analysis and also in epistemology. For instance, the constructive thought experiments, Einstein, Galileo. Galileo's thought experiment destruct, falsify Aristotle's paradigm and introduce the new paradigm. The same holds for Einstein, who deconstructs Galileo Newtonian paradigm and introduces the relativity paradigm. Okay, for the skeptic, so I will tell something more about this today. There are 3 transformation rules or substitution theses, how to transform thought experiments into experiments, or model thought experiments into non-model thought experiments, because some people have methodological problems with thought experiments, and especially with model thought experiments, because model logic is also still a non-classical logic. Transformation thesis 1, in the natural sciences, thought experiments can often be replaced by experiments. In fact, the natural sciences, they also ask for real experiments. That's to say, Einstein's relativity theory was only accepted when there were experiments confirming it, instead of only thought experiments. But I will give some examples now how you can replace the thought experiments by experiments, or how they have in fact been replaced in history. Of course, Galileo's falling bodies was first a thought experiment, but it has been reenacted, for instance, on the moon. Yeah, an astronaut on the moon dropped a stone and a feather, a hammer and a feather, and then you can see on the moon they fall with the same speed. Yeah, so on the moon there is less air resistance, and on the Earth the feather will fall much smaller because there's more air resistance on the Earth. So that's a kind of reenacting of an experiment relating to the thought experiment by Galileo. Einstein's magnet and conductor, you can also consider an experiment. Einstein's bending a ray of light is part of the elevator thought experiment. Yeah, this has been confirmed in solar eclipse experiments. Descartes' cogito and Descartes' cogito Galileo ships. These are thought experiments you can just conduct by yourself. So actually they are part of daily life. You can just sit down and try to doubt everything. You can doubt your senses, you can doubt reasoning, you can doubt your alertness, and then you can conduct it by yourself. Galileo's ship is about imagining that you are on a ship, but of course there are many people who have the experience being on the ship, and then you will see that if you are inside of the ship, the smoke will go on vertically instead of obliquely, even when you are in motion in a ship. So this actually is a very easy illustration of the principle of relativity, which is also used by Einstein. So I distinguish experienced thought experiments like Galileo's ship and Descartes' cogito from really experiment thought experiments, like in the physical sciences, for instance. Then model thought experiments can very often be substituted by non-model alternatives, as in accordance with intention of the thought experimenter. So for instance, Putnam in his Twin Earth thought experiment is a multi-layered sci-fi thought experiment. He begins with explaining about a very easy thought experiment, someone who don't know the distinction between a beech and an elm. So I called it a beech elm a thought experiment or experiment, which just says that there are some people who can't distinguish a beech from an elm, among whom I. Yeah, and this effect falsifies the thesis of semantical internalism, that the meaning and also the reference of words is in the mind. Because if I make a mistake, I can just be corrected by reality. So in fact, he wants to say the extension of concepts is in external reality. Yeah, another example is water is H2O, where H2O is the extension and the stereotype is in our mind. So for instance, is transparent, tasteless, etc. the extension exists outside of our mind, which is called semantical externalism. So this is a very easy beach elm is a very easy non-model thought experiment, which says the same, which confirms the thesis of semantical internalism. Then Anselm, of course, has a non-model ontological argument as well. Nagel talks about how it's like to be a bat. Yeah, and his analog, he also mentioned in the text, are visually and hearing impaired people from birth, or just generally speaking, other minds. Kirk, zombies. Yeah, a zombie is a body without a mind, a body without a spirit, and natural language, and also daily analogs are sleep talkers and sleepwalkers. Then Chalmers talked about the inverted qualia, and then the analog, the natural analog, is the inverted spectrum or color blindness. So very often the thought experiments are only added to generalize. Yeah, so one of the effects of experiments, model thought experiments in particular, is generalization. In model thought experiments and thought experiments from humanities involving non-quantifiable and or model entities, we can substitute the thought experiment by a formal logical argument. So apart from the problem with sci-fi thought experiments and model thought experiments, there is the problem with model logic, but model logic is still an advance on the model arguments. So if we apply model logic to model thought experiments, then we have advanced one step further in methodology to know where it's really about. So for instance, Chalmers is doing so, yeah, when he presents his anti-materialist model argument for the first time, he has no model logic included, but later in 2010, he includes also model logic. So in this case, the thought experimenter is himself applying model logic to his own arguments. Yeah, and then, for instance, the ontological argument has been revived in the 60s in the model variant of it. So some thought experiments both have a non-model version and a model version. In case of Anselm's ontological argument, there was more attention to the model version recently than to the non-model version. Okay, well, this was new with respect to my previous presentations. Now we can go on, just say how much time I have. I can just go on explaining about the thought experiments in the end. But with regard to the extended argument view, a prevalent interpretation of thought experiments is the argument view, which I think goes beyond the syllogism, hypothetical, reductio, counterfactual, and paradox view. I, in fact, adhere to an extended argument view. An extended argument can be constructed by exemplification of tacit or hidden contextual or theoretical premises and presuppositions, axioms, theorems, derivations in mathematical thought experiments, and regularities, laws, epistemological and scientific principles in empirical sciences. Yeah, with help of thought experiment matrix, yeah, we can change the raw thought experiment into a valid and sound argument. Yeah, we can use stages of restricted sense thought experiment, broad sense thought experiment, extended sense thought experiment. An example, je pense donc je suis, yeah, that in English is I think therefore I am, using a predicate logic, T, X thinks, A constant, for instance, Descartes, or I, E, X exists. Then the argument, the raw thought experiment, is not a valid argument. It just says A thinks, so A exists. Descartes thinks, so Descartes exists. This is an antimeme. It's called an antimeme. It's a part of an argument. Now we can look for in context and theory, and then we may find the major. The major is for all X, it holds that if X thinks, then X exists. So this is on analysis, the major of the argument, which is modus ponens, is a valid argument. You can also say this is universal instantiation. You can do the same. I will do very quickly for Gautama's Vipassana meditation. So Buddha's insight meditation, when he was sitting down, meditating, reached enlightenment. We can go back to the text of the suttas, and then we can analyze the main text like this. MX wants to attain mindfulness, understanding, concentration. X seeks sense expressions. Where it is about in the Vipassana meditation is, if one doesn't seek sense expressions, one is more likely to attain mindfulness. So here, this bracketed is a raw thought experiment. It's not a valid argument, but if you reveal the major, if one doesn't seek sense expressions, sense impressions, one may reach mindfulness, then it becomes a valid argument, again, modus ponens. Then the extended logic view, the extended argument view embraces extended logic view, including non-classical logics like plausibility logic and possible world semantics. However, with regard to the thought experiment matrix, we will hold on to the principle of bivalence. So a proposition is either true or not true or false. Yeah, this is because the thought experiment matrix relates to the external world. It is how thought experiments hook upon the external world, and the thought experiment diagram, we will see an example, shows how thought experiments hook upon the human mind. So especially on the minds of a particular group of participants to the survey. In the thought experiment diagram, I use plausibility logic, which is derived from Rescher's plausibility inference, and is a many-valued logic. You can see in the thought experiment on the horizontal line, there's a scale from 0 to 1, 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, or you can also say 0% to 100% is a many-valued logic. You can access the plausibility value on this scale. Then descriptive semantics view, we can consider thought experiments as possible worlds. For instance, Sorensen is doing so. And then as the possible worlds of thought experiment arguments, pick out accessible possible worlds as from axioms or principles onto the argument is both formally and informally logically validated. For instance, the inference is valid, the premises and conclusions are true, so the argument is sound. We don't need to prescribe any forcing fixed of a given set of possible worlds, nor any validation on any prescribed validation function, nor any properties of the possible accessibility relation. So very shortly, we can apply Kripke's frame semantics, which is a set of worlds, which is the satisfiability relation or the valuation function, which is the accessibility relation. Yeah, the worlds is a set of possible worlds. The satisfiability relation says, or the valuation function says, if a proposition is true or false in a particular world, and the accessibility relation says how one world may relate to another world. So the model logicians are debating, for instance, if the accessibility relation is reflexive or transitive. I guess we don't need to debate this in advance. Yeah, in fact, we can just consider the thought experiments as contained in the database of search engines like Google's. And then the question if the set of possible worlds is infinite or finite, we can answer with reference to the anatomy of a large-scale hypertextual web search engine, text by Brin and Page, the starters of Google. Of course, there could be an infinite amount of machine-generated content, but just indexing huge amounts of human-generated content seems tremendously useful. So in search engines, you can search tens to hundreds of millions of web pages, and we can consider them thought experiments. Yeah, if you searching in Google Scholar, for instance. Well, I don't know how much time we still have.
I haven't tell you in the chat. You
I don't watch it yet. How much time we still have?
0.
0. Okay. Well, if there are any questions, you see the thought experiment. In the thought experiment, there are listed 7 thought experiments. Under it, you can see the formula of the valid argument they can be transformed into. And if you have any questions, if you don't know any of the thought experiments, if you want more explanation, I can give you, and then after, maybe with help of the explanation, you can complete the thought experiment argument. I just want to end with one more thing about progress of science and society. The fourth view, so it's derived from Popper's progress of science view, which is P1 leads to tentative solutions, leads to error elimination, leads to P2, so problem situation 1, tentative solutions, error elimination, problem situation 2. I suggest to add environmental pragmatism and global cross-culturalism in the phase of error elimination, that nowadays we have to be very careful that the theories we apply are not polluting, and that it is intercultural, cross-cultural, that it doesn't hold for just one culture. Yeah, and I will end then with dedication to South America, for instance, because environmental pragmatism, we can draw attention to the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, which talked about the damage to the Japanese civilization that wasn't really expected when they threw the E-bomb. And now there are nuclear weapon-free zones. I must say they are especially in the Southern Hemisphere. So you, Latin America, you have signed nuclear weapon-free zones that Europe and North America and China have not signed yet. Okay, I would leave it like this. Yeah, are there any questions? I cannot read the question. I cannot read the chat, so you have to ask me.
Hi, Maria. You can talk.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So thank you very much for your talk, Peter. I was wondering at which level are you thinking you are providing this explanation? Because it seems to me that a lot of the majority of literature on thought experiments has focused on the cognitive value of having thought experiments, not that much on the structure of it. And so what you seem to be providing is a post hoc reconstruction of what might be happening there and why thought experiments can be useful, not only in science, but in philosophy. It's because they have these general assumptions behind, and then there is a property reflected on them that can be instantiated in our world, in a sense. But that seems to me to be a post hoc explanation. And so I was wondering if that is the case. And I have another question, which was, can you say a little bit more on why you think paradoxes are thought experiments?
Not thought experiments. Not thought experiments. I think they are not thought experiments.
Okay, but because I was confused, you were saying that Achilles' paradox was in a sense of a thought experiment, right?
No, it's not a thought experiment. I'm sorry, I have not recorded my text. Maybe I made a slip of the tongue, but I want to say Achilles and the turtle is not a thought experiment. It is a paradox, but not a thought experiment, because it has no predefined goal. Yeah, like, of course, falling bodies has a predefined goal. Galileo wants to know something about gravitation, so he drops two objects in different mediums, etc. So he has a clear goal, but when they made Achilles and the turtle, they didn't have any predefined goal, I guess. It is not a thought experiment in the sense that it wants to resolve a predefined question, like about gravitation in Galileo's time. So, okay, I think they are not thought experiments. I think paradoxes are not thought experiments.
Luis, can I make a follow-up?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you. So I was also wondering from your response, what about these thought experiments that we get that didn't have a direct goal at the beginning? So, for instance, the Maxwell axes that were supposed to be moving in ether. Maxwell was just having an idea, like, how can I solve this problem? He didn't have like a clear goal direction, as it happens with the zombie experiment from Chalmers, for instance, that is illustrative of a Chalmers thesis. and then it comes handy. But in the case of sciences, many of the thought experiments that we can think about are things that just come out like from imagination, and at the end, they show a solution for a problem, they show a novel discovery, or they enhance the understanding of something, but not necessarily they are goal directed initially. So that, do you have any thoughts on that? And
yeah, okay, if they are well, I've just only discussed experiment in which there is indeed a clear goal set by the thought experimenter. Yes, and the paradoxes are also very interesting. I have not read the text of Achilles and the turtle. I actually don't know, but I guess there is no clear goal set in this text. And in all the texts I've read, there is a clear goal. Also in Buddha's insight meditation, he wants to attain mindfulness. Yeah, that's why he's meditating. He has a clear goal. All of them, they have a clear goal. And maybe, I have not studied text of the paradoxes. Maybe there are some texts of paradoxes in which there's also a goal, but I suppose there's not. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know actually. Yeah. Yeah. And with regard to the first question, of course, I consider thought experiment cognitive instruments. That's the first definition. Cognitive instruments. So they are in our brain, and then we can write them down, so they are cognitive. But I think logic is the most accurate instrument we have to translate our cognition into something we can talk about with more accuracy. So yeah, I guess logic and cognition are very close together. And logic is just an instrument of cognition. That's why I've used logic, and I especially use first order logic. Of course, this formula is a mathematical formula, refers to a mathematical formula. And this one, Einstein, may better be expressed maybe in second order logic, that the laws are working on different frames of reference in the same way. And then especially the frame of reference of the internal observer, that is Einstein on the beam of light, and the external observer, that is Einstein standing on the earth. So in this analysis, it is how to resolve the paradox, that it's not possible that Einstein is traveling with the speed of light. And then we can resolve this paradox by saying that Einstein, the one on the speed of light, makes a mistake. He thinks he is at rest, but in fact he is himself traveling with the speed of light. And then both frames of reference, both the external observer on the earth and the internal observer on the beam of light, are in an inertial frame of reference, and then the laws of physics apply. That's my analysis. I guess it's a little bit difficult. One of my additional questions is also if you may know first order logic expression of the principle of relativity. Yeah.
Peter, we already run out of time, so
okay. But have I answered your question now? So I think they are cognitive.
Thank you.
I think logic is an instrument of cognition, or that can be used within cognition. And about the paradox, I will try to find the text of Achilles and the turtle, and then see if they have some predefined goal. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yes, you're welcome.
Bien, ahora vamos con la ponencia de Oscar Ávila, que va a hacer una ponencia en castellano. Hola, Oscar, ¿me escuchas? Hola, Oscar y Oscari, ¿me escuchas? Ya. Ok. Puedes comenzar cuando quieras. Oscari, no sé si estás hablando, pero no te puedo escuchar. Hola. Hola, si estás teniendo algún problema con tu audio, escríbeme por el chat,
¿Aló?
por favor. Hola.
¿Aló?
Sí.
¿Aló? ¿Aló? ¿Me
Ahora sí
escucha?
te escucho bien
Ah,
ahora sí.
bueno, discúlpeme, es que, bueno, tengo un problema de ancho en la web, parece que, pues, porque el sitio donde estoy es rural, pero voy a hacer todo lo posible, por eso apagué la cámara para que se escuche. ¿Me escuchan bien, correcto?
Sí,
Bueno, correcto. Bueno, muy buenos días, a todos, a todas. Eh, el objetivo, o uno de los objetivos, aparte de hablar del descenso infinito, es poner sobre la mesa una posible hipótesis frente a la estructura que tiene este método o esta criba denominada descenso infinito de Fermat. Poner sobre la mesa la estructura no solamente argumentativa, sino posiblemente la figura o una figura que emerge dentro de ese método, que es la estructura abductiva argumentativa. Quiero presentar mis agradecimientos al comité organizador del Día Mundial de la Lógica, a la Sociedad Peruana de Epistemología y Lógica, al Consejo de Estudios del Posgrado de la Universidad de los Andes y a ustedes por haber, a cada uno de ustedes por haber venido. Dentro de las, y no es un secreto, que dentro de las fundamentales e interesantes tareas de la matemática se encuentra la de caracterizar conjuntos dados con propiedades no triviales. En las matemáticas algunos buscan caracterizar estructuras como de algebraicas, por ejemplo, estructuras que tengan esa forma de grupos, anillos. Otros matemáticas pues estudian o caracterizan espacios vectoriales métricos o espacios topológicos vectoriales métricos o espacios topológicos. Independientemente del área de estudio, encontramos objetos similares y en el mejor de los casos, el ideal, a uno de ellos se le asume la función de representar a los demás. Ejemplo, cuando uno tiene en un espacio vectorial, encuentra un elemento que me genera todo el espacio, o a ese conjunto, por ejemplo, que genera todo el espacio por medio de combinaciones lineales o de esa aritmética que se define dentro del espacio, pues a ese conjunto se le llama la base. La heurística se conoce en matemáticas desde la antigua Grecia. Para Alexander Grothendieck, lo trascendental. Grothendieck creo que es conocido en las matemáticas y pues evidentemente en algunos espacios de las ciencias. Creo que después de, sin temor, que después de David Hilbert, es uno de los matemáticos más notables. Él manifiesta que pues, lo trascendental detrás de un tema es la de buscar fuentes o esos manantiales de preguntas asociadas al propio problema. Estas fuentes o manantiales de preguntas asociadas al propio problema significan en esencia un enfoque de los fundamentos de las matemáticas radicalmente diverso a lo plasmado por la teoría de conjuntos. Así lo señala Fernando Salamea, y dice que es un profesor en Colombia, que hace filosofía de la matemática. Dice que Salamea señala que la lectura de Grothendieck es transversal, donde más que una resolución acumulativa del saber, Lo que importa es ese enlace movible de las preguntas naturales que subyacen tras esas soluciones. Víctor Rodríguez, declara que existe una tradición de investigación que intenta caracterizar la actividad científica como una actividad de planteamiento y de resolución de problemas. El concepto de problema científico ha sido trabajado no solo por los filósofos de la ciencia. George Polya sentó o plasmó una tradición y estilo frente al abordaje de problemas en matemáticas, y dice que los modos, el profesor Rodríguez dice que los modos usuales para encontrar la solución a un problema determinado es estos tres: la aplicación de procedimientos asociados a reglas heurísticas, el ensayo y error, donde se conectan reglas de búsqueda guiadas a veces por conjeturas audaces, el uso de un algoritmo, un procedimiento explícito que lleva a la solución del problema, ejemplo en la física, esos modelos que dependen del tiempo, y el uso de una definición recursiva, ¿sí? Que en ocasiones, en la figura de Bertrand Russell, a veces podemos hablar de una definición ostensiva. Para Grothendieck, un problema puede imaginarse como una suerte de nuez, de un fruto, cuya dura cáscara habría que penetrar para acceder a la suave carne de esa nuez. Y Grothendieck dice, prácticamente existen dos estrategias esenciales para deshacer esa cáscara: o golpeándola con un método, o crear un método martillo sin ser, golpear ese fruto y ir resbalando y rompiendo los pedazos de la cáscara hasta llegar hasta el interior, es decir, hacia esa nuez carnuda o a la carne de la nuez. Y el segundo es insertando esa nuez en una marea, de tal manera que después de semanas, meses o años, su exterior se ablandase y se abriese con una presión de mano, como algo así como un aguacate maduro. El profesor Alberto Campos reseña que en 1998 una muestra de lo que se hace en matemáticas frente a lo que se plantea en esa heurística, en esas reglas heurísticas de problemas, y en la vida de los métodos y estilos. El profesor Campos dice que en 1998 se publicó un artículo sobre cuál es el más hermoso en la revista Mathematical Intelligence, y preguntaba, o ese artículo pretendía dar respuesta a sobre cuál es el teorema más bello o interesante de una lista de 24 afirmaciones, asignándole una calificación entre 0 y 4. Y aquí está una lista de ellos, entre esos teoremas, que para la comunidad matemática es quizás es lo que se hace en matemáticas, y es la resolución no solamente de problemas, sino también la demostración de teoremas, porque un teorema puede ser fuente o debería ser fuente de numerosos problemas, y debería conectar resultados entre áreas de las matemáticas. Y está, por ejemplo, que el conjunto de los números primos es infinito, que no existe un número racional que elevado al cuadrado sea igual a 2, es decir, la irracionalidad de 2, y lo quise subrayar porque tiene que ver con el método del descenso infinito, la forma de Euler para los poliedros, la trascendencia de pi, que existe 5 poliedros regulares, esta expresión matemática que involucra pues, el número de Euler y una expresión en los complejos, y que todo primo de la forma 4n más 1 tiene una representación única como suma de cuadrados. Preguntas desde la matemática: ¿de qué manera puede una ciencia, con base en todo lo que se ha referenciado anterior, surgen desde la matemática preguntas como de qué manera una ciencia de objetos abstractos puede tener un poder formativo? ¿De qué manera la matemática puede tener un poder formativo cuando se ocupa, por ejemplo, de estructuras como los anillos, los espacios vectoriales, espacios topológicos? Y una pregunta como, ¿qué podemos ofrecer o se puede ofrecer una interpretación educativa de la denominada alfabetización matemática que sea paralela a la de lo que se conoce como la alfabetización. Esto había lo plasmado en un libro referenciado o denominado Hacia una filosofía de la educación matemática. Y la tesis sobre el poder formativo de la matemática sugiere que una ciencia formal puede convertir una invención en una realidad. Entonces la pregunta es, ¿esto es lo que pone en la mira a las matemáticas educativas? Y que si es competencia de la filosofía de la matemática abordar el escenario de las abstracciones mentales materializadas. Es decir, le proporcionaría a la matemática, o mejor, la filosofía le generaría, cuando se aborda ese escenario, le proporcionaría la misma matemática un logos y estructura epistemológica. La noción e idea de heurística se le atribuye a Papus, idea que se deja traducir como el arte de resolver problemas, la cual consiste en dos estrategias, una en ir hacia adelante, y está trabajada cuando la solución está dada, y en ocasiones, pues primero se asume que la solución está dada y se trabaja de atrás, encontrando algo conocido. Y la segunda, que es la que referenciaba en ir hacia adelante, que se inicia considerando los axiomas, postulados y teoremas ya probados, y se trabaja en dirección hacia el resultado que se quiere. A estos dos métodos, la profesora Atocha, Licea Atocha, le llama análisis y síntesis. El llamado conocimiento matemático se sustenta en dos modos de comprensión, uno de forma directa y corresponde a la intuición, y el otro corresponde a una forma reflexiva, es decir, lógica. En otras palabras, el referenciado conocimiento matemático mostraría dos estadios, o dos instancias, o dos escenarios, la deducción e inducción. Sin embargo, ha surgido dentro de la misma matemática, y no solamente pues, acudiendo a la filosofía de la matemática y la filosofía de la ciencia, diversos autores se han preocupado por analizar ese tipo especial de razonamiento llamado abducción, y autores como Duarte han pretendido integrarlo al denominado diálogo persuasivo. Uno de los intereses principales en los últimos 50 años dentro de la filosofía de la ciencia ha sido ese estudio y comprensión de los problemas que están ligados con la generación de hipótesis, porque en la abducción lo que hay, o una de las cosas, de los aspectos estructurales que hay es generar hipótesis y su conexión con procesos inferenciales que permiten la adquisición de un nuevo conocimiento. Podemos decir, frente al tema de la verdad, y lo señala Bertrand Russell, que dos oraciones tienen una significación si expresan la misma creencia. Cuando hablábamos o cuando se referenciaba lo del profesor Rodríguez frente a esa definición recursiva, entonces en ocasiones Russell lo manifiesta frente a la definición ostensiva, que sí puede definirse como todo proceso por el cual se enseña a una persona a comprender una palabra por medios diferentes del uso de otras palabras. De acuerdo con Wittgenstein, nos hacemos figuras de los hechos, en un sentido primario. El pensamiento es la figura lógica de los hechos, es decir, el pensamiento es la primera figura de los hechos en sí, señala Frappoli y Romero. Y González declara que frente a esa adquisición de pensamiento algebraico resulta obstaculizado en ocasiones, puesto que al educando no se le brindan oportunidades para que pueda transitar de una manera ordenada y consciente de lo concreto a lo abstracto. En esa vía, entonces, ejemplo, frente a el pensamiento algebraico y frente a lo deductivo, quise traer este ejemplo porque es una ecuación muy conocida y claramente la tripleta 3, 4, 5 es una solución a esa ecuación. Y una de las preguntas es, ¿existe otra tripleta con estas mismas condiciones? La respuesta es fascinante. Evidentemente la única tripleta con esas condiciones, 3, 4, 5, no solamente es única, sino también, al suponer que existe otra, vamos bajo un atisbo heurístico, vamos a suponer que hay otra de la forma consecutiva K-1, K+1, gracias a la buena construcción que tienen los naturales. Y entonces vamos a llegar a que K es igual a 0 o K es igual a 4. El caso 0 no puede ser porque si fuera 0, entonces la tripleta sería -1, 0 y 1. Y estamos hablando de una tripleta de naturales. Entonces -1 no es un natural. Entonces el único caso posible sería 4, luego 3, 4 y 5 sería la única tripleta y así se concluye que esa es única. Esa es la manera como en matemáticas se hace una deducción acudiendo a definiciones en ocasiones recursivas, pero también ostensivas frente a una propiedad que hay acá cuando un producto A por B es igual a 0. Vamos a rápidamente. En el año durante el periodo 1640 al 59, Fermat tiene una serie de cartas y es donde quiero hablar sobre el método. Dice que he llamado esta manera de demostrar el descenso infinito. Y él dice, y como los métodos que estaban en los libros eran insuficientes para demostrar proposiciones tan difíciles, he encontrado al fin un verdadero camino singular, y a eso lo llamó el descenso infinito. Y él parte de lo siguiente, dice, al principio me he valido de él para demostrar proposiciones negativas, es decir, que no son ciertas, como por ejemplo que no hay ningún triángulo rectángulo expresado en números enteros cuya área sea un cuadrado. La demostración se hace por reducción al absurdo de la siguiente manera: si hubiese un triángulo rectángulo de números enteros que tuviese un área igual a un cuadrado, habría otro, supone otro, crea otro y lo aparentemente lo dice y asegura su existencia, que estuviese con esa misma propiedad. Si hubiese uno segundo menor que el primero, que tuviese esa propiedad, había posible, por el mismo razonamiento parecido, un tercer elemento menor que el segundo, que tendría la misma propiedad. Y en fin, un cuarto y un quinto, dice él, y así descendiendo hasta el infinito. Entonces, él introduce ese descenso infinito, y quiero referenciar la fecha, más o menos en ese diálogo epistolar entre 1640 y 1659, porque después vamos a mirar cuándo es que realmente se formalizan los números naturales. Y él, pues, surgen preguntas interesantes, por ejemplo, ¿acaso Fermat pretendía Fermat esbozar un método universal para problemas biofácticos? Bueno, de ser así, Fermat estaba adelantando o estaba esbozando uno de los o abordando uno de los llamados problemas de Hilbert planteado en el Congreso Internacional de Matemáticas después del año 1900. Exactamente los problemas que menciona Fermat en sus cartas a Marcene son estos: si un triángulo rectángulo tiene lados enteros, su área no puede ser un entero elevado al cuadrado. La ecuación no es posible tener un cubo como suma de dos cubos, y esta ecuación y a la 2 de 5 cuadrado no se puede representar como un cubo menos 2, salvo estas únicas soluciones, que la ecuación y cuadrado más 4 posee únicas soluciones en los enteros, y el teorema que referenciaba de cuál es el más hermoso. Exactamente, el descenso infinito, ¿en qué consiste? Yo tomo una ecuación con n variables, defino el conjunto de solución de la ecuación. Si el conjunto es diferente de vacío, entonces debe poseer un primer elemento, un mínimo. El referenciado al método del descenso infinito consiste en construir una nueva solución. Una nueva solución que la llamamos de 1, de sub 2, de sub n menor que la x1 primitiva, y de esta forma contradigo la minimalidad dentro del conjunto A. Yo no puedo seguir descendiendo porque en algún momento me voy a encontrar con un primer elemento. Resulta que bajo los conceptos de aducción o bajo la categoría de hacer razonamiento por aducción, es claro lo siguiente: la primera forma, que se conoce como deducción, nosotros tomamos el ejemplo para decir lo siguiente: todos los porotos que están en esta bolsa son de color blanco. Me adjunto o veo la necesidad de tener una premisa menor frente a los porotos de la bolsa y concluyo que estos porotos deberían ser de color blanco. A la forma de inducción, estos porotos son de esta bolsa. Acudo a la conclusión, estos porotos son de color blanco y concluyo que todos los porotos en esta bolsa deberían ser de ese mismo color. Esa es las dos formas que hablaba la profesora Alicia Tocha frente a la deducción e inducción. Pero frente a la abducción, yo lo que concluyo es una premisa menor. Ejemplo, tomo la premisa que todos los porotos de esta bolsa de color blanco, tomo mano o me dan la conclusión frente a los porotos que son de ese color blanco, y lo que se concluye es la premisa menor frente a que los porotos deben estar en esa bolsa. Bueno, formalmente, lo interesante del descenso infinito es que Fermat lo anuncia exactamente en la fecha que había referenciado, entre 1640 y 1653, pero los naturales se formalizaron años después, en 1889, mediante trabajos de Giuseppe Peano en su obra Aritmética, Principia Nova Metro Exposita. En ese año, también, o mejor previo, Charles Sanders Peirce había publicado un completo sistema de axiomas para el mismo sistema de números naturales. Fermat está planteando un método que está basado en los naturales, y él dice que es posible tener una solución y seguir descendiendo. Bueno, eso solamente se formalizó hasta siglos después, en 1889, con los trabajos de Giuseppe Peano y de Charles Sanders Peirce. Además, el hecho de poder descender me garantiza de que no hay ningún tipo de vacío lógico ni ninguna falacia. Claro, se tuvieron que construir los naturales en 1889. A partir de su genialidad, Charles Sanders Peirce, pues, que publica su trabajo 8 años antes que Giuseppe Peano, Peirce adjunta un sistema de 5 axiomas de los números naturales, mientras Giuseppe Peano caracteriza una función de sucesor. Peirce describe una relación de orden, axiomatizando el conjunto.
Oscari, ya se acabó tu tiempo, te estaba avisando por el...
Ok, entonces, aquí hay una referencia bibliográfica y quiero decir, aparte del descenso infinito, para que el que quiera, pues, quería mostrar la importancia de el resultado, porque haciendo descenso infinito puedo demostrar uno de esos grandes teoremas de los matemáticos, que es la irracionalidad de dos. El que quiera, pues, le puedo enviar el paper original de donde se sacaron unas ideas, y pues es una muestra de lo que se habla frente al tema de la heurística, porque los teoremas, en realidad, y en la vía de lo abductivo y deductivo, los teoremas interesantes de la matemática me generan problemas o una serie o esa fuente de problemas a la luz de lo que señalaba Alexander Grothendieck, de esos manantiales que deben emerger, o lo que subyace detrás de la solución de un problema, y es la de ir a caracterizar no solamente las soluciones, sino conectar problemas mediante resultados que en ocasiones se hacen definiciones recursivas o extensivas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Oscari. ¿Hay alguna pregunta para Oscari?
Sí,
Hola,
tengo
Andrés, ¿cómo estás? Sí,
¿Qué tal?
por favor, habla.
A ver si puedo ver. Estoy aquí con mi celular. Bueno, muchas gracias por la ponencia. Realmente muy interesante. Yo conocí bastante al profesor, bueno, no mucho, pero al profesor Salamea, y por ahí comenzaba un poco mi pregunta, pero en general mi pregunta va en el siguiente sentido. Esto del descenso infinito fue el nombre que puso Fermat, pero ¿qué otro desarrollo matemático tuvo? ¿Quedó ahí, no fue recogido, o tú lo ves con la relación con la heurística? O sea, ¿se recogió el término, no se recogió el término? ¿Qué se ha opinado después sobre este método en la reflexión sobre los métodos en matemáticas que se ha dado después de Fermat? Eso.
Profesor, y permítame, pues, agradecerle la pregunta. El descenso infinito, es decir, pues conocemos dentro de la lógica y los trabajos de Gödel que la matemática es incompleta. Eso significa que toda matemática que tenga la fortaleza de la aritmética tradicional de los naturales, van a haber proposiciones de las cuales uno no puede afirmar nada. Ejemplo, que si usted niega, pues puede seguir trabajando haciendo matemática, y si usted lo afirma, pues puede seguir. Un ejemplo de eso pues, es la denominada hipótesis del continuo, que a raíz de eso dieron una medalla Fields, y eso fue uno de los resultados que cuando Gödel estaba en Princeton, mostró sobre la incompletez de la matemática. Resulta que la aritmética está, posteriormente Fermat plantea y lo que se conoció como el último teorema de Fermat, y voy a mostrar aquí la expresión distinta. En este caso, cuando él habla de que un cubo no se puede expresar como suma de dos cubos, él, posterior a eso, de ese epistolar con Mersenne, él dice que la ecuación x a la n más y a la n igual a z a la n no tiene solución en los enteros. Bueno, ese resultado se conoce como el último teorema de Fermat, y demoró de lo que planteó antes de 1700 hasta 1994 o 93, de pronto me equivoco, hasta que Andrew Weiss logra demostrar esa afirmación de Fermat. Fermat se caracterizaba por escribirle cartas a los matemáticos e incomodarlos, pero su método, el método del descenso infinito, evidentemente él pensó que ese método servía para solucionar no solamente ecuaciones que no tuvieran solución, sino también dice que ecuaciones que sí tenían solución. Bueno, está ligado también con el 10º problema de Hilbert, porque no existe un algoritmo, llamémoslo así, general o universal para problemas diofánticos. Ese es el resultado de unos trabajos de unos matemáticos rusos, Yuri Matiyasevic, con el cual dieron solución al 10º problema de Hilbert. Evidentemente el trabajo de Fermat, o lo que anuncia Fermat, lo hace antes de la formalización de los números naturales, y es quizás uno de los primeros métodos para solucionar ecuaciones, y algo así como una caña de pescar cuando se va a pescar, porque realmente no existe una atarraya para sacar para caracterizar todas las soluciones de las ecuaciones, específicamente cuando se habla de diofánticas. En este momento los matemáticos hablan de curvas elípticas, que son parecidas a las soluciones que plantea o este tipo de ecuaciones, y a la 2 más 4 igual a x a la 3. Esa es una curva elíptica. Una curva elíptica es de la forma y a la 2 igual a una expresión cúbica a la derecha con unos elementos en racionales, unos coeficientes en racionales. De hecho, las curvas elípticas sirven para tener seguridad informática, y se habla de aritmética sobre curvas elípticas y criptografía sobre curvas elípticas. Yo puedo estar equivocado, pero al parecer, después de Pitágoras y de la solución cuadrática, x a la 2 más y a la 2 igual a z a la 2, creo que Fermat en la matemática se ubica después de haber, la persona con formación, pues casi no matemática, pero sí cercano a los matemáticos, que pudiera haber hecho o haber planteado un método para algunas ecuaciones diofánticas. Él suponía que el método de él servía para todas, pero no era cierto.
Perdón, lo que yo estoy preguntando no es por los problemas matemáticos, sino por la reflexión metodológica de Fermat. Lo que estoy preguntando es si tuvo algún desarrollo posterior, lo consideraron, no se consideró, se llamó de otra manera.
O sea, se conoce como el descenso infinito. No, frente a la heurística, profesor, pues a la luz de lo que plantea Licea Tocha, entiendo que es plantear una solución e irse hacia atrás, es decir, irse hacia atrás hasta llegar a un primer elemento, porque usted no puede seguir descendiendo infinitamente en los naturales, porque los naturales, ese conjunto tiene un primer elemento y está bien construido. Entonces usted hace el pararse en algún lugar, le permite a usted el suponer que hay una solución, y esa heurística que hay ahí lo que está planteando Fermat es irse hacia atrás. ¿Cuánto? Irse hacia atrás de tal manera que usted pueda recorrer el resto de los elementos que tiene atrás, y le garantiza el método que sí, o mejor, los naturales que están bien construidos, le garantiza que usted no va a cometer falacias. Y eso, pues entiendo que es una heurística a la luz de lo que se plantea frente al de irse hacia atrás. Plantear que hay una solución, irse hacia atrás y encontrar algo conocido. ¿Qué se encuentra algo conocido? En ocasiones se encuentra reducciones al absurdo o falacias que van en contravía de lo que está bien construido, o negaciones de teoremas en la matemática.
Gracias.
Sí, gracias Andrés. Si Fuentes quiere hacer un comentario también. Te escuchamos.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo estás, Cifuentes?
Hola, quería responder un poco a Andrés también esa cuestión que es muy importante, entender qué significa metodológicamente en la matemática el descenso infinito. Parece que se basa en una idea muy trivial. Que si uno está en un cierto número natural y quiere ir para atrás, solo hay un número finito de números naturales para recorrer hasta llegar a cero, digamos. ¿Ah? Lo cual puede también colocarse en los siguientes términos, que también parece trivial. Entre un número natural y otro hay solo un número finito de números naturales. Parece que es trivial. Sin embargo, esa afirmación es tan fuerte como toda la aritmética. Es equivalente al principio de inducción total de los axiomas de Peano. Entonces, y eso es fácil de ver, por ejemplo, cuando pensamos en la aritmética de primer orden, que no admite la fuerza de todo el teorema de inducción, sino de las partes de primer orden de ese teorema. La aritmética admite modelos no estándar. Y en un modelo no estándar, si usted toma un número natural y un número hipernatural infinito, entre ellos dos no hay un número finito de números naturales, entre comillas. ¿Percibe? Entonces, la fuerza de toda la aritmética de segundo orden, que es la de Peano, está en ese método de descenso infinito. Es muy fuerte, metodológicamente hablando. ¿Eh?
Gracias, Cifuentes, por tu comentario. Bien, nos hemos pasado varios minutos, así que hagamos una pausa de 10 minutos entonces.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Sí, gracias a ti, Oscar, y gracias Andrés y
gracias,
Cifuentes,
profesor
por los
Andrés, gracias,
comentarios.
profesor José Carlos, muy amable, muy amable.
Bien, entonces, muy bien. Veo que ya entraron Jonas, Octavio, y bueno, ya habíamos visto a María, que van a ser los ponentes de nuestra última sesión. ¿Cómo estás, Octavio? ¿Cómo estás, Jonas? How are you? Hello.
Ahí está, todo bien, muy bien por aquí.
¿Qué tal, Octavio?
Fuentes, ¿cómo estás? Andrés.
Qué gusto conocerte, Octavio.
Sí, con un placer, muy bueno. Quizá muy pronto podremos encontrarnos personalmente, cuando la pandemia está sob control.
Sí, sí. Esperemos que sí.
Es verdad.
Esperemos que pronto, porque, bueno, ya están varias vacunas, están casi listas. No sabemos tampoco cuánto van a durar. No en todos los casos, no se sabe perfectamente, ¿no?
Sí, verdad, verdad.
Pero hay esperanza, hay ilusión. Entonces,
verdad, sí, por supuesto. Sí.
No, pero yo creo que
¿Estás a dormir?
Más o menos, sí. No, es que Luis Felipe dijo que él hacía las cosas desde su cama. Entonces yo...
No, yo te vi con la almohada antes de que te dijera eso.
Eso es lo que permite el sistema online.
Sí. No, es que desde mi cama tengo vista al mar. Entonces,
Ah.
es el único lugar de la casa que tengo vista al mar. Entonces, aquí para ponerle un entorno más...
Ok, entonces está todo bien.
Pero igual,
¿Cómo
estaría
estás,
bien.
Cifuentes?
Bien, bien. ¿Y tú qué tal?
También, todo bien.
Aquí manteniéndonos en la medida de lo posible.
Es verdad.
¿Todo bien en Miami?
Todo bien, sí.
¿Tú
Tranquilo.
también tienes vista al mar allá? No.
No, yo no tengo. Tengo vista a una árbol.
Bueno,
Y Octavio, una pregunta. Ahí en Miami, ¿qué idioma hablas más? ¿Castellano, inglés o portugués?
Ah, eh, más castellano, por supuesto. Todas las personas hablan castellano en todas las partes. Se va a caminar por la calle, las personas hacen preguntas en español. Sí, algunos hablan inglés,
Excepcionalmente.
excepcionalmente. Sí, ah, no hablaba una palabra de español cuando me cambié a Miami. Y hoy soy obligado a hablar español, porque senón, por ejemplo, estamos a hacer unos cambios en la casa y todos los contractors no hablan inglés, todos son en español, pero hablan en español de Cuba. Es muy difícil para comprender lo que hablan.
caribeño, caribeño.
¿Cómo?
Español del Caribe.
Sí, sí.
Eso se pasa, Octavio, por no haber atendido las clases de español que les daba yo en Leeds con Patricia, ¿te acuerdas?
Exactamente.
Porque nos íbamos, yo iba el domingo a almorzar a la casa de ellas y Patricia me pedía que le hablara solo en español, porque Patricia quería aprender español. Y Octavio se ponía a trabajar en el próximo paper en vez de estar atendiendo a las clases de español.
Exactamente. Hoy Patricia habla español perfectamente.
Sí, mándale muchos saludos. Algún día tenemos que vernos, algún día tienen que venir para acá.
Sí, por supuesto. Sí, me encantará. No, Valparaíso es bellísimo.
Sí.
Sí.
Ahí les puedo mostrar mi vista. Ahí se ve el mar. ¿Ven el mar?
Oh, excelente. Ok.
Esa es la vista que tengo ahí desde el mar. Aunque ahora nadie puede ir a la playa. Ayer fui a la playa, pero hoy sábado está prohibido ir a la playa.
Ah, ¿por qué? Pero no-
Está en confinamiento raro que es de sábado y domingo. Entonces,
Sí.
sábado y domingo no se puede ir a los lugares públicos.
Sí, perfecto.
Entonces,
Muy
no
bien.
sé, pero la gente está en la playa. Entonces, la nueva moda es el bronceado con la marca aquí de la mascarilla. Ese es el nuevo estilo, porque aquí estamos en verano, entonces obviamente es la temporada de vacaciones.
Excelente.
La vida. ¿El profesor colombiano está todavía o se fue?
Si te refieres a Oscari, es venezolano.
Ah, perdón.
Pero
Pero
¿cómo puedes no equivocarte con el acento colombiano?
no, es que tiene su acento colombiano. Tiene su acento, debe llevar harto tiempo, no sé. Pero y además, no, porque es de la Universidad de los Andes de Mérida.
Mérida,
No sé.
claro, claro. Y ellos, creo que
Entonces, como dicen ellos, tiene acento gocho, que es el acento venezolano que se parece al colombiano. Pero no está, parece que se fue o no.
No, creo que sí está ahí.
Está ahí, ¿no? Me gustaría hablar con él.
Oscari, ¿nos escuchas?
Fue a playa. Luis, ¿dónde aprendes a hablar português?
Eu não falo muito bem o português. Não
Não,
falo muito bem.
Su
Você deve
português é melhor que
perguntar
mío.
isso a Cifuentes. Cifuentes fala muito melhor do que eu falo. Walter Carnielli diz que eu tenho uma boa musicalidade da língua, mas minha gramática não é tão boa. Eu escrevo bem porque
Não, você escreve perfeitamente.
eu tenho tempo para escrever.
Não,
Eu me ajudo com o corretor ortográfico, mas quando eu tento de falar, agora estou falando muito, acredito bem, mas se você fala comigo mais tempo, não consigo falar tão bem. Mas...
Quando você me escreveu, eu achei que você fosse brasileiro.
É porque eu tenho tempo para escrever. Eu gosto muito de escrever, de tentar aprender outras línguas. Eu escrevo também em alemão. Eu falo alemão melhor do que o português.
Impressionante.
Sim, mas não falo tão bem o alemão. Bueno, regreso un ratito al castellano.
Muito bom.
No me van a entender tampoco.
El problema del portugués, y mi papá que vivió 7 años en Brasil, es que se parecen tanto que nunca se aprende. Y ese es el problema. O sea, se parecen tanto. Y yo me acuerdo, mi papá vivió 7 años en Brasil, asesoró al gobierno y tal, y nunca hablaba una palabra de portugués excepto 2. Que era hoy para decir hola y cartón para decir tarjeta de crédito. Y eran las 2 únicas palabras que sabía en portugués y vivió en Brasil, hizo de todo. Y lo peor del cuento es que él creía que hablaba ciertas cosas y cuando volvió a Chile, siguió diciendo el resto de su vida hoy y cartón. Todo el mundo en Chile nadie lo miraba, siempre decía, ¿puedo pagar con cartón? Y lo miraban con...
Si me permite un comentario.
Sí, adelante.
Gente de fala hispana que aprende portugués, simultáneamente desaprende español.
Sí, sí.
Porque a veces se usan unas palabras en portugués que en español no son correctas. Por ejemplo, yo tengo resolvido un problema. La palabra resolvido en español está errado. Yo he resuelto un problema, ¿no?
Ajá.
Resolvido está mal hablado.
Sí.
Andó. Mi hermano es profesor en Brasilia y dice andó todo el tiempo. Cuando habla en español, andó. Cuando es anduvo y dice andó. Porque parece que en portugués son más regulares los verbos que en español.
Bueno. Más o menos. Los verbos en portugués son una maluquice.
Hay que... Ya estamos, creo que 10 minutos. Hay que darle la bienvenida a Jonas para que hable. Olá, Jonas.
Olá. Oi, pessoal, tudo bem?
Como está?
Tudo certo.
Pode começar quando quiser.
Tá. É preferível que eu fale em português ou em inglês? Porque o meu
fala na língua que quiser.
É sofrível.
Você fala na língua que quiser.
Eu acho que eu vou falar em inglês porque eu preparei os slides em inglês.
Tudo bem.
Bem, por isso. Em qualquer coisa, as pessoas podem fazer pergunta em espanhol e em português também. Vou tentar partilhar minha tela agora, tá? Vocês estão enxergando a minha tela? Sim. Tem algum problema para vocês se eu deixar ela não em full screen? Porque eu posso enxergar vocês aqui no lado também? É possível enxergar assim o que está escrito?
Na verdade, você consegue, mesmo em full screen, você pode deixar as pessoas aparecendo na sua tela. Mas tudo bem, a gente enxerga direitinho.
Ah, tá. Agora consegui sim. Obrigado, Otávio. Tá ótimo. Então eu vou começar.
Você tem 40, 45 minutos para fazer sua apresentação. E depois temos 15, 20 minutos de perguntas.
Ok, obrigado. Então eu vou começar, vou mudar para o inglês. So, thank you, Luis, thank you, Cifuentes, and the Peruvian Society of Logic and Epistemology for this invitation and for this conference. I thought that the theme on Newton da Costa and the modal status of logic would be quite appropriate for this discussion on heterodoxy in logic and reason, because that's a theme that da Costa touches on very much. I apologize for not being speaking in Spanish, but as I mentioned, I'm really not good at that. And I also apologize in advance for not delivering exactly what was in the abstract. As I noticed it in preparing my presentation, the issue is so much rich and deeper than that, and I have to touch on more subjects than I promised that. So I have to, I will deal with the modal status, but I will also deal with other issues that Da Costa's approach require. Just to mention that the issue goes much deeper than that, and I'm not even far of touching the full complexity of the discussion that Da Costa does. So this is basically not as I wish it would be. It's not as focused on the modal status, but for good reasons, I think. I hope you enjoy it. So my theme is on the approach by Newton da Costa on the modal status of logic. So in his book, the Ensaios sobre os Fundamentos da Lógica, da Costa defends a philosophy of logic that is quite ambitious. He has some quite interesting claims about logic there. As I see it by reading it again, da Costa advanced a version of anti-exceptionalism about logic as it is being discussed today. The view that da Costa was advancing there is now being called anti-exceptionalism. So da Costa was already defending this kind of view. That is basically a view that logic is not different from empirical science, at least in nature. It is basically more general than empirical science, but when you apply logic, it's just similar to empirical science. It's not different. And da Costa does that basically by using the same kind of characterization of logic that current anti-exceptionalism uses, that is, by denying the traditional features of logic. Da Costa denies that logic is a priori, that it is general, and that it is necessary. Well, I'm not sure that everyone today that adopts anti-exceptionalism denies that logic is general or necessary, but they typically deny that logic is a priori. So da Costa makes a denial of everything, of all those traditional positions. And what is interesting and totally related to the theme of the conference is that da Costa claims that reason, rationality, can only be achieved by applying some system of logic, although reason is not identical to any particular system of logic. So although logic is required, he will attempt to argue that no particular reason is identical to, no particular system of logic is identical to reason. So basically reason has no principle of logic of its own. And that's part of his claim to deny all these features of logic and the necessity of logic. So the problem, I shall focus on da Costa's motivations for those claims and basically for denying the necessity of the laws of logic. And I would like to focus, as I mentioned in my abstract, on something he does, is the use of hypothetical models or thought experiments in logic, which is an issue that is quite underdeveloped and that da Costa made a good use of already in the 80s. I think he's one of the first, as I know, to use these thought experiments as a tool of logic. So basically, da Costa thinks that logic is not necessary, or no principle of logic is necessary, and he ties this failure to failure of generality. So logic is not necessary because there is always some context or some region where these principles fail. So not being general, they are not necessary. They do not apply everywhere. And this leads him to the following claim, which is quite interesting. He calls it the norm of relativity. He says there is almost no logical principle that cannot be brought into question, in the sense that there is a reasonable logical system in which it does not hold. So this is a translation. All the translations are mine. They are not quite good, but well. So this norm of relativity is a quote by da Costa. He claims that almost all logical principle can be brought into question, and he demands that the system of logic that brings the principle into question be reasonable. So that's 2 points that we shall discuss. What does it mean by reasonability here? And it's related to the overall view of logic that Da Costa has. So basically, what I'll try to do is to ground his claim on the norm of relativity. Why does he believe that? Because then this will bring the failure of generality and, as a consequence, the failure of necessity. So basically, the first step consists in defining how, or presenting how Da Costa understands those terms. That is generality, necessity, and of course, a priori, because this will be the key to understanding the failure of generality and necessity, and to the use of the thought experiments. This is all related. That's why I mentioned that I could not focus only on necessity. So basically, Da Costa thinks that a priori has this traditional meaning that logic would be a priori if it could be independent of experience. This is quite in line with current anti-exceptionalist characterization of logic not being a priori. As Jartland has put quite recently, when we reject the a priority of logic, we are left with a less glamorous alternative. Basic logical knowledge is as hard-earned as the knowledge of physics, chemistry, or economics. The fortunes of logic are no less tied to a priori evidence than other sciences. In Quine's phrase, logic is as revisable as natural sciences. So this is basically very much in line with Da Costa's approach to logic. So he thinks that logic is not a priori in this sense. Logic is dependent on experience. So if logic were a priori, it would hold in every possible context. It would not be dependent on experience, and perhaps some principle of logic could be part of reason. So in order to avoid that there is any principle of logic that may be part of reason, he has to grant that logic is not a priori. That's part of his strategy. So the next major concept is generalism, or the generality of logic. Logic is thought to be general because its laws, it is said, apply in every context or in every situation. Rautely characterizes logic like that. He says, logic is not merely a local matter and should, insofar as it is correct, apply universally. Shapiro recently did the same. He said logic is ubiquitous. There is a long-standing view with a stellar pedigree that logical consequence is topic neutral. It applies everywhere. And even if that is challenged, it remains that every coherent perspective, every language, every form of life, every context has a logic. So logic is general in two senses. In the sense that there is a system that applies everywhere, and in the sense that logic as a science applies everywhere. So basically, Da Costa would deny the first characterization that there is a system applying everywhere, although he agrees that everywhere a logic will apply. In every context, there will be a logic, but there is no logic for every context. So logic as a science is general, but no system of logic is general, in the sense that it applies everywhere. So he denies generalism in this restricted sense, that it does not apply everywhere. And now the modal status. The necessity of logic is associated, of course, with the idea that logical laws are infallible, that they do not hold everywhere. So the failure of the necessity, of course. So the failure of the necessity of logic means that it is possible to find some situation or context where these laws fail, or at least for every single law, one can find a context where this law fails. And Da Costa makes a very nice remark about the soundness theorem for classical logic, where he mentions that intuitively the theorem will say that a law of classical logic, if something is a law of classical logic, it holds in every interpretation, and that means that it holds basically in every possible word, and so it is necessary. And in order to violate the necessity of logic, he says, well, so we must reverse that. Basically, to show that the logical laws are not necessary, we must find a context, an interpretation where this laws fails. So failure of modality, of the modal status, of the necessity of logic is directly related to failure of generality. And as we shall see, is directly connected with the claim that logic is not a priori. There is a kind of unity in this, the failure of the three general classical aspects of logic. So basically, the target that Da Costa sets in his terms is this one. He puts it as follows. According to classical authors, when we analyze the different scientific disciplines, we observe that there are certain formal norms that are always respected. Human spirit, although it applies to the most varied fields, remains constant, so that the laws of reason, the supreme logical principles, must be invariant. Whichever is the reason for this invariance, either the nature of reason or the metaphysical constitution of the world, it is a fact for a traditional logician. For the latter, in brief, there was only one logical system which condensed the formal laws for a legitimate use of reason. So this is basically a characterization of the topic neutrality of logic, according to Da Costa. He puts it in the terms of human spirit, and this is a quite odd terminology, but the plan is that reason remains fixed or invariant, and what varies is the non-logical information that one gets. So every single context is observed, as it were, by a single logical glass. So the traditional view is this one. We have one logic that is given beforehand, and with this kind of tool or lenses, we observe the peculiarities of every particular context. And so the logic keeps fixed. And this is the way that Da Costa frames the view that logic is both a priori, general, and necessary. It is not to be reached by any of the idiosyncrasies of experience, because it's safe from experience by being brought along with reason beforehand. So, although this is a lot of things, let me try to put it all together to frame a kind of general picture. The plan is that as a result of this constancy of reason, this reason being the same in all contexts, the laws codified by traditional logic are brought by human reason a priori. The traditional logic is part of reason, they characterize reason, and they apply everywhere. And as a result, they are general and necessary. And in order to revert this picture, Da Costa suggests that we should resist generality. If it is possible that a given law fails in a context, then it results that the law itself is not necessary. And to provide for a failure of generality, Da Costa appeals to a failure of the a priority of logic. So basically, if logic is not a priori, if it's not independent of experience and not a permanent component of reason, then there's a sense in which logic does depend on experience. And if that is the case, then different logics, different kinds of objects could, at least in principle, be governed by distinct logics. So that's the plan. The plan is that reason does not address reality, as it were, already with logical principles, but it goes to experience to look for logical principles. And if there are different kinds of objects, then there will be different kinds of logics to govern these objects. So basically, reason has no principles, and it only gets principles after it has looked for the objects, and this comes from experience. I need some more terminology now, because that's how reason enters the game. Da Costa establishes a kind of connection between reason, language, and reality, as described in a scientific context. So reason rationality articulates itself in linguistic terms, and these terms, the linguistic categories that we use, are at least in part obtained with the help of experience. And at the same time, they reflect the workings of reality. So there is a parallel between rationality, language, and reality. And reason is basically the sum of two components. There is a static component, which is constitutive reason. This is a quite Kantian inspiration by Da Costa. Reason has this static part of constitutive reason, which provides us the categories that are basic to reason, like object, property, relation, space, and time. And there is also a more dynamic part, the operative reason, which operates on the categories to combine these concepts and make inferences. So from the basis of constitutive reason, one gets new information with operative reason. This may seem quite strange to speak of reason and the human spirit, but there is a direct linguistic part of that, if you prefer, that these aspects of reason are directly reflected in the syntactical terms we use in language. Basically, language reflects the working of reason in its syntactical categories. And Da Costa says that it is clear that syntactical genres such as term, predicate, and atomic sentence corresponds to the rational categories of object, relation, and fact. In general, the syntactical genres explicit the fundamental logical categories of constitutive reason. So, to know reality, the constitutive reason employs as a reference system the logical categories which are explicit by the syntactical genres of T. So T is a formal language that is discussing. So basically, reason makes use of a language, and there is a complete parallel between the syntactical categories of objects, predicates, and the workings of reason. And this all connects to reality. I'm sorry if I am presenting a lot of different terminology, but I hope that it will make a lot of sense. It makes for a coherent picture, and it helps on Da Costa's attack on this generality of logic and in his establishing this norm of relativity that we started with, which is, I think, one of his goals. So how does this connect to reality? He says, well, to know reality and systematize our sensations, constitutive reason looks for help in the categories, among which there are those that correspond more or less directly to structural features of reality, or at least it seems so, such as the categories of object, predicate, and fact. So, you see, these categories of object, predicate, and facts are in reason. They are used to systematize experience, and they reflect themselves in language through the workings of some syntactic genres. So, overall, then, the basic categories of object, predicate, and relation, and fact, have correspondence both in reality and in language. So they reflect one the work of another. And experience helps us shape the content of such categories and their more general contours, and also the kind of inference that we can derive from them. So again, the general picture. By allowing that the categories may be shaped by experience, so that distinct categories of objects may require distinct behaviors of such categories, Da Costa opens the door for experience to help regulate logic. So that's basically his major point on denying the a priority of logic. That is, given that we have this rational category of object and that it must mirror experience, and that experience may provide us with distinct kinds of objects behaving very differently, then depending on the kind of object, one will have a different behavior for the notion of object, and also for the logic governing the syntactical category of objects, and also for predicates and facts. So different regions or kinds of objects, as described by the distinct contexts, will be allowed to demand different behaviors of the categories, and as a consequence of the logic. So basically, Da Costa's view on on rationality, language, and reality, the connection of this is that reason is basically a formal machinery. It's empty of any principles. And when it wants to know how to operate, it applies these general categories of object, predicate, fact to experience in order to derive some information on how to proceed. So experience provides the content of this formal machinery, and then the kind of logic that one gets depends on this kind of information that is provided by experience. So that's why in the first slide I mentioned it, that reason identifies with no logic, because no logic could already be there to regulate how the objects are going to be. That's not up to reason, that's up to reality to tell us. So reason would be having first principles already there, and it would disturb the way we check how experience affects the categories. That's the other way around for Da Costa. No, reason only has the bare categories, and then experience gives us the information on how to proceed. So as Da Costa put it, reason is not self-sufficient. The system of logic reflecting its workings depends on experience, varying in conformity with the kinds of object to which it applies. So basically, experience informs reason, and that information appears in the working of language. So language expresses how reason is proceeding. That's why there is this triple general working. So this is what will be put to use against the necessity of logic and to ground the norm of relativity. So basically, if contexts that provide us this information are so homogeneous as to give rise to the same kinds of objects all the time, then of course there is only one kind of rule that will be appropriate for these objects. It would be that there is only one kind of object. On the other hand, if a varied set of contexts can be provided with the more distinct kinds of objects behaving in wildly different ways, always giving rise to distinct logics, then there is evidence that the content of the categories is dependent on such contexts and not the other way around. So what Da Costa does is, on the wake of the plurality of systems of logic, to allow the distinct logical behavior be enabled by distinct objectual behavior or empirical behavior, making the categories quite flexible and relative to the contexts. So if the contexts are going to inform us about the behavior of objects, the crucial question is, can we grant that there are contexts enough to ground the norm of relativity? That is, if we need to be informed by experience to have a logical behavior, and there's this claim that almost every logical principle can be brought into question, basically, to ground this claim, one must provide contexts in enough quantity and diversity that can grant that in such contexts, the required laws fail. So there must be a wide diversity of contexts to make this kind of, to provide the input for reason that will give us the appropriate logic. So that is, if logic depends on experience, and we want to show that there is always a logic that bring into question a certain principle, then we must be able to provide a context doing precisely that. And how can Da Costa grant that there is always a context that will allow us to somehow falsify or bring into question a principle? This is where the methodology of the hypothetical models gets in. And this is part of something that Da Costa calls scientific philosophy, which is quite interesting. Basically, the scientific philosopher is more or less a naturalist, and he addresses the philosophical problems with the same kind of attitude as the scientists. He only analyzes science, but scientific philosophy does not have problems of its own. So it does not have problem of universals or problems, specific problems that are from scientific philosophy. No, scientific philosophy feeds on science. The problem is to get science clear. And there is another remark by Da Costa that the investigation must be objective. So it must be independent of political and religious biases. He thinks it's important to emphasize that. I just thought it was nice to mention it here. And now what's relevant for us is the method of the scientific philosopher, the tools that are used, because the scientific philosopher makes analysis of language, appeal to results or evidence from special sciences, in particular physics and physiology, mathematics, appeal to evidence based on historical cases, so that is also open for the philosopher, and the use of hypothetical models. Basically, Da Costa thinks that using hypothetical models is a tool that scientists use. So he mentions the example of Poincaré providing for models of non-Euclidean geometry, and Einstein with his elevator model. So they are hypothetical, and they help us get the situation clearer. And this is basically what shall concern us here to answer the question of whether there are enough contexts to bring into question every possible law of logic, because you may now already see where it's going to lead us. So Da Costa says, the method of models is of such a great help in cases of clarifying some intricate conceptions, as well as a process to develop counterexamples to grant that some positions we adopt, consciously or unconsciously, are devoid of reasons. So basically, of course, it helps us bringing some intricate conceptions in more familiar terms. Perhaps that's what Einstein and Poincaré were doing. And also to develop counterexamples. And basically, I think he had in mind here, I didn't ask him, but he had in mind here the idea that we may think that some principle of logic is necessary, that it has no counterexample, it cannot fail. And well, if you cannot find an actual counterexample, you may provide for a hypothetical model where that fails. So that's the answer to get the appropriate contexts. Recall what were our problem. If logic is related to experience, it's governed by the kind of behavior that given objects have in given contexts. And we want to grant that there are contexts in a variety enough to bring into question practically every law of logic, then we must have available enough contexts. And basically, this is what the hypothetical models can help us achieving, because whenever there is no clear counterexample for a given law, we may produce one hypothetically. So this is the nice use of hypothetical models or thought experiments in logic. They are conceived to dislodge any principle that would attempt to be grounded in reason, to come with reason to check or judge or make any other context possible. No, there is nothing in reason that is a principle of logic, because basically no principle of logic applies to every context. So reason is empty of logical principles. It has only a very meager machinery. So, and how does that relate to the feature to the fact that logic is not a priori? Basically, can you see my mouse? Yes. So basically, because of this, because Da Costa thinks that hypothetical models are in fact experience conceived in a broad sense. So they are also part of the empirical attempts to derive logic. I know that Otávio will complain perhaps about that, but Da Costa takes it that, well, hypothetical models are just a broad notion of experience. So logic is still dependent on experience if we take these hypothetical models. So let me present to you the three examples that Da Costa uses of hypothetical models, which I think are quite interesting, and how he puts it to use to violate what he calls the traditional principles, or the basic principles that are the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. He does not attempt to do it to every principle of logic. That's why I think he was so careful in his formulation of the norm of relativity. And although he is not that careful in other parts of the book, he says that basically everything can be brought into question in logic. So I guess that Décio has already spoken in this seminar, and he spoke about Schrödinger logics and crazy sets theory. So anyway, I will revise it. Perhaps not everyone has seen it. And the first remarkable use of hypothetical models concerns Da Costa attempt at violation of the principle of identity. And it's basically the Schrödinger logic. He begins with a quotation by Schrödinger that is now famous whenever one reads a paper on Schrödinger logic and non-reflexive logic, because it appears quite a lot as a motivation for these systems. And Schrödinger basically said, I beg to emphasize this, and I beg you to believe it. It is not a question of our being able to ascertain the identity in some instances and not being able to do so in others. It is beyond doubt that the question of sameness of identity really and truly has no meaning. So basically, Schrödinger is claiming that in quantum mechanics, identity does not apply in some cases. And Da Costa takes it as a motivation that to bring into question the principle of identity, that for every object S, X equal X fails. Of course, Schrödinger is not mentioning any specific law of identity. He's mentioning identity, but that's enough for the law of identity to fail too, it seems, at least for Da Costa. So the plan for Da Costa here is basically to develop a two-sorted first-order logic with quantifiers, the typical connectives, but with two kinds of individual terms. Let me call the classical variables and the classical individual constants, and non-classical variables and non-classical individual constants. And he connects the non-classical terms with quantum particles, the classical terms with classical objects, and he restricts the principle of identity by defining formula as applying only to classical variables, not to non-classical variables. So for non-classical entities, represented by the non-classical terms, identity is not well formed. So it does not make sense to say that they are identical or different. And this is a restriction on the law of identity. So in this context, identity does not apply in general. So what is achieved by Da Costa with this? He says, well, from an empirical science, and this is what is quite specific to this model, one obtains the possibility of a situation where a law of logic fails, the law of identity. And by elaborating on this possibility, one develops the Schrödinger logic, a system where one can reason about entities without identity. And one has even an informal semantics for this logic based in quantum mechanics. And if this logic is reasonable, and Da Costa thinks it is, the law of identity fails in this context. And so it is not an a priori ingredient of reason. It does not hold of necessity. It is something that must be informed by the context. And this context is informing reason that identity is restricted. And what is hypothetical about it? One could claim, well, that's a dispute about real quantum mechanics. What's hypothetical about it is that Da Costa concedes that Schrödinger logic is not required for quantum mechanics. This is not the logic that quantum mechanics really uses, because people use classical logic in quantum mechanics. So what is hypothetical about it is the possibility that one could understand quantum mechanics as a context where the law of identity does not hold. It's a kind of a leave option or a possible context. So although we do use classical logic, there is another context where the law of identity fails. And the choice of classical logic, Da Costa mentioned, is based on pragmatic grounds. And so it is not based on the necessity of the law of identity. It is chosen for convenience. The Costa says, well, reason has a preference for older principles. It will attempt to be as conservative as possible. So instead of rejecting identity, people prefer to keep identity. The point is that hypothetically there is another option. And that's what makes this a use of the hypothetical model strategy. So the classical law of identity can be violated. Da Costa uses also the law of excluded middle. The point here is quite interesting because as a scientific philosopher, it is a fact for him that the law of excluded middle fails in some contexts. It's enough to check that there is intuitionistic logic and mathematics. So there is a place where intuitionistic logic is really applied and used. So there's no question about it. So there's not even the need to use hypothetical models. So he says, well, for those trying to contest or to deny that intuitionistic logic is really a logic or is a legitimate application of a logic, he says, the underlying logic of rational context is the one that is really employed in such contexts, and not a logic that is imposed from the outside for reasons that are extrinsic to the context. In other words, intuitionistic logic is the definitive proof that there are logics differing from the traditional one, which are useful and which are effectively employed. So that's the point about intuitionistic logic. It is effectively employed. So there is no denying it. However, I mentioned it because Da Costa also presents a hypothetical model for the failure of excluded middle. Basically, he creates a science that does not exist. He calls it semiography. And semiography is defined as the constructive study of symbolic configurations. Basically, one is interested in combine symbols and their configuration, the properties of these configurations, and study it from a constructive point of view. In these terms, as Da Costa puts it, a configuration exists if and only if it can be constructed, which means that it can be written as a sequence of symbols. And he says, if we want to develop semiography coherently in a purely constructive way, the logic that imposes itself is intuitionist. So if someone does not believe in intuitionistic mathematics, there is still a hypothetical example of another science which can be provided as a context where the law of excluded middle would fail. That's part of the role of semiography in Da Costa's discussion. Basically, Da Costa wants to show that if one does not believe Brouwer, one can still motivate intuitionistic logic independently of Brouwer's restrictions on mathematics. So basically, the study of symbols is quite simple. It's quite independent of Brouwer's idiosyncrasies. So the use of hypothetical models appears there too. Now for the third example, non-contradiction and paraconsistency. Well, Da Costa, this is quite curious because while having created paraconsistent logics, Da Costa somehow admits that some of the motivations are quite philosophical. They are philosophical system of dialectics, Meinongian theory of objects, and it would be quite good if some scientific context could also use paraconsistency. And Da Costa, at the same time, he also observes that, well, the mere existence of paraconsistent logics is already evidence that the law of non-contradiction fails. So sometimes he thinks that only a formal system is enough. And sometimes he says, no, there must be a context where some kind of object requires that logic. So I think that this is part of the constraint on the norm of relativity. The system must be reasonable, must be applied, required by something. So one should be able to provide a context where the law of non-contradiction fails. The problem is that science, as it currently is, I will skip this quite more fast, yeah, is that science, as it currently is, does not require that we violate the law of contradiction. The observable world is concrete. The concrete world is consistent, I'm sorry. There are no observable contradictions, at least for Da Costa. And whenever we derive contradictions, they are either with abstract objects or with things that are not observable. And typically, science attempts to eliminate those contradictions. So a scientific philosopher should not take some contradictions in science as a proof that it needs paraconsistent logic. Although Da Costa has a quite deep discussion on that too. In order to fix that, he presents a hypothetical model, the Wittgenstein world, that's based on von Freud's description. Basically, a Wittgenstein world is a world where one distributes truth values to the basic propositions, and there is a change in the world when one proposition changes from truth to falsity or from falsity to truth. So if one supposes that time may be indefinitely divisible, and that there is a proposition that varies every time that time is divided, one gets a contradictory world. It is enough to consider two intervals of time, K1 and K2, so that if there is a change of time, there is a change of proposition. P, for instance, changes to not P. But given that time is divisible, one can break it and then find another division where P changes to not P, and break it again, and then not P changes to P. And in the middle of this interval, P keeps changing between P and not P all the time, or at least a lot of times. And in order to describe this, we need a paraconsistent logic, because P and not P will be true, at least in the larger interval. This is the basic idea of the Wittgenstein world, and this crazy theory of time that appears there with this crazy behavior of this proposition. So in this world, the logic would have to be paraconsistent. So what Da Costa thinks that such hypothetical models provide? They provide examples, refuting the three basic laws, and that's all that he wishes. The situations, of course, they are quite different, because it seems that the law of excluded middle is quite surely violated in actual practice, in the actual intuitionist mathematics, and the other cases were more hypothetical. Of course, in the case of Schrödinger logic, the hypothesis comes from science too, but it's not actual science, it is a deviation of actual science. But the LNC, the law of non-contradiction, was really an artificial example that was cooked up to provide a counterexample. So that's the role of the hypothetical models in this philosophy. They provide for a kind of empirical basis and the required context where the laws fail. And if these laws fails in this context, they are not general. They are not part of the of reason. The reason must be fed by the context, and then they are not general, not universal. This is how Da Costa uses this quite interesting methodological tool for violating necessity of logic. So now I'll go very briefly in some remarks about how this works. I am coming to an end, don't worry. So there is I think that there is a major difficulty. If you didn't agree with the use of hypothetical model, I think, let me show you what I think are the problems on that. Because Da Costa takes it that the failure of such laws makes logic quite similar to empirical science. Given that the laws of logic are not necessary, adoption of a law is always provided on a hypothetical basis. It is always a kind of unsafe adoption because these laws are not necessary. Adoption of a law of logic is like adoption of a geometry. It's made for pragmatic reasons. So the laws are always adopted on pragmatic grounds. That's what makes him quite close to current anti-exceptionalism, or at least that's what makes current anti-exceptionalists quite close to Da Costa, because he was doing this before. And of course, Quine did it even before, but Da Costa takes that the lesson of this whole journey on the non-necessity of logic to be this feature of the laws of logic. They are all hypothetical. The problem, at least as I see it, is that Da Costa seems to mix two things that are that should be separated. One thing is the adoption of a logic, and the other thing is the logic of a context. I would like to observe that if the logic of a context is always hypothetical and could always be different, then the use of hypothetical models to dismiss the validity of a law is less than certain. If one can always say, well, yes, law of identity fails in Schrödinger logics, but even so, this failure is only hypothetical, it's not quite certain. Then all the force of the hypothetical models will be lost. I mean, if the hypothetical models are to work, then the scenarios they provide must really provide for counterexamples to the laws. So the laws cannot be hypothetical in those contexts. They must really hold in those contexts. Otherwise, there is not really a necessary failure of the laws. So the scenarios, they must provide really the failure of the law under discussion. They are created precisely for the purpose of the failure. So in those contexts of the hypothetical models, a law cannot be only hypothetical, as Da Costa thinks. The law must fail for sure. Otherwise, we would not be bothered to create that models to begin with. And I think that the point is granted by Da Costa. Consider semiography. He defined semiography as the constructive study of symbolic configurations. It is basically defined in intuitionistic terms. A symbolic configuration exists only if it can be constructed. So it was constructed to hold with intuitionistic logic. So intuitionistic logic holds for sure there, by definition. And so in that context, logic must be intuitionistic. So I think that these are the two things that Da Costa mixes here in his discussion. One thing is that a law should hold in a context for certain. And another thing is that this law does not hold in every context. So in some contexts, some laws are really required, just like in semiography or in Schrödinger logics. It is really required that identity fails. And even in the Wittgenstein world, it is required that the law of non-contradiction fails. Otherwise, that would not be a counterexample to this law. So what is going wrong, I think, is that I will skip this. Basically, Da Costa is confusing these two levels. One thing is which logic we adopt, and the other thing is the logic of a context. Basically, the logic of a context must be fixed. And the logic we adopt, of course, is a pragmatical matter. For whatever task we have, we may use a logic for pragmatical matters. And the source of this confusion, I'll have to skip because I am already very late, is that Da Costa is taking two different notions of context. I think he's switching between different notions. Classically, what Da Costa warned us against is that the context is a fixed logic plus the context relative information. And hypothetical models seems to work only if we adopt the definition of a context as a logic and the relative context, the relative information. But however, Da Costa also understands context in his a priori approach to logic as requiring that the context give rise to a logic. This is what I call the Einsteinian view of context, because Einstein said it is the theory that determines what you observe. So the theory comes first, even the logic. So in the context we create by the hypothetical model, the logic is already put there by hand. So it must be there. It cannot fail, otherwise there would not be a context where such and such a logic fails. However, Da Costa also adopts the Sherlock Holmes approach to context, which is basically he says, well, collect your data first and then make your theory. So, and then we will have first information of the context and then we will look for the theory. So there is this kind of double approach to contexts. They keep swinging uncomfortably between these two definitions. And to grant that logic is only hypothetical, we need this definition of context. To grant that the hypothetical models work, we need this definition of context. And of course, to make all this more precise, we need a very good definition of a context, and that is what is lacking. And that is my conclusion. That's not a solution, that's a problem. So thank you. These are the references. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Jonas. You already have a question. So Andres,
yes.
Speak, please.
Who's going to question? Otávio?
Yes, Andres.
Andres.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It has been very illustrating for me and have pointed out why I don't agree with Acosta in a very deep sense. And now I realize you have shown it to me. And that is what I will call the scientificist position of Da Costa, somehow related with Bunge's view. And for me has been a big problem, the idea that science will solve these kind of problems. And that's, for me, is quite interesting. So it's very interesting to see the point that is in the book, of course, I know very well. And saying that, I know Otávio is going to publish in Synthesis the book in English. Janip's already published it in French. And let me suggest, Luis Felipe, you can make a translation to Spanish. And that will be quite interesting. And we can find a printing house in somewhere that will print this book. I think it will be quite interesting because it's not in Spanish. So that's a general point to make. And I want to make one comment that is in the book of Lukasiewicz of 1910 about the principle of non-contradiction, not in the article, because the article was published in German, but I'm talking about the book that was published at the same time, is 200 pages. Lukasiewicz has a thought experiment about contradictions. And I think it's quite interesting. It's not in the paper, and I don't know if this book has been published in other languages. I have one German edition, and I don't know if the book itself. Sometimes I heard that was going to be translated, but there is the Polish and the German translation. But he proposed the idea of an island where all false statements are, I consider valid. It holds all false statements. And there will be some statement that the affirmative case will be the case. And in that situation, you will have a situation where contradictions will happen. Well, I'm not explaining very well now, but the idea is that there is this island where you will have, when you have a contradiction, when you say something positive, that is positive against negative statement. When you have something positive, then you will have a contradiction. That was just a point to make a historical remark. And this is my question. I didn't get so much why, because I don't remember, why the semiography logic will have to be intuitionist. And as far as I understood, it was related with the constructivist part of it. And it's because intuitionist is part of constructivism. But I think every constructive view has to be intuitionistic. I don't know if you could explain more than that, because yes, of course, intuitionist is part of constructivism, but not a constructivist is intuitionist. That's my question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, indeed. That, on your suggestion on Lukasiewicz, thank you very much. Da Costa mentions also that Vasilev already used a kind of thought experiment in his imaginary logic. And I think that the positive part of his approach is that he brings it clearly into the methodology of logical investigation. So very nice that Lukasiewicz also did it. And on the part of the semiography, basically, there is no discussion by Da Costa of why it must be precisely intuitionistic logic. It is related with the constructive character of these symbolic combinations, and with this characterization of existence of as a combination in terms of construction. But of course, given that Da Costa does not develop it in full details and merely claims that it will have to be intuitionistic logic, I took it for granted that it is enough to violate the law of excluded middle, but not. He does not discuss why it must be precisely intuitionistic logic. So it's more an stipulation than.
Yeah, but being constructive leads to violate the excluded middle. Why?
Oh, basically because of restrictions on the existential quantifier and on what one can really construct. You have to be able to construct certain consequences, certain sequences, symbolic sequences, combinations, and it's not granted that for any property of a symbolic combination you will be able to construct it or show that it's not possible to construct it. It's basically in the same sense that intuitionism, I think. That's why Da Costa took it quite fast, I guess.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, there are not really many details about the science that does not exist yet, but Da Costa invented it for an example. So I think it's more a stipulation than really an investigation.
And why is not semiology? Why is not semiology? Why is so different to semiology?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Otavio.
Thank you, Andres.
Sí.
Yeah, let me, I have, well, first of all, Jonas, I love the paper, and it's a really careful study of Newton's book, and I thought you offer a very sympathetic and illuminating account of what he did in the book. And first, can you send me the slides and the paper once you have them as well?
Sure.
I really like. Now, one quick comment about Andres' questions. I think when Newton was insisting that the logic in semiology is constructive, his point there is when he was concerned with the syntax of logic, right? We need to build we need to have enough symbols and rules of formation in a language so that we can then talk about logic in any sensible manner. And he thought that to do that, the process had to be constructive because he's now considering what are the requirements for that little language to be built. So I think there were good reasons to use a constructive logic there, right? And as he highlighted. Now, with regard to your question or your criticisms at the end, right? And I think Newton would probably highlight that given the emphasis on a scientific philosophy approach that he has, of course, a term that comes from Rochambeau, and although I think Newton's model was probably Carnap more than Rochambeau, and when we have, I think he will acknowledge the fallibility of any failure of a logical principle. So, and that's the same thing with any falsification of a scientific theory, right? There are no absolute falsifications of scientific theories. You falsify a theory by running certain experiments and showing that one of the consequences of the theory is false. But those experiments have assumptions, right? And you can always challenge the experiments and the assumptions that go into it, right? In which case you have to revise your falsification, right? That's exactly the same thing will go. You create, in the case of logic, right? You have a model that you're considering in which a certain logical principle fails. If that happens, of course, whatever assumptions that go into the construction of that model, if they are denied, well, then the the counterexample will not go through, right? And I don't think that in that sense, he needs to have any more than just a pragmatic commitment to whatever principles that are being invoked to construct those models, right? And everything is up for revision as needed. And if you say, look, sorry, in this particular model that you're considering, you are illegitimately assuming such and such logical principle that it's questioned, the application of it is questionable in exactly that context, well, that will be a reason to say, well, we need a different counterexample, right? So I'm not sure that he needs any more than a pragmatic commitment to any of the logical principles, right? Now, one thing that I also like just to comment, I don't remember Newton's making in the Ensayo the distinction between pure and applied logic. But this is a big distinction for him that later in his later writings, he would emphasize. And I think that's also, that may affect some of the discussions that he had in the book, if you look back at the book in the light of that distinction, right? Because when earlier in your talk, you presented Newton's discussion of, look, in order to refute or show the failure of a logical principle, we need to show an alternative system in which it fails. This is probably more than it's needed just to falsify a logical principle. As you pointed out elsewhere in the book itself, he acknowledges that sometimes all it's needed is just to have a counterexample, right? And that might be enough, right? So to show that certain principles do not go through, right? Why do we need, in addition, to actually devise an alternative system in which the principle does not hold, right? It seems to me that those are two different requirements on the failure of a logical principle. Presumably, a counterexample would be enough, right? So if you consider fictional objects and you say, well, it's undetermined that whether they have or not certain properties, that seems enough to undermine the principle of excluded middle. Now you say, and of course you can undermine the principle by showing here's an entire logic that does not require that principle. Okay, that's a different way, perhaps a more demanding way of undermining a principle. But it seems to me that both in principle should be allowed. And if you think in terms of the distinction between pure and applied logics, right? For pure logics, a straight counterexample would be enough. For applied logic, for pure logics, well, then you need to devise the entire system, right? Of logic to undermine a principle. So it seems that might help sort of coordinate his ideas on that score. But I really like the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Otávio. A lot of different questions, and let me try to address them. First, I think Da Costa does the distinction on pure and applied logic. He does not do it explicitly, but he mentions, for instance, that classical logic as pure logic is perfect as it is. One cannot really bring it to question. However, logic is only hypothetical when applied to reality. So then it becomes just like geometry. It's a matter of pragmatic choice, so of convenience. And so the distinction is there, and sometimes he uses it very heavily. And I think I have separated some pages where he does it. Yes, these pages of the Portuguese edition of the 80s, where he mentions this hypothetical character of logical laws when applied to reality. So, and then in other places he mentions, no, pure logic is just perfect. One cannot call into question because there's nothing there to call into question. And at the same time, I see your point on the fallibility of a logical law in a counterexample. Because it makes, of course, perfect sense. I think perhaps Da Costa could use it, but in some passages he does require that, he seems to require that this fallibility is really provided by the counterexamples when he characterizes the hypothetical models. And when he characterizes the method of hypothetical models, and he provides these hypothetical models. I'm sorry, I went just too fast in the end because I saw that my time was already out. It's my fault, of course. But my point was that when Da Costa characterizes the context, he's already using logic in them implicitly, because otherwise they would not work as counterexamples. So that's this issue with semiography that we are discussing. He characterized it as constructive, and this requires him that he sees the context as having a constructive reading of the existential quantifier and of negation. So that's why the failure of excluded middle is sort of put there by hand. Well, because he already twists the context so that it is a context dealt with by intuitionistic logic, at least when he stipulates it. There's this minor issue that we are discussing here. And the same holds for the Wittgenstein world, because if one is allowed to try to check the logic afterwards, so provide the model and then check whether the logic is really classical or paraconsistent, then we'll probably have a disagreement on what's going on, because a classical logician will see those contradictions here. We say, well, P and not P are holding, so it's explosive. This is not even to be considered. And that's not how Da Costa wants it to be seen. He wants to say, you see, there's P and there's no P, and this is really a coherent world. It's not explosive. So somehow paraconsistency is already there. So in a sense, one must provide some kind of, that's why the hypothetical model approach is so important. One provides a kind of application. And that's why I try to emphasize in the norm of relativity the use of reasonable systems, because he mentions it in some passages. I was not careful enough to write them, where he says, well, it's not just a formal system. It has an application, just as he does for intuitionism, for instance. He says, well, how can one deny it? There is intuitionistic mathematics. So if you deny it, you are being speculative. So I don't want to have anything to do with that. So I think that that's the importance. But of course, I see that it is not as established as I may be trying to advance here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Otávio.
Okay, thank you, Jonas. Okay, we have 3 more questions. I propose to do the following. I think that Maria and Itala want to ask like some kind of follow-up, so I will let them speak both first, and then if we have time, we go with Peter. Okay, so Maria, please.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Jonas, for your talk. I really enjoy it. I have maybe just a very simple question. So it concerns the evidential role that these hypothetical models might play, and if there is, and the question is if there is any kind of degree of this evidential or degrees of evidence that these hypothetical models provide, because it seems to me that in this broad category, you can place certain things that look like thought experiments, and that you are not, in a sense, manipulated or seen through which is going to be the result of the experiment, but you just let it go, and suddenly you get something novel or something new or something revealing. And that comes more like an evidence that if you have already a goal in mind and you are just trying to show how to get there. And also in this very broad category of hypothetical models, you can also have toy models, toy examples, right? And these toy examples might help to enable understanding or things like that, or convince the other parts, or make or clarify more notions and so on. But it's not so clear how strong the evidential role that they will play is going to be. So I was wondering if there is any distinction at hand or something like that.
Well, thank you, Maria. This is very nice. That's in part why I wanted to make this talk and connect it to the hypothetical models, because I'm interested in these questions in logic. I think that Da Costa does not address this distinction on the evidential power of distinct uses of the hypothetical models, because he is basically concerned in using them for counterexamples. But one kind of possibility is really to use them as toy models to investigate. As he mentions, one can use them to make some notions more familiar and to provide counterexamples to notions that we think are right. So I think they can be used as exploratory models and toy models, but then they are not to be understood as counterexamples to anything. So I think it will depend on the function that one uses them to. Basically, Da Costa is interested in using them as counterexamples. So perhaps some counterexamples will also be exploratory models to check if it's possible to separate some concepts, some notions, or to separate the behavior of a connective and, I don't know, to have certain truth conditions and whatever, to provide the most wild characterizations of things and check if they are possible. So to use really for exploratory work and not for these counterexamples, although I think they will overlap. So basically, Da Costa is not clear on that. He's not interested on that. But I think that there is, it's quite open in his characterization also for these uses, and that's why what I am quite interested in, the further applications of this. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis.
Itala, please, you can speak too.
Can you hear me now?
No, first, Itala, please, Peter.
Okay. Thank you. Jonas, many thanks. I liked very much the paper.
Thank you, Itala.
And enjoyed it very much. I wanted to reply to Andres, but Otávio did it much better than I could. And so I'm glad. But an information to Andres, the Łukasiewicz's book, the book published in Polish in 1910, yes, there is a translation into Italian. And a PhD student of Graham Priest prepared a translation of the book into English. The translation is ready. There are more or less 3 years, and the book was supposed to be published last year. But it seems that this didn't happen until now. But there is a translation, it's accepted for publication. The thesis of the guy is available at his university in Australia, but we don't have until now the published translation, but it will appear soon, I think.
Yeah, Itala, just a comment on this. Yes, we are waiting for the permissions. So I think there is some issue with the permissions that Heinz is working with to get the book published. So
it seems that there is a problem with the university, isn't it?
No, I think it's with the permissions for him to publish the translation. So
okay, it's a deeper problem. Okay.
So,
okay.
Well, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
But if it was published in German, could be published in other languages, I suppose.
No, yeah. That's right. And but it's the permission from the German, because he translated from the German.
Not from the Polish.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
But I said that there is a translation into Italian.
Yeah.
From the Polish.
Yeah.
Probably. Yes. I think that directly from Polish.
Thank you, Itala. So, Peter, please.
Yeah, I want to say that the way Da Costa uses thought experiment is called necessity refuters, and yes, about hypothetical models. I think logic, like mathematics, are always about idealizations, abstractions, symbolizations. Yeah, question if you could call Newton Da Costa pragmaticist, And a second question, how about refuting the law of identity, for instance, by a thought experiment that Quine proposes, Gavagay? Yeah, if you see a rabbit, yeah, you talk with a native about it who doesn't speak English, and you say, what is it? Then maybe you could talk about all of the rabbit. Maybe you could talk about part of the rabbit. Maybe you could talk about the environment of the rabbit. Maybe you could talk about rabbithood, or maybe you could just want to say animal. So is Gavagay a good counterexample against the law of identity? And is Newton da Costa pragmaticist, do you think?
No, thank you. Da Costa considers himself to attach to pragmatism. In many cases, he describes himself as he adopts many principles that he calls pragmatic principles, and his approach is mainly pragmatical. Although in this book he adopts some positions that are he describes as realist and Platonic sometimes, but mostly he's a pragmaticist. And I don't think he would consider the example of Gavagay a good example, because of his scientific focus on these counterexamples. He thinks that the counterexamples must be focused on scientific contexts. So I'm not sure that he would really use this as this kind of thought experiment that I have been trying to mention. I'm really not sure of what he would say about it.
But it's scientific. It's scientific. It's a linguist who is investigating a new language, and he meets a native speaking this new language, and they are in a field, and he points to a rabbit. So I don't know why it's not. Why shouldn't it be scientific? It's intercultural communication, linguistic research.
No, sure, but I mean that it's not a kind of creation of a hypothetical model for a kind of scientific context. It could be a use of what Da Costa calls the, right in the beginning, of the method of language analysis.
Yeah, language analysis.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
So it would not be a use of hypothetical models.
Can I just
I
have
think
one
I
thing?
agree. Yes.
Very briefly.
Yeah. Okay. It's also a hypothetical model, the thought experiment by Quine. But okay, thanks for the replies.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, Otavio.
It's just that it's not clear to me that the Gavagay case would challenge the law of identity, right? It's challenging the determinacy of reference. It's unclear whether the natives are referring to rabbit parts, rabbit stages, but it's not that they are saying that the rabbit is identical to things that are different from the rabbit, right? So I'm not sure that even if granting everything that was said, it's not clear that that would actually violate the principle of identity.
Well, just the question: what is a rabbit, or what is what is a rabbit? Is a rabbit its head or his body, or maybe rabbit hoods, or maybe all the rabbits, or maybe only this rabbit, particular rabbit, all the rabbits, rabbit hoods. Yeah, can mean all kind of things. Like meaning can have different meanings when you view from different points of view: Platonism, realism, conventionalism, and so on.
No, yeah, that's true, but that just means that the reference to rabbits is indeterminate. And so it's undecided on the basis of linguistic practice. Which of these things are we referring to just on the basis of our behavioral practice? So it's not that the rabbit itself is somehow not identical to itself. I think those are separate things.
But maybe all entities could be liable to indeterminacy of reference.
Yeah, all kinds of things could be. Yes, that's Quine's point of ontological relativity, right?
So if there's ontological relativity, it's also not sure what is exactly T. What is T? Is T just one kind of T, or all kind of T's? Which kind of T?
Right.
If there's ontological relativity, there may or not be certainty on what is one entity anymore.
That's right. Yeah, the whole point is we cannot tell what the ontology is by giving a list of things, because the list of things requires individuation conditions for those things. And if you change those individuation conditions, the list will change. So, but that's a fact, that's a feature about how to formulate the ontology. It's not a claim about that the world is itself is somehow indeterminate. Of course, that's a separate issue. Right?
But in quantum mechanics, we have to, if you agree on Schrödinger, you have to say that the world is dualistic. The world itself is dualistic, not just how we think about it.
Wait, before you continue, because we are already like 50 minutes into Maria's time.
Okay,
we need to make,
very much.
We need to make a pause here. Maybe we can continue to speak about this, but informally. Maria, what do you think? We make a 10 minutes pause, 5 minutes?
Yeah, if that is okay, I'm fine with it.
I don't mind like extending half an hour the event, but I don't know about the rest. I wouldn't like to. I wouldn't like to extend the event beyond.
My talk is quite short, so I don't think we would need the extra time. So don't worry about that.
Okay, but it's not about you making it short necessarily. It's just
of me not speaking.
So, well, let's make a 5 minutes pause, 10 minutes pause, whatever you want.
Good.
Let's make it 10 minutes, okay? Because it was quite intense, the talk. And I wanted to ask a question too, and I couldn't, so.
Well, now you can interrogate.
No, I just had some kind of, I'm not sure how much in the topic of the talk it was, but I seem to see some kind of contradiction, some kind of, well, perhaps that's not the word, but some kind of, it's like the idea that reason can be dialectized, right? Da Costa says, a razão pode ser dialetizada. Reason can be dialectized, which may be interpreted as reason with capital letters, right? It's not a little bit, isn't it a little bit, well, it's kind of what you try to develop in your talk, Jonas, but I think that it goes a little bit against the principle of systematization, because I don't know if you remember the exact phrasing of the principle of systematization, but what Da Costa says is that in every context that we can consider rational, or in every rational context, there is a logic underlying it, right? And I don't know, it kind of sounds to me like he, on the one side, says that there is no principle of reason that we cannot dialectize, but the word, but the meaning of dialectize means, like, at least in the kind of Hegelian context that he, I think, borrows from, means that we get at a superior form of reason. It's not that the dialectization serves for, like, getting into another context where we have a different rationality, and context A where we have a rationality A, context B where we have rationality B, etc. But we go from stage 1 to a stage 2 to a stage 3, etc. So we have like superior forms of reason. That's what the word dialectize. That's what I understand with the word dialectize. So I don't know if I was clear about the kind of interrogation I have. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Jonas.
Well, I think, but I think that Da Costa uses this very difficult word, dialetizing, which basically means to bring into question, to question a principle. So the principle of systematization basically requires what I was mentioning in the beginning, that every context has a logic. So I think that my point was to show that Da Costa uses the hypothetical models to show that although every context has a logic, no logic can deal with every context. So that reason by itself does not bring anything special, anything logical with it. Because this principle will be dialetized in some context that he could produce. So, so it is the context that informs reason, how it should be systematized. Of course, with the help of reason, but basically it depends very much on the context. So I think that this dialetization means basically that whenever you think that some principle could apply everywhere, you can question this and show that there is a context where it does not apply, and still it would be a systematization. So logic is general because it applies everywhere, and no system of logic is general because no one applies everywhere.
Yes, yes.
That's the point of not identifying reason and logic.
That's what I get from him, but it's like maybe what I'm trying to understand is to what point Da Costa at the same time says that in every context where we can identify, like, which we can mark as a rational context, we can find a system of logic underlying it. To what point that is kind of inconsistent in a not consistent sense of the term, with the idea that with the possibility of a general theory of reason, and I'm not sure if when Da Costa uses the word dialectize, it seems to me that he's like trying to point to the development of a theory of reason. I don't know if I am getting him wrong. Yes, Andres.
Yeah, just to point something. When we were celebrating 100 years of Miro Quesada in San Marcos University, Da Costa gave a talk, because we are here in the context of talking about Miro Quesada. And he gave a talk presenting like the logic of reason. Following the idea of Miro Quesada, there is something like the logic of reason. So Newton Da Costa presented his talk, of course, by electronic means, but he presented that and he proposed like, what could be a logic of reason. I wrote to him and he sent me the axioms, and they are there. I don't know if we are already published, but I think it's quite interesting because somehow is I don't know, there were very basic things, but it's somehow I don't know how much.
But what that would be, what survived us after the infinite dialectization? What are those principles?
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying this point related with this idea that there's to distinguish logic from reason. I don't know if he made it for being pleased with the Miro Quesada idea of something, but that was quite interesting. I was like a basic logic, and he was not proposed, but there was axioms. I wrote to him, and he sent me the axioms, so they are there. And I don't know if Tavio knows that there has been published or something like that happened with that idea, or but he's there. His talk is there and is recorded.
Yeah, I remember the talk. I was there when he was giving, so I do not know that it has been published, right? But the way I understood what he was trying to do was, of course, whenever you're offering an axiomatization of anything, you're giving an idealization, right? You're considering now this idealized notion, reason. Okay, what are the minimal requirements for reason to be placed and to act? Are there, and is there a logic that will reflect those minimal requirements? So that's what I thought he was trying to do. Now, of course, when you're doing that, and I'm sure he would grant, right? Well, given his pluralism, right, that there might be different ways of doing that also because there are different reasons, right? So this is just one among many ways in which you could try to systematize this idea of reason. In general, and I think that's what he was trying to do in the ensayo, any rational activity and typically involves some kind of logic behind it, typically, because he acknowledges that maybe there is none, right? But normally there would be some kind of logic. And then, of course, you're trapped in a circle, because in order for reason to operate, you need logic. Logic, in turn, you cannot do anything without reason, right? And it also requires the chair. And in that, I think there's no way out but adopt a kind of holistic picture where you are moving up from your bootstraps, right? And if you were to describe the process, well, what we have is we initially reason informally in our natural language without being conscious of whatever logic we are using. So think about the way that he went way back in Aristotle's time. There was, before any systematization of logic, there was a huge sophisticated body of inferences being used in Greece. So Aristotle looked at all of those things and he noticed, well, look, there's some patterns here of reasoning that seem to have some interesting features. If the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true as well. So he highlight those and then start systematize a logic, right? So in a way, the logic as a formal or any formalized or any systematized enterprise comes after a long-standing practice of reasoning. So in that sense, reason and rationality and logic are separated initially, right? And it's once you systematize those principles, then you can start asking questions. Can we have different principles? Would some of those principles fail in some context? And it's at that point that the ensayo comes up, of course, millennia after Aristotle, and with a hindsight of having a mathematized logic in place, and then you can start asking those questions about logical revision, and in doing that, of course, you need a rationality, and I think that's the picture that Newton is then presenting in the ensayo. Rationality has some elements itself, right? A critical attitude, a way of examining the foundations, and he thinks that those are components. And of course, rationality also has logic as one of its components, at least in some of Newton's writings that he makes that. So I think it's a dynamic picture in a way, right? Logic changes, reason revises logic, and those things go moving together. Okay.
Thank you, Octavio.
My way of thinking.
Now let's keep talking about these things with Maria's talk.
Yes.
So.
Thank you, everybody. Let me find out how to share it. Can you see it now? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, sure, Maria.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Luis, for having us here. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and the other organizers working on creating this very long-lasting event. It has been like 4 days, if I am not mistaken, and I am really happy to be here. So, and before I start, I I have to apologize. I really don't like the slides. I was trying this new platform and I didn't like the result. And I'm so sorry, they are going to be not good looking. That said, what I'm going to be talking today is very related to Jonas' talk and maybe also to Otavio's one. And the title is A Methodological Shift in Favor of Some Consistency in the Sciences. And the question that I will address is how should we study and explain cases of inconsistent science without making the same methodological mistakes that have been made before. In the following slides, I will try to explain which are the methodological mistakes that I am focusing on, and what I will try to sketch is first some guidance for doing a methodological change, and then to explain which type of entities, formal entities, could do this job, could help us to explain and model scientific inconsistent reasoning without having these methodological gaps or problems. And I will say that we will be able to get to this at least by using paraconsistent, something that I call the paraconsistent alternative approach, and that will be it. So the plan for the talk is, first I will try to explain what is at stake when we are talking about applicability of logics and which type of results are we looking forward as philosophers of logic and also philosophers of science. Then I will explain which are the problems that we have when aiming at getting these results. And I will explain how I suggest to avoid these problems. Later on, I will also address which are going to be the paraconsistent reasoning strategies, or what I call the paraconsistent alternative approach. And then I will present some final remarks. So first, some preliminaries. Well, let the contradiction to be very broadly a pair of propositions where one is the negation of the other. Principle of explosion, as you all know, suggests that any explosive theory will trivialize if it contains at least one contradiction. And a trivial theory is a theory in which it is possible to derive any proposition from it. Anything will be a theorem within the theory. A paraconsistent logic can be characterized in the following way. So a logical consequence relation is paraconsistent if it is non-explosive. This is if it does not validate principle of explosion. And a formal theory is paraconsistent if, despite of containing a contradiction, it is not trivial. Inconsistency toleration, very broadly, is the ability of working with inconsistent information and avoiding triviality at the same time. We can recognize at least two instances of inconsistency toleration. A very abstract one, when we say we have a theory that is inconsistent and is not trivial, then we say there is a mechanism that allows us to tolerate the contradiction. So it's inconsistency tolerant, the theory, in an abstract sense. But we also say that when scientists or regular people are reasoning from inconsistent information without arriving at anything as a conclusion, without reaching what we expect to be logical triviality in these cases. So we can recognize at least these two different instances of what is inconsistency toleration. And so the first question that we might have is, all this consider what is at stake when we are trying to see if science is inconsistent, or if we have scientific theories that might be inconsistency tolerant, or if scientists sometimes follow inconsistency tolerant inference patterns or things like that. So what is at stake? And in order to respond to this question from a philosopher of logic perspective, I would advise you to adopt an anti-exceptionalist view about logic. What does this mean? Well, there is this old debate, as Jonas was referring to it, that comes from Quine about what is the connection of logic and with sciences, especially with empirical sciences. Is logic a science that will have a methodology similar to the ones that we see in the empirical sciences? The epistemic practices, are they similar? Are they very different? So there are two main standpoints in this debate. Exceptionalists will claim that the truths and the methodology of logic are significantly different from the ones that other scientific disciplines, especially the ones that we call empirical sciences, making the study of logic an enterprise of a unique kind. So which are the goods that we consider when we say the methodology of logic? They could be things such as what we consider to be evidence and which is the effect that evidence has in something like theory choice. So it might have, evidence might play a significant role in the empirical sciences when choosing a theory over another, but maybe not in logic. Maybe the characterization of evidence will be very different from one area to the other. And also what we call, for instance, what we call explanations might vary from what they are in the empirical sciences to what they could be in logic, and so on and so forth. So that is what is at stake. And in contrast, the anti-exceptionalist will claim that logic is continuous with other sciences, in particular with empirical sciences. So it's not clear in which senses it could be continuous. It could be continuous at the epistemic level. The goods that we get are going to be the same ones, or the goods that we aim at will be the same ones, for instance, explanation, prediction, and so on. Or it could be the same in the sense of methodology. We could be looking for things such as evidence in favor of our theories in order to go through theory choice processes and so on. So for an anti-exceptionalist, there is going to be a close relation between the methodological criteria for evaluating and determining the success of a scientific theory and the methodological criteria for the same purposes, but concerning logical theories. Given any theory in any science, metaphysics, ethics, logic, or anything else, we choose the theory which is best meets those criteria which determine a good theory. Principle among this is adequacy to the data for which the theory is meant to account, among others. But those are particular inferences that strike us as correct or incorrect. So, adequacy to the data is only one criterion. However, others that are frequently invoked are simplicity, non-ad-hocness, unifying power, fruitfulness, among others. So this is coming from Priest, which is a very clear anti-exceptionalist about logic, but about non-classical logic, for instance. And so what this quote from Graham suggests is that applicability plays an important role. So we want to see that a theory that is designed to account for a certain domain, when being put over that domain, it works well. It satisfies our goals and the expectations that we had about its application on that domain. So, and that relates to what applicability does in the empirical sciences. In empirical sciences, the effective application of a particular theory within a specific domain is considered to be indicative of the partial success of the theory in question. For a theory to be satisfactorily applied within a domain, it has to have a previous important degree of adequacy to the data about that domain. And so I sent to the reference of Ottavio's paper on empirical adequacy and the role that empirical adequacy plays in the empirical sciences for instance, for theory acceptance and so on. So when a theory is satisfactorily applied within a domain, the specific characteristics of this domain would constrain, limit, and inform the inference patterns that hold within the theory, and in that particular case, preventing an inferential type of ad hocness. So in this sense, applicability will help us to satisfy some of these other criteria that we were considering to be indicative of the success of a theory. So we will have a type of non-ad hocness through the applicability of the theory, and also we will see some kind of fruitfulness. Once we see that a theory is well applied in a particular domain, we can start thinking about how to extend its applicability to other similar domains, for instance. And so similarly, the applicability of a theory blocks an interpretative tie of ad hocness. So it's not only going to be an inferential kind of ad hocness, but also an interpretative one. And it grounds the ways in which the content of the theory can be interpreted in that particular case or in that particular domain. Finally, applicability often broadens the descriptive and explanatory scope of the theories, facilitating the resolution of relevant problems in the domain of application, preserving and increasing the fruitfulness of the theory in question. In this sense, we can start seeing that applicability is in a sense, the union of all these criteria. So once they are satisfied in a significant way, we can say that if there is a domain and the theory is applied, we are safe to say that it is successful, at least in that sense. And at least for the anti-exceptionalists, the epistemic benefits linked to applicability are not going to be restricted to the empirical disciplines, but can be extended to the logical realm. That is obvious from the main statement of the anti-exceptionalist. And as a matter of fact, large part of philosophical debates about logic relies on our capability of identifying successful applications of certain theories and assessing their philosophical import. When a logical theory is applied to a novel domain, this is taken to be evidence of its strength as legitimacy. And where can we see cases of this? Very basically in the debates about logical pluralism versus logical monism. The many examples that we can get from these discussions include ways in which certain logics that are different logics can be applied satisfactorily in different domains, in favor of the pluralist view, for instance. And in case of the monist view, sometimes people just provide the same logic applied in different domains. And so in that sense, it seems that, that there is a very clear anti-exceptionalist view in the methodology that these people are following. Not only the people that are discussing if logic is extensive or continuous with science, but also people that are using logics and applications to defend a certain point, such as the ones joining the logical pluralism and logical monism debate. And so it is natural to think that logical theories are justified in part by the available evidence. For most scientific theories, the observational data forms the bulk of the evidence. The evidence for a logical theory can come from a number of sources, from intuitions about validity or analytic modality, from mathematical theories and practice, from psychology of reasoning, from epistemic norms and rationality, and so on. And so when we look at claims like this one, the impression that we get is that the evidence that philosophers of logic and logicians are looking for is, in a sense, evidence coming from applications of our logics. If one can identify a good domain that is really well explained thanks to our particular logic, then we say that it comes as this application comes as evidence in favor of the legitimacy or the strength of this logic. And also, if it fails to be applied in any other domain, then we start being skeptical about how much this logic is really a logic and not only an algebra, for instance. So, and as I was saying, when logicians seek for domains of application for their logical theories and expect the applicability of their theories to be informative about their legitimacy and to play a role in the process of theory choice in case of logics, what they are being committed to is to a methodological criterion according to which evidence plays a privileged role in justifying our rational commitments toward specific theories, regardless of these theories being scientific or logical. And so the basic idea is that when we are trying to see if a logical theory holds in a particular domain, we are seeking for testing the applicability of that theory, because we believe that this applicability will be revealing about the success and the legitimacy of the theory. And so this is not a point that only people, as I was saying, in this particular debate about anti-exceptionalism and exceptionalism about logic will hold, but it's something that we see in many of the philosophical debates about logical consequence relations. And so that's the reason why I would like to endorse an anti-exceptionalist standpoint for the following parts of the talk. Because I think the only way in which we can make sense of how important applications of logic are and how revealing they are about our philosophical commitments, it's by taking this as a methodological stance. To consider that logic at the methodological level, at least, is continuous with the empirical sciences. Maybe we don't seek the exact type of empirical evidence that we do in physics, but we are looking forward to find good applications of our logics in order to defend that they are good logics, they are successful, or they are equally good than other ones in a different domain or in the same domain. So that is why I would assume this standpoint for the following. So why should we look at science when we are having a debate about how much logic or which logics are needed in the science, in applications? Why should we ask if there are applications or significant applications of certain logics in the scientific realm? And the reason is because we usually see that there is a trend in philosophy of logic that assumes that there should be a close relation between what logic is and what reasoning is. And also we have another more or less commonly shared agreement among philosophers of science and epistemologists of science about how privileged scientific knowledge is. How the standards of evidence, the standards of justification, and so on are stronger in science than they are in, for instance, our daily life. So if we get something epistemically relevant about reasoning, for instance, in the sciences, that will be relevant also for describing and explaining what happens in our daily life. And when in our daily life we fail at getting, for instance, good results or good inferences, then what we have understood from reasoning in the sciences might be explanatory of why we are failing. So that is what has made the relation between science and logic as reasoning so important in philosophical discussions. And for the particular case of inconsistency toleration in science and the use of paraconsistent logic, this special area has been even more revealing. Because allegedly, if we concede that scientific knowledge and scientific reasoning is so sophisticated that it might be the best instance of human reasoning, and we find contradictions and we find inconsistency tolerant mechanisms within scientific reasoning, that should be revealing about how we can deal with contradictions rationally in other contexts. And historians of science and philosophers of science have claimed that we have many instances of satisfactorily inconsistency toleration processes in the sciences. We have, as I said, inconsistency toleration at the level of theories or models that in abstract they are inconsistency tolerant, and you can move inconsistent information from one part to another and still not reach logical triviality. And we also have epistemic practices in the shape of inferential maneuvers that seem to be inconsistency tolerant and still preserve rationality. Some of the most famous examples that we have of inconsistency toleration in the sciences include Aristotle's theory of motion, the early calculus, Bohr's theory of the atom, and classical electrodynamics. Many of these examples are going to be very abstract. Maybe the Bohr's theory of the atom and the early calculus refer more to a type of inferential processes, but classical electrodynamics, for instance, is an example that illustrates how a theory can be inconsistency tolerant, even if scientists never work with the contradiction in actual practice. And so what has been happening once we see all these examples that seem to be very, very varied and very diverse? Well, logicians have claimed that these examples illustrate that we can get some paraconsistent reasoning in the sciences, and then human reasoning might be in some contexts be paraconsistent. And some paraconsistent logics might be able to describe how we can work with inconsistent information without being irrational, for instance. So according to people like Michael, paraconsistent logicians have provided biased abductive argument to interpret the relation between what the historical records have shown and the success of paraconsistent logic. The idea here would be that there are interesting and productive inconsistent theories from which people do not infer random and unconnected conclusions. So it might be thought the logic they use does not license such inferences. So this suggests that this way of going might be problematic. Going from these examples that we have to say that there is certain type of paraconsistency underlying scientific reasoning, for instance, might be problematic for some people. But why? Take the quote from Graham, for instance. Hence, Bohr's account of the behavior of the atom was inconsistent, yet patently, not everything concerning the behavior of electrons was inferred from it. This is no triviality was reached, nor should it have been. Hence, whatever inference mechanisms that that underlie, this must have been paraconsistent. And the basic idea is that when logicians tend to find cases of inconsistent science, according to Michael, what they do is to go from the contradiction to try to explain it abductively. Why can we have this contradiction and not have triviality? Oh, the best explanation is that the logic must have been paraconsistent. And then the only task that logicians have to do after this is to go and test certain logics, paraconsistent logics, and explains which of them is better suited for explaining this particular case. However, this abduction leap seems to be fallacious, at least in a methodological sense. Why? Because it assumes two methodologically problematic statements. First, the presupposition of a logical closure. This is that rationality, or at least parts of human rationality, should be closed under a particular logical consequence relation. And then the second thing that they assume is that this logical consequence relation should be either explosive or non-explosive. And so if we assume that it should be explosive, people should infer everything. So it builds in a normative aspect. It assumes that not only we have logical consequence relations closing our chunks of reasoning, but also that we have to entail certain things, or we are expected to entail certain things. And if not, then we can infer directly something about the logical consequence relation that is closing that part of our reasoning. So the first question which needs to be raised concerns the status of should in the claim about whether they should have inferred random sentences from the theory. And this has been addressed before, not only in the debate about paraconsistent reasoning, but it has been addressed by people like Harman and as a philosophical issue about logic as reasoning. So we have enough evidence to say that it's not so clear that human rationality should be closed under any type of logical consequence relation. And also, it's not clear that our idea of what a logical consequence relation is and which should be the consequences of it must be extended to empirical situations, such as actual human reasoning. So this normative claim about going from logic to human reasoning seems very fallacious. And this abductive inference seems to be unjustified for two different reasons. First, as I was saying, it relies heavily on the empirical evidence that is never provided. So these logicians that are saying that that from these cases of inconsistency toleration, we should infer that scientists were reasoning with certain logic, paraconsistent logic, must have provided before claiming something like that there is a logical closure of evidence in favor of the existence of a particular logical closure in human cognition. And they are not appealing to anything like that. And second, The second problem that one can see in this subductive leap is that it assumes that all cases of tolerance of contradictions are at least structurally uniform. So that is the reason why it doesn't really matter which is the particular case, but people like Graham Priest can infer that as it is, the reasoning is not trivial, the consequence relation that is closing this chunk of information, this chunk of reasoning, must have been paraconsistent. And so what ends happening is that it ignores the historical particularities or the context particularities of the reasoning that is being carried out in these contexts. And therefore, the explanation of the mechanisms that allow such tolerance in one specific case would be the same for any other case, as we can see, especially in a standpoint such as the Priestian one. So what would I suggest to do? As these seem to be methodological problems on the assumptions that logicians have to infer and interpret the specific cases of inconsistency toleration in the sciences, I would suggest you do a methodological shift. So if there is a modification to do, it has to be at the methodological level. And to do so, let me say very briefly what is in the table, which are our options. So logicians and philosophers have developed 3 different types of research programs for the study of inconsistency in science. Historical programs, which consist only on reconstructing the historical episode that seems to have been revealing of inconsistency toleration. So for the case of, for instance, the early calculus, what we do is just to go through the historical evidence that we have about Newton working with the calculus, what Newton have not only written like officially, but which testimonies we can find about what Newton thought about infinitesimal entities, and whether if he thought that they were inconsistent or not. And we look at every historical detail, and then we provide a reconstruction of that. But we shouldn't be doing more philosophical work there. So it's just providing like the landscape historically. And that's the historical programs, are strictly committed to historical accuracy. On the other hand, we have the logical programs, which are generally characterized as just trying to explain which are the inferential mechanisms that could have taken place in these particular cases. And at this point, because of that could have taken place, we can see a very clear difference between the historical and the logical programs. Well, the historical programs are trying to say what exactly happened. The logical programs are trying to explain what might have happened. And so the historical accuracy over there is mostly lost in many cases, in the large majority of cases. And then we have the methodological programs, which are more like reflective on these two on the results of these 2 accounts. So methodological programs are just going to focus on saying things such as which was the role that, for instance, consistency or contradictions played for theory acceptance or theory choice, or the rejection of a particular theory. What normative things can we conclude from looking at the historical record, or what normative things can we say about the scientific enterprise in general? But because these programs often are disconnected, and we see historians providing reconstructions of the cases, but we also see logicians providing reconstructions of the cases without looking at the historical record. Some people like Kevin Davey or Peter Vickers have claimed that that the results of especially the logical programs that do not focus on historical accuracy must be rejected or must be weakened. Our commitments towards them must be weakened. And so this has pushed us to consider that in order to account for scientific reasoning and explain under which circumstances it can be inconsistency tolerant and under which circumstances it shouldn't be inconsistency tolerant, we should provide an account that in a sense, combines the historical, the logical, and the methodological programs. And this has become clear that any attempt to understand the phenomenon of inconsistent toleration must put these programs all together in some way. Okay, and so how can we do something like this? And maybe we can find a balance looking at both the historical record and the historical reconstructions that we get, but also the philosophical explanations that we have, not only in terms of logic, but also the epistemological ones. And if we pay attention to that connection, we will see that the large majority of cases that we have, especially in the empirical sciences of inconsistency toleration, are going to show a close relation between ignorance and inconsistency toleration, and rational inconsistency toleration. And the reason is the following. In the empirical sciences, as Jonas was mentioning before, people tend to assume that contradictions might not be true. And we have no evidence to consider that they are true, actually. And so when one finds a contradiction, usually what happens is that one looks for a way to dismiss one of the parts of the contradiction, or explains out why is it there as a result of the theory, or as an assumption that is working, or as a consequence of observational reports and so on. So what we assume is a contradiction shouldn't be true. And at least one of the parts of this thing that looks like a contradiction must be false. And why scientists don't dismiss it immediately? Because in the majority of cases, the lack of information that will help us to say which part of the contradiction is false. And all these explanations that provide this, that embrace this spirit, what are suggesting is that inconsistency toleration only happens when we are ignorant of something. So the question is, ignorant of what? And what seems to be happening is that apparently scientists ignore the truth value of certain propositions, the ones that are contained in the contradiction. Even if they think that the contradiction is false, they ignore the components, the truth values of the components of the contradictions, right? So they cannot assign whether true or falsity to any of those. And this is what can be called factual ignorance, in the sense of lacking knowledge of the dialectic value of each of the propositions. So we are scientists, we find a contradiction, we discover that we lack of information for assigning a truth value to the components of the contradiction, and then we can see, oh, I have two options. I can have a classical intuitions that will say this contradiction is false, or I would be more inclined to say, oh, this contradiction can be true because I am a dialetheistic person, or I have a dialetheistic spirit. But then in the empirical sciences, we cannot move forward with this dialetheistic intuition. We cannot move forward to accept the contradiction as it is, because we have no evidence backing up this intuition or this motivation. How do we know that? We can look at all the cases, which are very few, that dialetheists have provided from the empirical sciences, and we will see that none of them are better explained by a dialetheistic theory than by a consistent alternative, for instance, or even a paraconsistent one that it's not dialetheistic. And so at this level, when we are ignorant, we shouldn't be assuming, and we are not justified to assume, that this contradiction could be true. So which are the options that we have? We have the classical intuition options. And so we either provide a consistent alternative, or we are motivated to tolerate it, the contradiction temporarily, but not to reject it. Because this factual ignorance, what is saying is you are not justified to say that both parts of the contradiction are false, in the same way that you are not justified to assume that they are both true. So rejection is out of the discussion. And then if we cannot provide a consistent alternative, then we have to tolerate the contradiction, but we must, in order to do something like that, we must seek for inference patterns that allow us to work with this contradiction or with this inconsistent information. And so when looking for these inference patterns, this can be of at least two types: consistency preservation ones or inconsistency toleration. And then, depending on the particular case in which we are working, and we can say, okay, what seems to be happening is that people were consistently compartmentalizing the information, or they have a type of information restriction strategy. But also we can identify certain cases in which paraconsistent compartmentalization was what was doing the job. And maybe there can be certain cases in which, now, once we are tolerating the contradiction, and now that we are scrutinizing really like the historical record or the evidence that we have, dialecticism is the option. And what this makes happen at the end is that the scientists partially overcome the ignorance that they had about the truth values, but also about the inference patterns that hold within their theory that cause the problem. Now they can interpret that contradiction not as problematic, but they can provide an explanation of why it is not problematic. This is what I call the partial overcoming of ignorance of theoretical structure. So what is really important is that the motivation for the contradiction, in absence of a consistent alternative, is the only option that we have initially. And then during the selection of inference patterns, we can either choose a consistency preservation approach, or we can move to inconsistency toleration. But only there we can say something about either paraconsistency, dialecticism, or consistent alternatives in a sense, consistent interpretations of the problem. So what I suggest to do is to take into account how these philosophical explanations work in the literature, and try to follow a similar path when explaining which are the logics or which are the formal tools that will help us to explain certain cases of inconsistency toleration, and under which circumstances they will be paraconsistent, and under which circumstances they won't be, even if you are temporarily tolerating a contradiction. So how can we achieve something like that? Well, there seem to be two different alternative ways to do this. So the first one is considering the logical programs that we were talking about at the middle of the talk, which includes the results of some schools of paraconsistent logics that have persistently aimed at providing logics that are supposed to describe and norm actual human reasoning in inconsistent context. Let's call this the paraconsistent logics approach, which is the most traditional version of it. And these are general formal tools that, according to many, not focus on identifying or proposing alternative logics. No, this is not. But lurk in the background of scientific reasoning. That's the main problem. So it seems that when you follow something like the logical programs, what you are doing is assuming that a particular logic will hold in certain domain, in certain case study, in certain fragment of scientific reasoning. And you assume that, and from that you try to explain how it does the work. But which are the background assumptions from doing this? Oh, the ones that we were criticizing before, the ones that generated the abductive leap. Because first you are assuming that you might have to entail everything unless there is a paraconsistent logical consequence relation in the background. And from that, then you say, okay, now my task is identifying which is the one. And this is allegedly which is going to be the result of these logical programs. The seek of the correct or the adequate or the accurate logical consequence relation that can describe or explain these particular cases. But methodologically, it seemed to be not very successful. So what should we be looking for? And according to people like Bryson Brown and, in a sense, Graham Priest, we should be seeking for general formal tools that not focus on identifying or proposing alternative logics or specific logics, because this might lurk in the background of scientific reason, but focus on a more directly observable feature of reasoning. For instance, how and where different premises are invoked in the course of arguments, and which type of evidence is used and which type of consequences are gotten from that set of information, and so on. And when are scientists following certain strategies and when they are not. And this will require us to not be studying the logic, but studying the historical evidence and the epistemological explanations that we get. And also some of the methodological consequences that people have suggested we can get from inconsistent toleration in the sciences. So, which are going to be these things? According to Brown and Priest, these alternative logical programs are going to be the ones that they call paraconsistent reasoning strategies. And accordingly to them, this view, the general philosophical view behind paraconsistent reasoning strategies, makes no assumptions about which is the underlying logic of scientific reasoning. It is considered to be minimal when used to model specific cases of the history of science. So accordingly to them, what they are doing is, you can say that they assume that there is certain type of ignorance behind, but they start from this selection of inference patterns and a tolerant attitude towards the contradiction. So they have a tolerant attitude towards the contradiction, and then they move to see which are the inference patterns that will hold better in these particular cases. And from that, they might get that the reasoning that can be described it was paraconsistent. Or they can say, oh no, scientists found a way to preserve consistency in a very clear way. And they do not endorse dialecticist commitments. They do not endorse a significant paraconsistent commitment. And they actually are classical supporters, something like that. So, but the basic idea behind the paraconsistent reasoning strategies or the alternative logical programs, is that while they might entail paraconsistent consequences, being committed to a particular paraconsistent logic or a paraconsistent mechanism, they could also show that the reasoning that was ruling all these scientific processes was very much classical. They are just called paraconsistent. I don't know, maybe the spirit. But so it consists of a set of strategies or general procedures that are explanatory of the way in which it is possible to handle contradictions in order to avoid explosion. Such strategies are paraconsistent in the sense that they allow scientists to avoid logical explosion in an optimal way, recognizing that what is optimal would depend on the own constraints of each of the cases that are being studied. Paraconsistent reasoning strategies do not necessarily focus on the structure of the scientific inconsistent theory or model itself, but they pay special attention to both the information that epistemic agents often employ to identify the contradiction and the ways in which agents use information in scientific problem solving and still avoid triviality. This minimal approach to inconsistent scientific reasoning was first sketched through pressure and manner mechanisms, and one can see that like the subsequent exemplars in things such as chunk and permeate. But if one looks at the philosophical part of the discussions behind in these papers of chunk and permeate, which I think are 4 papers from Brown and Priest, what one can see, 3 papers from Brown and Priest, what one can see is that the philosophy behind that, the philosophical motivation and the methodological guidance is more general than only chunk and permeate. This is chunk and permeate is a paraconsistent reasoning strategy that will push you to just chunk the information once you see like the theory is inconsistent, chunk it in consistent chunks, and allow some information to permeate from one chunk to another in order to avoid triviality. So don't make contradictions go from one chunk to another, or close the chunks under different logical consequence relations and allow them, some of them, if you want, to be paraconsistent and so on. So the basic idea is that for chunk and permeate, you will assign the logical consequence relation to close the chunks of information according to the historical evidence that you have. They are not giving you any like prior guidance on that, but the only guidance that chunk and permeate provides is to chunk and to allow the permeation of information. But we can say that similar mechanisms can be found in the methodological and formal resources that we already have. For instance, if one considers very broadly things such as partial structures, one can say that partial structures do not necessarily privilege any particular logic, but they allow you to explain how information was moved, how information was trusted, under which circumstances, and then you might commit to a certain logic in the case. But the strategy, the methodological strategy that partial structure would provide is broadly and more general than the ones that the logical approaches allegedly did. So as I said, we can find instances of this in the pressure and manner mechanisms. We can find instances of this in the different instances of chunk and permeate, also in methodological formal resources such as partial structures. And maybe we can see that there is a close connection between adaptive logics and the way they are constructed or they are built, and this spirit of the alternative paraconsistent or formal approach. So would that work? I would expect that these strategies or these formal tools will help us to better model and explain how was the inconsistency toleration carried out in specific cases, and will allow us to accommodate more historical information, more epistemological reports that we have, for instance, about the doxastic commitments that scientists had, the ones that they didn't have, and so on, because they have more room for constraining certain models and being loose about others. But also, one would expect that the success of the applicability of these strategies and the successful of the applicability of the algebra that would come out from the models, for instance, from the models of chunk and permeate, would enhance our commitments towards that particular strategy, and also the particular algebra that comes from the model, that can be described through the model in the cases of applying these prism strategies or these paraconsistent alternative approaches. And so in general, what I have said is that if we focus on the role of applicability and we count it as evidence in favor of a particular type of logic, in this case, paraconsistent logics, then we have to be more demanding, at least at the methodological level, about the way in which this evidence is constructed. And so if we have the problems that have been suggested by the literature in the cases of this adductive leap and this historical inaccuracy that people like Peter Vickers or Kevin Davey had argued against the formal approaches of paraconsistency in the sciences, this evidence that we get might not work as evidence in favor of anything, nor our scientific, nor our philosophical theory about the scientific practice of inconsistency toleration, neither about the role that certain logics might play in the sciences or in the scientific reasoning at least. And so, considering that the abductive leap problem and the sources of this problem, one can take at least two formal approaches. The traditional one, which is just take a paraconsistent logic and try to find applications for it, or build new logics, or discover if any of these logics is privileged by taking the alternative approach, which consists only on following certain inference patterns and from that generating other logical constraints. And so some open questions that might result from this is that we have to explain the status of the models that are constructed via this alternative approach. For instance, as I was saying, what happens with the models or the algebra that underlies the models of chunk and permeate in each particular case? Should we be committed to that algebra as a logic because it is explanatory of certain cases or of a particular case? Or should we just take it as a good tool for explaining and understanding what is going on in these cases? Also, what happens with the debate about logical pluralism and this evidence that we can construct via this alternative approach, and if how this has or doesn't have any effect on the debate of anti-exceptionalist and anti-exceptionalist about logic, in the sense of building and providing evidence in favor of a particular logic or a particular logical tool. And that might be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you. So, questions? Who wants to ask questions? Okay, Octavio. Please.
Thanks, Maria. This was a very rich and interesting talk. I appreciate.
Thank you, Octavio.
I'm very sympathetic, of course, with your overall.
As soon as I said partial destructors.
So, and no, even obviously even beyond that, and I do think also in particular your criticism of the kind of abductive approach to try to justify the use of some paraconsistency is troublesome. But let me just play the devil's advocate for a second on that score, because someone may say the following and say, okay, granted, we don't need abduction to implement the use of a paraconsistent logic. Let's just notice the following fact, right? That there are inconsistencies in a certain domain of inquiry that are recognized as such, and that people do not infer everything out of them, right, is an indication that some paraconsistent logic is used. Now, to block that move, someone may use the kind of change of view approach that you mentioned, Harman's, that detach logic and reasoning, right? And say, no, logic is one thing, reason is another. You're not obliged, logic doesn't oblige you to do anything. You have to decide which principles you're going to apply. And it's just don't apply the principles, right? So in face of inconsistencies. And it seems to me that that's a terrible, absolutely undefensible view, right? In large part because it doesn't matter whether you apply or not the principles, right? If you have an inconsistent, and if your logic is classical, everything will follow, whether you bother to do the implications or not, right? So I think that's just a terrible confusion on his part. And look, you can only get that from someone who is not a logician, right? That's the kind of response that I think just flies on the face of what logic is and what it matters. So I'm going to ignore that as a non-starter to the response and return to the original trouble, right? So because in effect, once we have the inconsistency in a given domain, once it's acknowledged, yes, we do have here an inconsistency, and once no triviality results, right? People don't start drawing all kinds of inferences. It seems to me that there is no other way, if no bits of information are rejected, to block the inconsistency. Some logic has to be paraconsistent. So that and that seems to me undeniable here. It's not clear which paraconsistent logic, but some has to be. Now, note that there is no abductive inference going on here, right? This is just a point about applied logic, right? And so we don't need an abductive inference here to say in this case, it looks like the underlying logic has to be some paraconsistent logic or other. So what would you respond?
I get the impression that people like Peter Beekers and these supporters of the content guidance approach will claim that it's not the work of the logic, but it's the work of something else. For instance, doxastic commitments. What you are doing is just weakening your commitments, and that allow you to not use certain part of the contradiction in the processes that you are following, for instance, in the proofs that you are constructing and things like that. And it's not necessarily to change the logic, what is happening, but is that classical logic is being guided by these new epistemological insights or these new content precisions that they have made. And so one has to explain how that doesn't rule out, for instance, the cases in which paraconsistent logics, or at least paraconsistent inference patterns, are behind scientific reasoning, right? So, and in order to do something like that, I think the only option is to go from analyzing the inference patterns that are ruling this inconsistent fragment of either the proof or the reasoning in general or the explanation, and only after analyzing them, one will get these alternative explanations of, oh, okay, they had these consistency preservation mechanisms, or they had these paraconsistency tolerant mechanisms behind them. And only after that, you can say what happens with the logic. But if,
yeah. But note one thing, because the assumption I was making was, it's part of the problem here that once faced with a contradiction, you're not trying to rule out some bits and pieces of inference.
Yeah.
Now, the moment that the move is, you say, oh, look, we are not that committed with this portion of the theory, so I'm going to leave that out. Even if that's on pragmatic grounds, or even if that's just temporarily. This is, of course, you can reconcile that with classical logic. But that means at that point, you just decide to rule out some bits of inference. And the question is, do you have good reasons to do that? And how can you do that, right? That's exactly at that point is where I think the paraconsistent logician is say, look, you can't, right? You're just arbitrarily ruling out some bits of inference. How do you know that that's the part that's responsible, right? And if you don't, in order to reason through, given the inconsistency, you need some paraconsistent logic to be able then to gather some better information and assess perhaps which bits and pieces of the relevant theory should indeed be rejected. So my assumption was, look, if you are to take seriously that we are not just going to a priori rule out some bits of inference to apply classical logic, then you have to use some paraconsistent logic.
Yeah, I mean, I am very sympathetic to that spirit, especially if you take cases such as the Newtonian early calculus, right? Because people say, oh, Newton never committed to infinitesimals to be really inconsistent, but apparently the inferential practice at the time was inconsistency tolerant in some senses. So we have to say something about the logic that prevented the proofs to be trivial in that sense. But what I am advocating for is to not only incorporate that intuition into our analysis, but also the alternative explanations that even the scientists are providing. For instance, these explanations that Newton provided. And so only after combining all these two, we can say something about which was the type of logic that underlied this reasoning. So yes, I agree that the option of having a paraconsistent logic in the background shouldn't be ruled out, but we have to find a way to better incorporate the evidence, the historical evidence, and the reports that we have from the scientists and the reports that we have from the practices and so on. And so the traditional approaches, I think they are not strong enough for doing something like that, or they are not flexible enough.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ottavio. Peter, please, you can talk.
Yeah, I have two questions, two remarks. First, anti-exceptionalism. Quine may call it metaphilosophical gradualism, may have consequences for the a priori, a posteriori distinction. Do you agree on this? And what do you think about Francis Kripke's a posteriori necessities, like the evening star is the morning star and water is H2O? And then second question, is abduction a common philosophical methodology next to deduction and induction based on Sherlock Holmes? That's the only place I know abduction from.
I am not sure I have any standpoint to defend regarding the first question, but the second one, one might wonder, why are we rejecting this abductive step from going to there is a contradiction, there is no triviality involved, there must be an underlying paraconsistent logic. There must be a paraconsistent logic underlying this scientific reasoning part of something like that. And so we might question that because we say abduction seems to be very successful in our scientific and philosophical enterprise. So if we want to explain what is happening here, abduction is a good inferential mechanism to arrive at least at a possible explanation of why scientists did not entail everything or from this proof, from this model, from this theory, and so on.
But is abduction indeed based on the example of Sherlock Holmes? Is that abduction you're talking about, or maybe another type of?
No, it's that sense of abduction to provide the best explanation that we have at hand. But in the case of Sherlock Holmes, it seems that in the majority of stories that we can find, he was providing the best explanation that he had at hand. But in this case, it's not so clear how this is the best one, because we don't have enough evidential support for it, for the conclusion, which is that there is a paraconsistent logic behind these fragments of scientific reasoning. So like the thing that I am suggesting is that we better find best or stronger or more robust evidence in favor of this. We gather the more reports that we have, the more evidential elements that we can, and once we have them, then we might be able to make an abductive move, but only after that, and not in the same way in which it has been done, for instance, in this traditional view.
And with regard to the first question, do you know Quine's metaphilosophical gradualism? Do you think it's consistent with anti-exceptionalism?
I
think it metaphilosophical gradualism. He also says that logic and science are continuing each other.
Yeah, well, Quine is the first, I think, the first anti-exceptionalist in the story.
Also anti-exceptionalist. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to say more about that.
But it may have consequences, of course, for distinction between a priori and a posteriori.
But that's why I said I have no commitments on that part of the discussion, because what I think I am using the anti-exceptionalist standpoint for is just to justify and explain why certain inquiries in philosophical logic and philosophy of science are worth pursuing, and which is going to be the value of the outcome. But I wouldn't be able to say anything else about like the general or the future philosophical value of these enterprises. So
and a posteriori necessities, like water is H2O. What do you think of this theory, this chemical physical theory, water is H2O? Is that improving on the existing theories?
Well, I think what I think is that, for instance, in this case, we will not get something like that. We will not get something like, which is the underlying logic of human rationality, for instance. If we run this these procedures, these methodological paths that I have suggested, even if there is an anti-exceptionalist spirit behind them, the results that we will have will not be like a posteriori necessities about human reasoning or logical consequence relations closing parts of scientific reasoning or scientific theories and so on. So I just think this will not get there.
Okay, thanks for
Thank you.
replies. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Andrés.
Hola, Andrés.
¿Qué tal, María? ¿Cómo estás? Muchas gracias por tu charla. Well, I think it was quite interesting, and your approach is very global, and so it's many features, and I think it's quite interesting to have some kind of critical view about paraconsistency. And I think it's quite interesting to have that level, that we can be now at that level and put that together with other possibilities. I just want to ask you one thing. We can think about a paraconsistent reconstruction. And you say, go back to infinitesimal calculus, you say there were inconsistencies there and they were not acknowledging, you mentioned with Newton. And that's quite interesting because we say, well, these people were having inconsistency in drawing conclusions. So as Otavio maybe said, well, they have to have some kind of paraconsistent logic, but we know they didn't have paraconsistent logic. So you can say, well, they have some kind of paraconsistent attitude that will say they have inconsistencies, but don't draw any conclusion about that. And that is a paraconsistent attitude, but not a paraconsistent logic. And then you would, let me point to what you say. You say, well, that attitude not necessarily leads us to a logic, because maybe the people have that attitude, but didn't have the logic. And your point is quite interesting. Maybe the people don't follow that idea of prescriptive character of logic. And so how they don't care about the logic and keep on doing what they are doing. So what I want to ask you is, maybe paraconsistent reconstruction is a possibility to say, well, you could have seen that in that way, but somehow historically there's not many cases of scientists saying, yes, I'm inconsistent, I'm so happy with that. We have the famous poet that says, the American poet, of course I am consistent, I have a lot of, the famous poet of grass, the leaves of grass, Walt Whitman. He says, yes, of course I am consistent, I embrace a multitude, many people inside of me. But in science, we don't have that, because there is like a saying, well, if you're inconsistent, you're wrong, go out, unless you were in like kind of dialectical mood or whatever. So what I want to ask you is, we have that possibility of reconstructing paraconsistently, going backwards. That your proposal is to say, well, it's not always the case. Maybe we have to have a case of reconstructing things in a way that people have a more close and not allowing this global view that the people are like us who are concerned about logic. We like the global view, say, what do you think about rationality itself? Maybe the people, they were not concerned about that. That's it.
Thank you, Andres. I think your question allows me to relate my talk to Jonas's. And the reason is, well, we can, I find these projects like really worth to pursue, such as chunk and permeate. The initial chunk and permeate project was to provide logical reconstructions, but not historical reconstructions of the case studies, only to illustrate how certain paraconsistent moves could be useful when handling inconsistent information. But the type of evidence or the evidential degree that this reconstruction have is very different from the ones that the more historically accurate will have, right? And that's the reason why I have these anti-exceptionalist assumptions behind, because what I think is happening around here is that when logicians are providing applications of the logic in particular cases of inconsistency in science, what they are aiming to do is not only to be able to explain how this might have been addressed by a particular paraconsistent logic, but they are saying that there is certain justification for that logic coming from the historical record. And what I think that it's not happening is that they are doing the full job. So if they do not look at the historical record in the detail that it should be looked at, and if they do not inform the reconstructions with all the evidence that they might have at hand, then the evidential support that this reconstruction provides in favor of a particular paraconsistent logic or any logic is not going to be like really evidential support. Maybe it will be a toy example, it will be something that enhances our understanding of the strategy, but not our understanding of paraconsistent reasoning in these cases, or paraconsistent reasoning in science in general. So that I think these projects are worth pursuing, but the results is much weaker than the result that we could achieve moving a bit in our methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Itala, please.
Hi, Itala.
Hi, Adia. Many thanks for the talk. I like it very much. My claim would be in the direction of Andres' claim. But first, I would like to say that I agree with Otávio, for sure. And to me, it seems that the question is, the logic underlying the process is paraconsistent. This is the question. Even if the scientist or the historian don't know or don't observe that, there is a process which logic underlying it is paraconsistent. And this was one of the most important intuitions presented by Newton da Costa in his first papers concerning inconsistent but non-trivial systems. And your example is excellent when you have mentioned Newtonian's classical differential calculus. Since the introduction of the calculus, there were several criticisms. We could recall Berkeley's very famous work, The Analyst, where he claimed against the inconsistencies inherent to the of Newton's papers. But during, you are correct, during 2 centuries, the area, the analysis, the differential calculus developed, but there was a problem with the inconsistency inherent to the concept of infinitesimal. The problem seemed to be solved when Weierstrass, at the end of the 19th century, presented his definition of limit. Cauchy tried it a little before, during the 19th century, but he couldn't. There are several problems. I have not to mention this, but Weierstrass presented a good definition accepted by mathematicians. But this, his definition by using epsilons and deltas is not sufficient. And it's not sufficient that we had to wait for Robinson's non-standard analysis, solving the problem by using model theory and a non-first order logic, and non-first order language. But Newton da Costa proposed his solution by using a paraconsistent differential calculus that is very interesting. And his calculus extends not only Newtonian calculus, but also non-standard analysis. And by using this paraconsistent calculus, there is no problem with the inconsistency inherent to the concept of infinitesimals. And so we have a paraconsistent solution, but we have in the historical process, from my point of view, the way how science develops a paraconsistent underlying logic, very according to Persis, Charles Persis, pragmatistic approach, I think. But this doesn't invalidate your position. I think I consider it is very interesting, but I like to think so.
Thank you, Ita. No, I think I really like this example because it has been reconstructed from very different standpoints in the same paraconsistent tradition. So if one looks, for instance, at the case of Changa-Vermeet, the first paper of Changa-Vermeet, one of the first claims that they make in the introduction is that they are not providing a historical reconstruction. They are only providing an alternative explanation of how the inferential procedures might have been carried out. And so when one looks in contrast to Peter Vicker's book in the chapter about Newtonian early calculus, what he is saying is regardless how these inferential procedures were carried out or how proofs were really constructed, what matters is the explanations that Newton were providing, for instance, to Berkeley and some others about which were the characterizations of infinitesimals, for instance, whether they were inconsistent or they were not, and if the proof was being constructed inconsistently only as a shortcut for getting good results in less time or in a more handy way. And what I think is that, well, both projects are interesting and the results are interesting. If we want to achieve a certain type of understanding of what's happening in the reasoning, we have to incorporate these two things. So if we can reconstruct the formal strategies that help us to get certain proofs solved, that is not enough. Because we know that reasoning is also informed and permeated by the things that we believe and the things that we don't believe about what we are using. So we have to integrate both stories. And I would like to see Newton's theory, like the calculus theory, paraconsistent calculus theory. Can you send me something? Thank you.
Please send it to me too, Itala.
Sorry?
If you can send that paper to me too,
Okay.
I would be grateful.
I have Newton's
Well,
work.
I'm going to send you all an email at the end, like
Okay.
tomorrow, and maybe there
Okay.
we can share some materials. Okay, Jonas wants to ask you a question, Maria.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. Very nice. I will be very quick. And it's a follow-up to Andres' question about the reconstruction. And I would like to know very briefly your thoughts on the idea that we could avoid this kind of problem on whether the logic on science is paraconsistent or not. If we follow some remarks, for instance, by Newton and other people, Newton da Costa, and not the other Newton, that there is no well-defined logic in natural language. And basically what people are doing are different reconstructions. So they're not really rival, but complementary approaches. And perhaps the anti-exceptionalist focuses too much on this point on the dispute about the right logic. And this kind of thing could be avoided with this approach of not really attaching natural language to specific logic. So basically, I would like to know your thoughts on that, because I'm sympathetic to that view.
I'm very sympathetic to the idea that that there is not an underlying logic in science, but I think what happens is that in the majority of cases in which we have instances of inconsistency toleration in the sciences and that logicians have focused on them, what is happening is that there is a quite specific part of the reasoning that involves inferential procedures and not entailing everything. And so if we want to explain what is happening there, as there are inferential procedures, we have to say something about the logic. And this doesn't imply that we have to hold, sorry for the noise, any commitments about logic in general, logic in the sciences in general, logic in human reasoning in general. but only for these chunks of practices or explanations or proofs that scientists are providing. If we want to explain what's happening there, we have to say something about that logic, but we also have to say something about other components of human reasoning, and that's my thought.
May I say something very little? Some of us have defended the difference between paraconsistency and paraconsistent logic.
Yep.
And saying paraconsistency is a wider problem than paraconsistent logic. Always obviously related and very base historical in that. Paraconsistency is more a wider problem. So yes.
Yeah, I agree to that. And you can say that the spirit behind the inconsistency toleration is paraconsistent in that sense. But still, that's why I am interested in the anti-exceptionalist debate about logic, because they seem to be getting from these historical cases privileged evidence in favor of logics, not only of paraconsistency in general, but of paraconsistent logic. So, but still, the spirit can be paraconsistent in the weaker sense, in the sense that it motivates the toleration, at least temporary toleration of contradictions. Yep.
Can I just make one comment about Andres' comments?
Yes, but on one condition. You continue with your talk.
Okay.
It's your talk, so.
Yeah. No, so
it's your talk is about to finish.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll read the title of my talk, and then we open for discussion. No, I think Andrea is right. Of course, there is a distinction between paraconsistency and paraconsistent logic, and of course he argues for that in his book. Itala, in her own book, also provides a history of paraconsistency through centuries, well before paraconsistent logic was conceived as a logic, and so I think it makes sense. However, I would like to make a Kantian point. It seems to me that paraconsistency without paraconsistent logic is empty. And paraconsistent logic without paraconsistency is blind, right? So
you should register that statement.
We need both in place. And I think that's what Newton da Costa's work was so important, because he brought the two things together in a systematic, coherent, and articulated way. It's only at that point that, in a way, paraconsistency actually becomes a relevant, real alternative. Because without the logic, it's just an idea, right? Oh, let's all embrace, admit contradictions and so on. Okay, yes. How do we do that? Right? That's where paraconsistency.
Now you became Leibnizian, and Newton da Costa is so important because he presented paraconsistency in a series of logical papers from a syntactical and semantical point of view. That is what we want in logic.
Yeah, I agree.
For.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
My comment is done.
Okay, so we make a pause, or do you want to start now? Octavio.
Could you have 10 minutes interval?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, let's give 10 minutes so people can stretch their legs, and then we'll.
Cool.
The questions are excellent, and so we are enjoying, but we must enjoy the last one too. Okay,
right.
10 minutes?
Yes, sure.
That's fine with me. I'll see you a bit. So Andres, you got tired of looking at the sea?
Yeah, well, okay. I have to eat something.
It got boring.
Yeah, it's okay. The
You
sea
have
will still be there.
Yeah, that's right. You have a beautiful view from your room. That's
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, and I'm searching for a new flat, but it's always the thing of view. It costs a lot of money.
Yes. Well, that I can see. I have no doubt that it must cost quite a bit of money.
No, but this is quite cheap somehow. But to buy the view is make I don't know 30% of the price. If
Yeah.
it has a view or not, it's
Yes.
quite important.
It makes a huge difference, right? So
Yeah, but and that's funny because from the people from Valparaíso and Viña del Mar, they don't care about the view. They don't want to pay for more money for that. They have to see all their lives there, and they look at all the time. So they say, "Well, yeah, it has a view now."
well, in a way, I see, because they can always just go to the beach, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
maybe I don't need to keep staring at it all the time. So,
Yes, and especially I don't know if you remember, but going from Valparaíso to Viña, you have to go like 5 kilometers near to the sea. So you have the sea every day if you move from one town to the other. So
right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can see that. So, and it's well,
Miami, I don't know the sea. Well, I suppose the flats near to the beach with a view must be very, very expensive.
oh yeah, yeah, they are really expensive. Yeah. So, and of course, I live in Coral Gables, so and Coral Gables doesn't. You have to have basically a mansion to get a view right in front of the sea, right? Okay. And those are, you're talking about houses that cost, $15 million and things like that. So it's just ridiculous. So and because there are no, if you go to Miami Beach, then there are a big sky rises that you can actually, you can have the sea right in front that way. That is a little more affordable, but even there, it's not cheap. So, but
have you noticed the comment of this guy from England, Winch, I think, that made it on Thursday? I find it very amazing. The comment of this irrational thing of all the medias and social network and all that kind of irrationality that came from the Turing machine and the more rational logic thing. I found a very good comment. I say, yes, it's through logic that is possible. All this irrationality and opposition. I say, yeah. What a paradox.
That's right. Of course, what logic allowed the technology.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And that's why in my comment, I said, oh, look, what's needed here is not just logic. You need actually to have people educated how to think things through, right? So, because, logic would just give you the rules. Now, what are you going to do with them? That's where the action lies.
Yeah, so, but we're very, very pleased that Donald Trump is not be able to use Twitter for doing his things and say, well, it's like funny.
Yes, no, that's
I think it's amazing, man. What can it be? Turn over. That is.
Yeah. No, and it's so funny because now, since Twitter blocked him, you don't hear the guy anymore. It's so refreshing. Right?
Yeah. I don't know what is going to happen with the Republican Party. I have been watching Fox News to know about that. It's quite amazing. What is going? There is one option that I think is quite good, not to impeach him.
Oh.
Just leave it like that. Don't go to the Senate.
Why is that a good option?
Because the Republicans will be divided all the time. Sometimes they will say yes, no, because if they go to impeachment, finally they will not get the 17 votes and they will not be impeached. But if you don't do that, then it's always, well, he was impeached. I think it's an interesting option.
Yeah, well, he was already impeached, right? So the question,
that was impeached. That's the interesting point. At this moment, he will be impeached, not sentenced, but impeached.
Yeah, no, he was already impeached, right?
I mean, well, yeah, but in this case, well, with the Republicans voting for it, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, no, that's right. So he was the only president to be impeached twice, right?
Yes.
So that's now what the Senate can do is remove him from office, and if they do that, they can vote whether he would be allowed ever to have again serve any federal government position. So
Yeah,
and that I think would be actually very good.
Yeah, but they will not have the 17 Republican Senate voting for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. For that they only need a majority. But first,
okay. So for not allowing, only majority. Okay.
Yeah, but to remove from office, you need 2/3.
Okay. For doing that, only majority.
Yes, yeah, but they cannot vote to remove him from ever serving again before removing from office. So they will need 17 votes in the Senate to remove him from office.
So they will lose that one, but then they can still vote for the second one.
I don't think they can. I think that's my understanding. Maybe I'm mistaken, but my understanding is
they're not going to have the 17 votes.
Yeah, I think it's hard. Yes, although one would think, right, after what he's done. No, gee, if that's not a reason.
Yeah, but only 10 Republicans in the House vote for that.
Yeah,
that's
shocking.
crazy. That's crazy. Only 10. You may have Rodney and this, I don't know, the woman. The next 17 will never be there. So I think that's an interesting option. Leave it like that, and Republicans fight about that.
Yeah. No, but although the situation is different because Mitch McConnell now, who is the majority leader currently in the Senate, indicated that he thinks he's favorable to such a vote, and he may actually, if he decides to go that way, he actually may force people to.
Yeah, but have to make it very strongly and say we are doing that, and that will be a split in the Republican Party. I don't know. It's going to be a big.
No, that's right. Well, we'll have to.
And we will see. We will see.
That's right.
Quite interesting times.
Oh yeah, you bet.
The most I don't know about the Banana Republic saved by Bush. All these thing about America and all these banana republicans say, well, what more banana republic you will have than that?
Exactly. That's right. It's hard to imagine. Right? Yeah.
Well, at least not many people were killed. That's a good thing.
That's true. That's certainly true.
And from the 5, like 3 were from heart attack and things like that. I think were not related with there were some medical problems. No, they were not death related with the riot directly.
Yeah.
Hola, Cifuentes. Cifuentes me pidió la palabra. Hola.
Sí, solo un pequeño comentario antes de comenzar la última conferencia. Quería registrar la presencia de, claro, muchos amigos aquí en este auditorio virtual, más especialmente la presencia de César Mortari, que actualmente es el presidente de la Sociedad Brasilera de Lógica. Creo que aún está, ¿no?, como presidente de la Sociedad Brasilera de Lógica. Entonces le damos la bienvenida a César. Un fuerte abrazo.
Gracias por las palabras, Cifuentes.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, my camera is not working, but it's nice to be here.
Thank you.
Very nice, Cesar, to hear you.
Bueno, ¿esperamos a que venga Ítala entonces o...?
Sí, esperemos, ya que pidió los 10 minutos.
Although she saw a version of this talk already. She saw the Spanish version of the talk.
In how many events were you? for this World Logic Day?
There were 3 of them this week, and it's been a sort of hectic week. So that's why I couldn't come for all, the more events on this.
In the States, there is some of these things of Logic Day or not?
Yes, there is at University of Connecticut. I think they were doing something,
and Berkeley, I think, did something as well.
Right. Yeah. So I think there were some certain things.
Incredible the impact of the idea of Janis Besio has in 23 years. It's amazing, really. It's
amazing. Yeah.
In 3 years, many people doing like this thing. And they had this thing that Lewis Carroll died also in the 14th of January. So it's amazing. Really, it's amazing. 3 years, many people working. I don't know, Luis, these girls from Kaliningrad, how do you contact them?
No, they send me their abstracts for presenting their talks in our event, because I send the call for abstracts like in every list. So
2 persons from Kaliningrad.
Yes,
that's amazing.
Yes, very, very, very interesting. Very nice people.
All right. Itala, you're gonna now hear the English version of the talk that you heard in Spanish, but there are differences. So
it's fine.
Besides the language?
Besides the language, yes. So there are certain well, I had less time in the Spanish version, so I can say a little more here. So
I was a little hungry. I went to eat something.
All right,
Octavio.
Can I start?
Yes, but I wanted to say a few words first. So
please.
I invited Octavio. Because in the last 2 months we started to exchange some letters concerning a very interesting project that we haven't yet formally announced, but some of you already know about. I have kind of been hinting it to some of you. For example, Maria knows that there is a project concerning Newton's ensayo, but she doesn't know yet what is it. Andres, I think he has been informing from another source. Cifuentes already knows in detail. So project is the translation into English of Newton da Costa's ensayo. Well, this project is going to be accompanied by a series of essays, of short papers commenting or expanding or discussing the legacy of Newton's ensayo. So you will know more about that in the future. In this project are also Jonas, who is here, Dejo Kraus, Steven French, and of course Octavio, who is the director of the Synthesis Library. So first, thank you for accepting the proposal from a Peruvian who can speak any language he wants, but sometimes he doesn't. And I will do my best to make justice to Newton's ensayo. I think I will try to work with someone who is a real native of the Portuguese and not like me, who thinks Spanish and Portuguese are more or less the same thing. But at least we have Steven to control the English part. So, well, with that words, thank you again, and please.
All right. Well, first, I'd like to thank you, Luis, for the invitation to speak to you here. I'm sorry I couldn't attend the talks the previous days, and will be several events in the last few days celebrating logic, and of course it's I was thrilled when you Luis approached me with the idea of having a translation of Newton's essay into English, and it would be great to have it in Synthese Library, as you said, together with essays evaluating the impact of the work. So that would be excellent, and some of you will be, I'm sure, contacted in due course to contribute to that volume. And if now, so let me share my screen here. So this today's talk is part of a larger book project that I'm working on logical pluralism, and of course it's very fitting that we in this section, in today's section, that I'm talking about logical pluralism, because in many ways the view that I'm articulating here is one that Newton Acosta has pushed and for decades now, and so, and as you see, a lot of the points that I'll be making are in context of points he suggested elsewhere, and so the project for today will be basically, I'm going to cover two parts of this larger project. One is to think about briefly why logical pluralism. So I'm going to give 4 reasons why logical pluralism is sensible and defensible, and then the philosophical significance of the view, and that's the second set of arguments, and 4 considerations about the philosophical significance of it. So without further ado, I'll start. So the question is whether there is one true logic. There is a logic that correctly encodes the proper reasoning patterns or inferential procedures that are used in the vernacular. And if there is such a one true logic, which logic is that? Right? Now, the traditional answer to this question is that one true logic is classical logic, right? Classical first-order logic with identity. And of course, the result here is a form of logical monism. Now, that traditional answer comes also with features that John has discussed in his talk earlier today, and in the context of Newton's, because it's a sort of a package that comes with the logic is necessary, is topic neutral, and universally applicable. So those are 3 central features of that traditional understanding of logic. So there is only one of it. It applies everywhere. It cannot fail, so it's necessary. There are no counterexamples, and it doesn't depend on any particular context or topic, so it's topic neutral throughout. Now, this is a view that it's probably the majority view in large part, but of course it's controversial. There are those who resist this idea of unicity of logic. Of course, that's something that Newton pushed a long time ago. We saw with the details of that in Jonah's presentation, and elsewhere. With everyone working with Newton has also that sympathy with the alternative, and the alternative is actually a logical pluralist view, right? The view according to which there is no single logic adequate to all domains. Right? Different logics are adequate to different domains. And in that respect, the logics are similar to scientific theories. Right? There is no one single theory that will be applicable to everything. Right? There is no theory of everything, despite what some physicists may say, because even if they were to do something like that, say with maybe quantum field theory, if that could be implemented, that would only explain one portion of reality. Try to do pediatrics using quantum mechanics, right? Of course, it's ridiculous, and it's not a non-starter. So in that sense, logic is not different from scientific theories, right? They have their own scope, their own domain of applications. The difference perhaps is that given us the same domain, there might be actually several logics adequate for that domain. And we cannot determine which of them is better in that context. So you have to expand the domain, and maybe some will be eliminated. Now, what I want to do today is just to motivate logical pluralism and then argue for its philosophical significance. So let's start with the motivation part. Why logical pluralism? 4 considerations will be given, right? The first one is that, well, why logical pluralism? Well, because the plurality of logics is a fact, right? So I think the development of non-classical logics, I think arguably, it's one of the most significant contributions to logic in the 20th century, right? We're all familiar with intuitionistic logic, paraconsistent logic, quantum logic, deontic logic, temporal logic, and so on and so forth. And of course, this plurality of logics has dramatically changed the landscape of logical research. And I think it's actually a significant fact about logic that a variety of perfectly coherent logical systems can be developed. Why is that, right? In part because I don't think it's a trivial aspect of logic. That's something, for example, the Grand Priest insists. He thinks, oh, look, yeah, there is this plurality, but that's, that has no significance at all in debates about logical pluralism. And I think that's not right? Because, well, it could have been that logic is such that there's only one, that no other coherent formal systems could have been developed, right? It's not that way, and I think it's telling, right? So obviously, logical pluralism would not get off the ground had the plurality of logics be non-existent, right? So it's the fact about the plurality is a requirement for any logical pluralist perspective. But also this fact, I think, requires an explanation. Why is it that there is such a plurality? And again, what is it about logic that allows for the formulation of different logical systems, despite the fact that for most of its history, since ancient Greece, there has been primarily one logic, right? As I noted, it's the proliferation of non-classical logics, a feature primarily of the 20th century, right? It's an extremely recent phenomena in the history of the discipline. So one question is why there is such a plurality, right? That I think is undeniable. Now, one, I think, partial answer to that question, I think, comes from the mathematization of logic, right? It's the fact that logics have been developed together with so many other mathematical theories in the 20th century as systems, axiomatic systems, that allowed logic to be sort of developed in such a pluralistic way. In a way, it's sort of similar to what happens with non-Euclidean geometries, with various systems of set theory. Once you lay down a system of axioms, of course, it's a very reasonable question. What will happen if I change one of those axioms, right? So in this way, once logic is mathematized and explicit axioms and logical principles are formulated in a given system, the question of which of these axioms should or could be revised becomes salient, right? Now, of course, if that's all there was for the development of a plurality of logical systems, the question would not have been very significant, right? Because what matters is once you're considering revising, right, some logical principle, the question is what are the motivations for implementing such a revision, right? And what's needed in that context is some requirement, or at least some need in the context of some applications, right? So the need, say, to accommodate inconsistencies without triviality, which eventually will lead to very consistent logic, the recognition of objects with incomplete properties, such as fictional objects, that lead to constructive logics, the lack of existential import of the existential quantifier with free logics. So there are certain features about the way the logic's going to be used that are going to motivate changing those principles, right? So it's not just a matter of, okay, I'm just changing some axioms and see what happens. We can do that, right? And that can be done, but that, I think it's a less significant philosophically an exercise than having some motivation to do that. And it's in that context that the pluralism does speak. The fact that you can develop those systems coherently becomes relevant for the debate. All right, so that's one consideration for why logical pluralism. It's a fact, and it's a non-trivial fact, and it's a fact that can be accounted for given the stages of mathematical development of logic. Second, why logical pluralism? Why the plurality of logics is needed to make sense of inferential practices in certain domains. So one cannot make sense of intuitionistic mathematics without constructive logic, right? Nor can inconsistent mathematics be implemented without paraconsistent logic. So in a way, there are certain inferential practices. In this case, both examples from mathematics that would require logics that are different from classical, right? Otherwise, it's just a non-starter. You cannot just do intuitionistic mathematics without some logic that is constructive, right? Because part of the motivation here is to avoid the introduction of mathematical objects that have not been earned, as it were, and not been constructed in a certain way. And once you allow for that fact, that look, these objects have to be constructed in stages. While they're being constructed, there's no fact of the matter whether they have a certain property or not. So right there, excluded middle gets violated. So the underlying logic cannot be classical, because that would undermine the very process that you're trying to implement, right? So that forces the intuitionistic mathematician to change the logic, given the pressures of mathematics, right? Similar in the case of dealing with inconsistent mathematics. If you're interested in studying properties of the Russell set, an example that Newton has written extensively about with Aida Ruda and others, if you're interested in studying properties of this object, obviously you cannot do that in a classical set theory, right? That would trivialize your theory. So there's a need for a logic that will allow to do that. To make sense of those inferential practices, we need a plurality of logics, right? Now, the same point goes even in empirical matters, not only in mathematics, but also in the sciences, right? Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, as Jonas was talking earlier, and Daciu has been pressing for a very long time, rightly so. Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics are just unintelligible without non-reflexive logics, right? Logics for which the identity of the objects is not, for every object is not defined. Again, if you want to take seriously certain traits of quantum mechanics under some interpretations, to ask what if it's the same electron here and the same electron after you run some experiments, is just something that the theory itself doesn't allow you, on a given interpretation, the theory itself doesn't allow you to say. So now, classical logic would force you to say, no, that is either the same electrons or not, but it's a fact just about our lack of knowledge. But there is a fact of the matter in that case. That's exactly what on a given interpretation, quantum mechanics does not allow us to say, and the logic would force us to settle that matter, because the identity in classical logic would be applicable across the board. So again, to make sense of that kind of inferential practice, we need something other than classical logic. Logical pluralism is needed, right? So and that's one, I think, significant motivation, right? Why certain inferential practice do require distinct logics, right? And that's one of the reasons why logical pluralism is in place. Third reason, the plurality of logics provide a better understanding of logic. So there is, this interesting benefit once you recognize the plurality, once you recognize the need for that plurality in order to make sense of inferential practice, you also understand logic better, right? Why? Because you understand the limits of the scope of logical principles. You understand how far they can legitimately be applied. So you understand their strength and their limitations. How far can this principle these principles go before breaking down, right? Now, here's an example. Several of you teach logic regularly, and we're all familiar with the kind of responses that several students have when you're teaching them classical logic, and then you show them the principle of explosion, right? That from a contradiction, everything follows. And often there is someone in the classroom that raised his or her hand and said, but wait a minute, there's no connection between the premises and the conclusion, right? And of course, it seems to me that that response is right? There is something very odd that why should from a contradiction everything follows, right? And of course, one of the interesting things that we understand once paraconsistent logic is developed is that understanding that the principle does not hold in general and why some contradictions may not trivialize a theory, I think illuminates classical logic, right? It illuminates that response that the kind of student may have faced with the principle of explosion for the first time, right? We understand that it's actually an artifact of classical logic, that the consequence relation that he has is explosive, right? And it's a very odd artifact, and it's probably something that should be revised, right? And certainly if you want to take seriously inconsistent context, it has to be revised. Now that ties in with the discussions that Maria was raising earlier in her own talk. And I think that's that kind of conversation and a critical evaluation of explosive inferences in the context of scientific practice is something that will help us understand even the scope of classical logic. So that's another interesting thing that emerged from the understanding of logic, given the plurality of logics. I think the situation here is entirely analogous to what happens in the sciences, right? We understand Newtonian physics better when we realize the limits of its application conditions, right? With the perihelion of Mercury, relativity theory is able to account for something that could not be accommodated in Newtonian physics, right? In a beautiful paper, Einstein shows how he could derive out of relativistic equations the perihelion of Mercury, because the sun is such a massive body that it actually changed the structure of space-time. Now we understand with relativity theory, you understand better a feature about classical physics. Why is it that despite the classical physicists' attempt to find a planet between Mercury and the sun to salvage the theory, why that was not needed, right? And why no such planet was in fact there, right? So, and I think that it's the same dynamics, the way that new logics help to illuminate the limitations of previous ones, right? In those contexts. So that's also a reason why logical pluralism. We understand logic better in this way. Final reason, the plurality of logics provide a better understanding of the logical consequence relation itself, right? So, and here we, arguably, I would say, following so many of you as well, the logical consequence relation is arguably the main concept in logical theorizing, right? Understanding this concept, I think, has that this concept has significant plasticity and allows for multiple instantiations. I think highlights its important traits, right? Its multiple realizability. So the notion of logical consequence is actually something far more interesting than we may have thought just by focusing on the classical notion of logical consequence, which is just one particular instance, one particular case of this broader general concept of logical consequence. And the way I like to think about that, it's a modal way. Right? I think it's a much better way of thinking about logical consequence than the modal theoretic way that we are all familiar with. Right? The modal way, in fact, which can be traced back all the way to Aristotle, the early formulations of the notion of consequence. We would say something like an argument is valid provided that the conjunction of its premises and the negation of its conclusion is impossible. Now, that notion of possibility there is taken as primitive. It's not meant to be understood in terms of possible worlds, abstract objects, model theoretic constructions, none of that. I think would be a mistake. Note also that you need not talk about truth here, right? I think validity of the argument is actually a modal notion. It just insists that there is an impossibility of the conjunction of the premise and the negation of the conclusion in an argument. If it's valid, that's what we get, right? Note that if you were to adopt the familiar model theoretic account, an argument is valid if it's in every interpretation of the language in which the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true, right? Where interpretations of a language are understood set theoretically. We're actually invoking a particular mathematical theory to formulate the very notion of logic. Now, that mathematical theory, set theory, itself requires a logic in order for it to be constructed. So you cannot do that for that very theory if you don't already have some notion of validity to construct your set theory that eventually you're going to use in order to formulate the notion of logical consequence. So obviously it's a non-starter if you want to take seriously the notion of logical consequence. Set theory is just the wrong tool for the job. Not to mention the fact that set theory has its own limitative expressive resources, right? There's no set of all sets in classical set theory. But presumably, if you talk about all interpretations of set theory, you presumably would like to talk about all sets, right? That should be your domain of sets in your domain of interpretation. But there's no such domain in classical set theory. So the theory itself says, well, no, we're not, there are no such things because, why? Because it's impossible that there will be. You have a contradiction if you were to do that. But then you already have a notion of possibility in the background that is going to force what is and what it's not set theoretic acceptable. Well, if you need the notion of possibility there to justify the construction of set theory, why bother constructing set theory to formulate logical consequence? Just formulate logical consequence directly without talking about sets at all. And that's what I offer here, right? Following the modal tradition of thinking about logical consequence from Aristotle on. All right. So I think that's a better way of thinking about logical consequence. And what is interesting for us here is that depending on the notion of possibility involved, you get different logics, right? So for example, if what's possible is what's consistent and complete, we get classical logic. If what's possible is what's consistent and incomplete, we get constructive logics. If what's possible is what is inconsistent and complete, we get persistent logics. If what's possible is what is inconsistent and incomplete, we get non-alethic logics, right? So that's a kind of systematic way of saying, look, you can generate a variety of different logics by thinking about what are the relevant possibilities. And here the possibilities are features of the world, right? I'm going to later on talk about context or domains. The domains are inherently modal, right? And they are things about the world. The objects that we're reasoning about have certain modal properties, where modal properties here are not understood, again, in terms of possible worlds, abstract objects, and things of that any of that, right? The table I'm sitting at is breakable. That's a feature about this table, given the constitution of it, right? It's made out of wood. If an elephant were to sit on top of it, it would break, right? That's a modal property of the table, right? Now, when you're applying a logic to a certain domain, we are reasoning on the basis of the modal features of the objects that we are dealing with. These are the things that constrain which logic would be appropriate or not to think about the relevant context. I'll return to that in a moment. But here you can see what sort of how the plurality of logics is allow us to understand better the notion of logical consequence, right, as a modal notion. Okay, so those are the considerations of why logical pluralism. Let me now say a few things about the philosophical significance of logical pluralism. Again, I'm going to give for today 4 such reasons. Okay, the first one, I think the epistemology of logic becomes more tractable with logical pluralism. So that's a philosophical reason why we should move to that. Okay, first, I think we need to distinguish between pure and applied logic, a distinction that Newton da Costa has made in many contexts, and we made use for that in this paper back in 2001. But Newton has been, as Jonas was saying, although not explicitly identified as such, even in the Ensayo, Newton was already sort of assuming such a distinction, and it seems to me that's an important distinction, right? Why? Because on the one hand, pure logic is concerned with the development of logics as mathematical systems, right, independently of any applied constraints. In that way, in that way, in a sort of when you're considering a pure logic, you're simply formulating, for example, suppose you're doing axiomatically, you're formulating certain axioms and seeing what follows from that, right? So, and not, I mean, in some ways, not different from what mathematicians do when they are, say, formulating group theory, trying to figure out, okay, what are appropriate axioms here to systematize some inference about this class of objects, right? Same thing goes if you're doing, trying to formulate your theory of, for example, imaginary numbers, right? And so, okay, I need to perform certain inferences. What features would those objects have to satisfy? So it's an exercise about trying to identify informative, helpful principles that systematize some kinds of inferences involved about some domain or other. I think pure logic is not different in that respect. Of course, you have complete freedom to formulate whatever principles you want. Now, in applied logic, of course, the concern is the application of it, right? We need to be obviously sensitive to the particular domains and the properties of the relevant objects to determine whether a logic is adequate or not for those objects, right? Whether it properly encodes inferential patterns that reflect relations among the objects themselves, right? So the distributivity law in classical logic is violated in quantum mechanics if you have the Heisenberg principle and the spin principle, that the spin of an electron in a given direction has only 2 values, up and down. If you have all these 3 things together, you get a contradiction. So something has to go, right? And so there is a sense in which, under a certain interpretation of quantum mechanics, the distributivity is just incompatible with it. So the quantum domains on that interpretation rule out the adequacy of the distributivity law. Now, returning to pure logic, the epistemology of a pure logic, I think, is similar to the epistemology of mathematics, right? Principles are introduced, and one knows the significance of these principles by determining what follows from them, right? That's basically the way the mathematicians will learn about certain domains in mathematics. And they will, of course, adjust the principles as needed in order to generate more interesting consequences. Now, in pure logic, there is, of course, an informal logic in the meta language that is assumed so that we can reason about the logic under study, right? So when we get to the point where we are already systematizing and formulating axiomatically logics, we already have a long-standing tradition of reasoning about some domains informally, right? Without a formalized logic. That's, in fact, that's how Aristotle systematized syllogistic logic. He realized there were all kinds of inferences being made, and he identified some that have interesting features. They're valid in the sense I just talked about a minute ago. So in doing that, of course, he's reasoning informally, not with syllogistic logic, interestingly, right? He was reasoning with something else. And we do that all the time, right? When you formalize a certain logic in your meta language, often you are operating with some other informal logic, or maybe perhaps even the same one, right? But there is the need for that informal sorts of reasoning in place. And so our knowledge of pure logic understood in this axiomatic way emerged by figuring out what follows from the explicit introduction of axioms in logical calculi and seeing what follows from that. That's how we figure out exactly in the same way that we do it in mathematics. Now, how about the knowledge of the informal one, right? The logic that we're just using in the vernacular, right? Of course, that's a logic. There is no such unique logic there in the vernacular. That's one of the lessons from logical pluralism, because given any finite pieces of reasoning, there is always an infinitude of logics that will validate those reasoning, these bits of reasoning. So you cannot tell what is the underlying logic of the vernacular, of the inferential logic that we are. We may be able to rule out some of these logics, but we cannot say, look, this is the one. And that's exactly what the logical pluralist would say about that. All right. Of course, there's far more things to be said about that, but today I'm going to give you the sort of layout of the issues that eventually I'll develop in detail in the book. Second consideration, in the context of applied logics, how can we then know what is the correct logical consequence relation? Now, according to the logical pluralist, this is just a wrong question to ask, right? There isn't the correct logical consequence relation, right? We need to consider particular domains and the appropriate logical consequent relations for them. So it's a case-by-case context, and you don't find one correct, the logic in the domain. It is what is possible or not in that domain that constrains which logics are adequate or not for the domain in question. Right? So, as I mentioned, in the case of quantum mechanics, if you're reasoning about quantum particles on a given interpretation, the assumption that those particles have identity conditions throughout, as classical logic would have, will make it impossible for you to capture the content of what quantum mechanics allows you to say about those objects. So in that case, it's just inadequate to use the principle of identity there, right? Unless you change quantum mechanics. So if it does not make sense to consider the identity of quantum objects, a logic that requires identity to be defined for every object in that domain would be just inadequate. So in that sense, we can learn the adequacy of applied logic by figuring out what are the relevant relations among the objects under consideration and determine which logics are appropriate or not to reason about these domains. And the domain is the one that will provide the constraints, right? The domain will specify what's possible or not, and in doing that, will indicate which logics will be adequate or not. In this way, I think certain logics are ruled out from certain domains, given certain traits of those domains. And I think that's the way it should be, right? The logic should be constrained by the objects that we reason about. It's in that context, the logical pluralism strongly denied the idea of topic neutrality of the traditional conception, right? Something that also Jonas highlighted, something that Newton indicates in the Ensayo, I think rightly so. Now, second consideration about the significance of logical pluralism. The ontology of logic becomes more manageable with logical pluralism. Why? Okay, what is the ontology of logic? Well, the traditional answer tends to reify the logical consequence relation, right? And we'll present it as an abstract object, a relation defined over abstract objects, propositions. A logic is this family of propositions and a consequence relation that will order them in accordance with that. So, and the traditional view tends to think all of these as an abstract object. Now, this is something that the logical pluralists need not accept. Right? Instead of reifying the logical consequence relation, the logical pluralists would insist on the fact that there is a plurality of such relations, depending on the domain in question. To consider the logical consequence relation as an abstract object is to have a particular interpretation of that relation. Right? You say, okay, that object there is interpreted as propositions understood as abstract objects. The relation of logical consequence is itself a relation over those objects, which are also abstract, which is also abstract. But nothing in the practice of logic will require such an interpretation, right? Because every application of logic considers a particular logical consequence relation, which need not be taken to be an abstract entity, right? But a particular relation in a given language in a determinate context, rather than something abstract and general as the traditional conception has it. So you can, in a way, leave it open. What is the ontological status of the logical consequence relation in and of itself? Since that answer has no bearing on actual inferential process. You may take it as abstract, you may take to be something concrete, you may take something to something else altogether if you want, right? Maybe a trope or something of that sort. Nothing in the practice of inferring requires you to settle that particular philosophical issue about the very notion of the consequence relation. So what we have here is then a kind of agnosticism about the ontology of logic, where you say, look, there is a plurality of logical consequence relations, and according to the pluralist, we need not settle the status of those relations. Nothing in the inferential process in the application of logic requires that. And in that way, this agnosticism sits very well, goes hand in hand with logical pluralism. So that's a second reason why logical pluralism is more manageable than the alternative, at least the classical formulation of it. Third reason for the philosophical significance of pluralism. The application of logic becomes, I think, better implementable with logical pluralism, right? A salient feature of logical pluralism, I think, is the context dependence or the domain dependence of the logical consequence relation. I'm going to use context and domains here sort of interchangeably. We saw also with Jonas, Newton talks about domains or context there. So let me try to then be explicit about what I take those things to be, right? I understand the domains to be, for the reasons you can already see, to be ontological, right? The domain is determined by the modal properties of the objects under consideration, right? When you're talking about quantum objects, there are certain modal properties that these objects have or fail to have. Those properties understood as just traits that these objects have here in this world, not something about some possible world. So those properties constrain the adequacy or not of certain inferences about them. So in that sense, logical principles would apply in certain contexts and fail in others. And Newton highlights that in the essay and in a paper I wrote with him on that. We sort of explore some of these things. Here's some examples, right? The distributivity and identity will fail in quantum domains given the properties of quantum objects and their particular interpretation of quantum mechanics, right? Identity does not apply to quantum particles. So that means that the principle of identity cannot hold in general. So that feature of classical logic is questioned in that context, in a quantum context or a quantum domain. Explosion fails in inconsistent domains in light of properties of the objects under consideration, right? Although the Russell set has inconsistent properties, is not a trivial object. Not everything follows from its introduction in upper consistency theory. In fact, you can study properties of the Russell set, as Newton, Aida, and others have done. Excluded middle will fail in fictional domains, right? If nothing in Conan Doyle's story settled what was the color of Sherlock Holmes' socks, right? It's simply not determined whether these socks were red or not, right? There is no fact of the matter about their color. Note that if you say, no, he had, if they wear colors, if Holmes were wearing socks, they had colors, right? And classical logic will settle. We may not know what those colors are, but either they were red or not, and that's true no matter what. Now, in doing that, of course, that's how the classical logician will respond to those things. We are attributing to properties to Sherlock Holmes that the story itself failed to attribute, right? So what we know about Sherlock Holmes is whatever was said in the story, whatever follows for the things that were said in the story. Everything else, there's no fact of the matter, right? It's sheer speculation to say, no, there are those properties. They are there. Out of what? Because logic, classical logic requires those properties to be there. That seems to be completely unmotivated. And in that sense, it makes more sense to say, look, it's just unsettled, right? Those are fictional objects. So it's just left completely open. There's no fact of the matter one way or another about the color of his socks. And so, and we can make sense of that in a logical way. Excluded middle does not hold. So again, what will happen with those examples is that the application of logic can be very naturally accommodated by logical pluralism, right? Because it's a view sensitive to the properties of the objects in the domain. That's how the very notion of consequence is formulated, right? So it goes naturally to be sensitive to whatever features in the domain in question. And that's how you get the violation of certain logical principles. And in that way, you rule out certain logics, even though you cannot say, look, this is the logic going on there. Any logic that is not being ruled out can be used to reason about that context until some problem emerges. All right, final point. The dynamics of logic or logic change becomes more tractable in light of logical pluralism. Right? Now, logical monism typically denies the very intelligibility of logic change. Since there is only one logic, one true logical consequence relation applicable to all domains, logical change does not make sense, right? According to that view. It's just one logic. You cannot possibly revise it. Any such logic will lead to a change in subject matter. Now, that's, in a way, a sort of a different spin on Quine's take against what he calls deviant logics, right? He says, well, a negation in which both the proposition and its negation are true it's not a negation, he says. It's something else. You're no longer talking about logic. You're talking about some other subject matter. Of course, we all know that that's a terrible argument. But what that argument does is to block the intelligibility of logics that are different from classical logics, because they're not objects, right? They're something else altogether. You're not even talking about negation in that context, if you given the Quinean view. Now the question is this: given the plurality of logics, a fact, right? As I noted earlier on, it's difficult to understand how the monist is in a position to make sense of it, how to make sense of that plurality. Of course, for the logical pluralist, the change of logical principle is straightforward. It's just the result of domain specification, right? And we figure out the domains to which logical principle applies, right? I mentioned distributivity. doesn't apply in general, it fails in quantum mechanics. Explosion, similarly, is restricted, it fails in inconsistent domains. Excluded middle does not hold in general, it fails in fictional domains. So logical pluralism helps us to understand how logical revision is possible by specifying the change of the domains. In this sense, it's, again, logical revision is not essentially different from theory change in science, where we realize the limits of certain scientific theorizing, certain principles, right? With the perihelion of Mercury became clear, the Newtonian physics was just wrong as a description of planetary motions in general. So we need to revise it, find a better description. Logic is not different in this respect. Classical logic, we found out, is inadequate to reason about inconsistencies without arbitrarily forcing us to get rid of some bits and pieces of information. So you need to change it, you need to reject it and find a better way, a paraconsistent way, in that case, in the many paraconsistent logic, to reason about those things. So in that way, by specifying the adequacy of the domains, we can understand how logic revision not only is possible, but actual. And logical pluralism can do that very naturally. And that's, I think, also part of its philosophical significance. Okay, to conclude, I think for the reasons I just indicate, logical pluralism provides a sensible and promising philosophical account of logic. It offers accounts, obviously only sketch here, of the epistemology and the ontology of logics, as well as their application and change. So we have a way of understanding logic in a way that I think was exactly along the lines of what Newton had, and earlier Jonas highlighted. Logic is not necessary because it fails in some contexts. Logic is not topic neutral, it depends on the features of the domain, and logic is not universal. It applies in some contexts, fails in others. So you have a very different and a far more interesting picture of logic that emerged from that. And I think the resulting picture, the logical pluralist picture, is a far more interesting, far more exciting view. And if nothing else, for those reasons, a view worth taking seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ottavio. Before giving the word to Maria, I would like to know, when is the book coming? Is there a date already for the book?
The one on logical pluralism?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I need to get it to Cambridge University Press in a year from now. So, and but that I can already say that probably going to be just the first book. There'll be far more things that I'll be able to say in it. But
okay, I really want to read it because I made a lot of notes and I have a lot of questions and really there are several ideas I'd like to discuss with you. But first, I give the word to Maria.
Okay, Maria,
please.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Ottavio. You know, I always enjoy your talks. So it was fun listening to you. I have a question concerning the motivation, the epistemic motivation for logical pluralism, relying on the achievement of understanding of logic through domains, through the exploration of domains or context of applications, right? So the problem that I have is with the idea of understanding. So usually we think that we gain understanding when we have fixed points, either theoretically or like ontological in a sense. So I understand the domain, I know which things are true within that domain, but I understand the objects of the same nature in a sense. I understand a theory if I know which parts of the theory are true in a particular section of the theory, for instance. And then the understanding that I gain is of the same nature, of the same objects that I have already fixed points about. So if it's theoretical, my understanding is going to be only about the theory and not about the domain. If it's only knowledge about objects that I have, my understanding will be only about other objects, but not about a different type of thing. And what seems to me that it's happening here is that we are fixing points at the ontological level of the objects that exist in the context of application or domains for this logic. And we are aiming at achieving understanding of the logic, which is some of a different nature of the things that we know. And so to me, that step seems a bit problematic, or at least a bit fussy. And so I would like to listen, maybe if you have more ideas about how we can achieve something like that epistemologically. And because I think your response will have effects, significant effects, on also how we interpret the last part, the significance of logical pluralism, considering this epistemological aim, right? So.
Yeah, but okay, so if there's a lot of interesting points you're making there, right? Of course, it's part of the approach that I'm thinking, that in a way, logic theorizing is not fundamentally different, right, from scientific theorizing, right? And it's just that when you formulate a theory about say a physical theory about some domains, we want to identify the physical properties of the objects, right, and describe them in a way that you can have some systematization and control over them, right? Now, the logic comes in there in order to help drawing inferences out of those principles. But the inferences that you're drawing need to respect whatever features that the objects themselves have. It's in that sense that the logic is as much about the world as the physical theories themselves are. And so, and there's, I don't think that there is a difference in this respect, right? So, of course, the traditional picture was, no, we need a logic that is independent of anything in the world, so it doesn't matter to what it is applied, right? And we just get the consequences. And I think that picture has the difficulty of the fact that the logic in question has been violated in a variety of different contexts for a variety of different reasons. So the idea that you can have just that logic that would be applicable would not work. So then what is the alternative, right? It needs to be an alternative that is going to be sensitive to the specificities of the domain. So in that way, it's a process in which what you do, you take into account the properties of things. So for the example I gave, right, from quantum particles, right? If part of what you're trying to do with your theorizing is to make sense of how some objects may not have well-defined identity conditions in general, you cannot invoke a principle that requires every object to have those identity conditions, because that would undermine the very attempt that you have to formulate the principles in a way that does not presuppose that. So that's a case in which you're forced then to revise whatever principles of identity that you may have from classical logic. So you're revising the inferential parts, right? Or in some cases, you revise the expressive parts, right? And from the language at hand. Does that answer your concern?
Yes, just a quick follow-up. But the impression that I get from what you were saying, and especially your answer now, is that the type of understanding that you might get in the best case scenario is modal understanding about the logical spaces that are constrained by these objects that you grant to exist either because of the theory or because of the world. Yeah. Nonetheless, the problem that I see over there is that still I cannot identify a way in which you would be able to know that you are looking for, going after genuine understanding and not only the like the illusion of the depth of understanding, which is the technical term for that, right?
But what do you mean there? Because I think modal understanding is a pretty important understanding.
No, yes, but in the literature, what has been called the illusion of the depth of understanding is when people think that they have achieved understanding, like as a successful epistemical result from their enterprise, but in the long run, they discovered that it was not actual understanding. It was just the appearance and the sensation and maybe the idea, but it was not legitimate. And I see this problematic here because one of the things that is at the basis of your logical pluralism is that you are always revising what is logic and what is logical consequence relation. So if you go through a model or a logical space constrained only by the objects without having a fixed point on which thing you think either is a logic or is a logical consequence relation over there, then it seems very, very weird to me that by navigating that logical space, you will get an idea or an understanding of what is logic in the sense of the largest idea of logic, and also in the sense of the objects of logic, such as logical consequence relations.
No, but look, we already have the notion of logical consequence, right? We have the notion of validity. When it's impossible to have the conjunction of the premises and the negation of the conclusion in a valid argument. So the notion of validity you already have, right? And in fact, we've been using it regularly when we extract inferences. So the question is, which instance of that notion would be appropriate in a particular context? That's what you're trying to figure out when you are determining how to reason about a certain domain. And I do think you get an understanding in terms of the logical space, right? What are the space of possibilities that, given the features of the objects in question you have, that space will rule out certain logics as just inadequate, and it will allow a bunch of others. I do think that that's understanding. Now, in the literature about understanding, there is a lot of confusion, right? Because there are people who understand understanding in a way that understanding requires the truth of what is understood, and I think that's just completely mistaken, right? On pain of having to say that we cannot understand Newtonian physics, right? Because it's false, right? And I think we do have an understanding of the theory, even though the theory is false, right? So I'm not using understanding in this factive way, right? And I will question that we need more than this modal understanding to have the understanding that we need in this case of the logic. What will happen is the logical pluralists will say, given the domain of objects in question that we are considering, we'll rule out a bunch of logics as being inadequate. And there'll be a bunch of others that will be just as fine. So it doesn't matter which of any one of those that have not been ruled out that we are reasoning, because they will validate exactly the same inferences in that domain. Right now, if you expand the domain, then other logics that so far were okay will be ruled out. That's fine, okay. Then we use those that have not been ruled out, right? And that's what happens. And then we said, okay, now let's consider the entire domain of absolutely everything, right? The answer is there is no logic that accounts for everything. At that point, okay, we reach the limit of logical theorizing, right? And that's exact, because in that sense, I think there is no logical principle that has not been violated in some domain or another. There's no one logic that will be able to be applicable to everything. So, and that's how we do. We just keep expanding the domain. And then logics are being ruled out until you run out of them, right? But in fact, we are never in a situation of a complete domain, because no investigation does like that, right? It's always a domain in a certain context about certain things, because otherwise it becomes very quickly unmanageable, intractable. And so even, as I said, when physicists talk about a theory of everything, It's not a theory about everything. It's a physical theory about a portion of reality that says nothing about pediatrics, for example. Absolutely nothing to say about that, right? And in fact, it would be ridiculous, right? Try to derive principles of pediatrics from quantum mechanics, right? Let's forget it.
Thank you, Ottavio.
You're bad.
Thank you, Ottavio. Thank you, Maria. We have 4 more questions. So first, Peter. Are you there, Peter?
Yeah, can you see me, or you don't need to see me, maybe?
Well, I cannot see you.
No, because it's, I can see if I can, I can start the video. So I will do without video.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to remark the same thing as my first remark to this conference, is that you talk about plurality of logics. I guess you should take in account global cross-culturalism, as I have explained in my presentation. So you might also think of non-Western logics, like the Chinese logic, the Indian logic, the Babylonian logic, the Pharaonic logic. The last one has been attended to by Al Sharpton, related to Black Lives Matter. Yeah, we cannot live in a world where logic is still white, for instance, and we think that the people in Africa have a less developed logic. Yeah, you can say in Egypt, in fact, the Pharaonic tradition had a logic and surely mathematics that was higher developed than some parts of the Greek logic. So I think that you should always remark in these conferences. An example, yeah, if you go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, at contradiction, you see that they also mention Buddhist tetralemma. Everything is real and not real, both real and not real, neither real nor not real. That is Buddha's teaching. So yeah, I think you should always mention other traditions as well that are not reducible to the Western position. Then I would like to answer the question about Sherlock Holmes' socks. Yeah, we can just use the methodology of abduction. Yeah, we could say something about the color of the socks of Sherlock Holmes exactly by use of Sherlock Holmes' method of abduction. I would define abduction making conclusion from facts by means of life experience, wisdom, cultural knowledge, context. So we know about Sherlock Holmes that he's a gentleman, he's very serious, he is classical, he is sober. So will be his socks. So probably his socks will have a dark color, maybe black or brown or darkly blue. I guess that is what you can say in the same way as Sherlock Holmes made conclusions from the appearance of people to their character or maybe to their job. So I think he will have dark colors, very serious classical socks because he's a classical gentleman. Yeah, and then I'm also missing in the discussion within the Western paradigm, within the Western culture, that paraconsistent logic could be considered immediate consequence of Gödel's and Tarski's incompleteness and inconsistencies proofs. Yeah, that's then also a criticism on the overview that classical logic should be both consistent and complete. That is not true. Yeah, for Gödel and Tarski have proven that arithmetics, yeah, even very simple parts of arithmetics are incomplete and inconsistent. That's exactly what Tarski has
No. Look, don't
no, one more thing. And how about model logic, Kripke, phrase semantics, possible world semantics? Is model logic
Peter, I think you are making too many questions.
Okay. So yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, just one thing. Don't confuse classical logic with arithmetic. Those are very different things. The incompleteness theorem of Gödel is a result about arithmetic. It's not about classical logic. Classical logic is complete and consistent. Arithmetic in a particular axiomatization, if consistent, will be incomplete. So those are completely different things. I'm talking about logic.
I'm not sure about this. I guess if arithmetics is inconsistent and incomplete, then also logic and mathematics will be inconsistent and incomplete.
No, you cannot. Look, to make that claim, you will need to identify logic and arithmetic. And you need to have the truth of something like logicism to be included. So it's not obvious how to do that. In fact, Frege tried to do it, failed in his own terms because he introduced a principle that was inconsistent of all things, right? Now, if you want to take Hume's principle as a primitive principle and derive arithmetic from it in second order logic, you can do that. But Hume's principle is not a logical principle. In fact, it's not even clear that it's analytic. So it's highly controversial to say that you can reduce arithmetic to logic.
No, I'm not sure, but I have your email address. I can just go to a text of Tarski and Gödel and find that they say we prove that mathematics as a whole, arithmetics as a whole, is incomplete. Only a tiny part is not incomplete and inconsistent, and that may, if you adhere to logicism like Tarski did, that you can have the same conclusion for logic. I can just find in the text, and I will email them because I don't know by head, that Tarski says what I say, my incompleteness, inconsistency proofs also hold for logic.
Yeah, well, he may have said that, but the point is you can only make that point if you show the equivalence between logic and arithmetic. It's no trivial task to do that, right? And certainly Tarski nowhere has actually shown that equivalence, right? And that's what I'm contesting. He may have said that, but he's wrong. What can I do, right? You need to show how to reduce arithmetic to logic alone. And Tarski has not done that, right? And the logicists and the neo-logicists who try to implement that encounter significant troubles. So it's no trivial task. So my point was a point about logic, was not a point about arithmetic. I agree that arithmetic is inconsistent, it is incomplete if it's consistent assuming classical logic. So yeah, that's uncontestable. Of course, if the underlying logic is paraconsistent, then those results will not go through, right? Of course. But then you're denying the assumption of consistency, which you cannot do in classical logic without triviality. So,
okay, so I think the results of Gödel and Tarski also hold for classical logic, but again, I cannot prove at the moment. I can just tell you that, promise you that I will once in this lifetime anyway, send you quotes from Tarski about it, and then maybe Tarski is not right. That's possible. Yes. Then have you published about this, for instance, that? And also Newton da Costa, that Tarski is not right in his and Gödel.
Look, I'm not. Don't confuse. What I'm contesting is the claim that classical logic is incomplete. I'm not saying that arithmetic is incomplete.
No. Okay. But I think
my claim is a classical logic assumes the completeness in this in the sense that what considered to be possible is such that every object either has a property or not. This is a feature of classical logic.
But I guess that with information technology,
Peter, we could reduce. We have to go to another question.
Okay, just one more thing. I think that in information technology, we could say that you can reduce logic to computation. Because of Turing, because of information technology.
That's a separate issue. That's an
okay. But thanks for the replies. Yes, I hope you agree on my Sherlock Holmes abduction.
Okay, let me say one thing about that then. So, because I actually do not agree, right? Because
you do not agree?
I think it's a fictional object, right? You cannot reason about a fictional object assuming that it behaves exactly like a classical object. Why? Because being fictional object, it's inherently incomplete. What we know about this object is what was explicitly said in the stories or what it follows from what it was explicitly said in the story. All other things are up for grabs. But the question is, there's no fact of the matter. So even the abductive reasoning you made, you're making an assumption that these objects behave classically everywhere. Now, the question is,
that's what Sherlock Holmes is also doing. That is abduction. Yeah, he sees that someone has something in her ears, then he deduces that she is wearing spectacles, then he deduces that she has an administrative job. That's his reasoning.
No, yeah, well, he may do that. In fact, I don't think that's well. I have all kinds of problems with abductive reasoning because they are invalid. I think reasoning is a matter of validity, and inductive reasonings are invalid, right? So too bad for them. Of course, you may use them. Some are better than others, but every abductive reasoning, you can reconstruct them in purely deductive terms as introducing a hypothesis and testing it. And you can do that just with deductive logic. You don't need to use inductive logic to accommodate these kinds of reasons. Right?
Well, here there are a lot of background assumptions.
Peter,
but okay, thank you.
Let's
Thank
go
you
to
very
another
much.
question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for the questions.
Yes.
Maribel Barroso is asking a question in the chat. She says, hi, Octavio, what do you think about models like modal Meinongianism, or also called nonaism? For example, what notion of logic consequence is under a system like modal Meinongianism? Thanks for your answer.
Yeah, Maribel, that's a really interesting question. I actually have a whole paper on that topic, a paper that I wrote with Zolta. And we discuss in detail some worries that we have, at least the version of modal Meinongianism that Franz Bertzow has articulated. So, and we try to argue that with Zolta's object theory, we can actually accommodate the inferential patterns that he was trying to do with modal Meinongianism in a cleaner way. Well, that's what we try to do in the paper. Whether we succeeded or not, I'll leave up to you to decide. It came out in the Australasian Journal of Philosophy a few years ago. I think you should be able to download directly from my webpage there, right? And of course, Routledge nonism is an extraordinarily interesting view, right? And in many ways, I'm very sympathetic with a lot of what Routledge was doing there, right? And but of course, in a way, being a logical pluralism, I don't think that there is one notion of logical consequence that is that has any priority, right? And whether relevant, paraconsistent, intuitionistic, and so I think you need all the plurality of those because they're all context dependent, right? So that's the way I would consider those things. But of course, there's far more things to go and to say about that.
Okay, thank you. Now a question by Jonas.
Otavio, thank you for your talk. I would like to hear what you think about 2 points. The first one is a worry concerning your definition of logical pluralism, because you define monism as the thesis that there is one and only one correct logic or true logic. And then pluralism is the thesis that logic is like relative to context. So I would like to think that if pluralism is the denial of monism, then pluralism will be the thesis that there is more than one correct logic. So
yeah, and it's fine with me in the following respect, right? The idea of correctness that I'm using here is adequacy to the domain. And given a domain, there is more than one logic that will be correct. Typically, there are several that would be, right? So, and I see these formulations as being sort of equivalent. So I focus on the domain as a way of making it clear, right, that it's context dependent or domain dependent. But yes, it would follow then that there is more than one adequate, more than one correct for a given domain, right? And that it's there's a simple reason to see a simple argument to see that, right? Given the argument I mentioned in the talk, right? Given a finite bits and pieces of reasoning, there's always infinitely many logics that would validate those bits of reasoning. So in that sense, there will be more than one logic that would be adequate for that domain. So, and I think that's a crucial feature of the logical pluralist.
No, because I think that maybe one could think that logic is relative to a domain, but still think that only one logic is appropriate for each domain.
Yeah,
So
I think
just to make sure.
That's right. Someone can think of that. And that would be a form of logical pluralism as well, although less pluralistic, right, than the one I defend. I think there are, for you to establish this uniqueness of logic will be very hard to do, right? Because you can always generate other logics, right? That would agree with everything in that domain and disagree elsewhere. So in the context of that domain, there's going to be more than one. So I cannot see how you can have this uniqueness, right? How would you rule out other logics that validate exactly those same inferences that are validated by the proposed unique logic, right? If they agree in exactly those inferences, right, or those patterns of reasoning, they may disagree elsewhere. But the fact is, with regard to those patterns of inference, they validate exactly the same. I don't see how you can rule that out.
Well, that's a problem they will have to deal with.
Well, not me. That'll be a problem
not
for
me, of course.
someone who wants to defend a pluralism less pluralistic than the one I defend.
think that Da Costa does defend it because he accepts a principle of unicity that each context has a one best logic.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem for him.
I wonder if he would accept that principle now, right? I think maybe when he wrote the book, he may have thought of that. I don't think because we have actually papers where we wrote together, going over this idea that given any finite pieces of reasoning, there'll be a multitude of logics adequate for it, which undermine that unicity, right? So I think it's worth asking him if he should stand by that, right? And well, the later Newton, at least in print, he would say things that would deny that, right? So, but it'll be interesting to ask. I think it's worth asking him and see what he thinks. Maybe there is a way of reconciling the two pictures. I'm not sure how, but.
Well, if I may, a really short question again is if you don't think that your notion of possibilities in validity also presuppose logic, because when you say that a context is consistent or inconsistent, that's already a logical notion.
Right, good. Yeah, the way of expressing that, I'm invoking logical vocabulary, right? But the idea is, I'm talking about things in the world, right? And those things in the world have some properties. And these properties, some of them go together, right? And that generates the idea of being consistent. But others rule things out, right? And these would generate a certain notion of inconsistency, right? Of course, at that level of generality, we're operating with informal notions, right? The notion of modality here is a primitive one. I'm not defining some other terms. But if you think about for a second about the color spectrum, right? So that's a physical fact about the world, right? The light with wavelengths, and in the color spectrum, some of these the wavelengths of some of the colors can overlap, right? And that's why often we have some hard time distinguishing some shades of orange, right? Is this, dark orange or light red, right? Their wavelengths overlap. That's a possibility. Now consider green and red, which are in very distant portions of the color spectrum. They cannot overlap physically, right? There are constraints because once you try to move one closer to the other, you have to change their wavelength, and then you change the colors, right? So there are constraints from the physical traits of the objects in question that will rule out certain things. So that's in that sense, you have certain things that are consistent or other things that are inconsistent, right? Sometimes physically, right? So those are features of these objects. So to think about them in these terms is to reflect about their properties. And that's what I have in mind, right? When I consider what's consistent or not. So you build those things up in this way. You get, of course, I agree with you. Once you reflect formally about these properties, the notion of consistency, inconsistency are then regimented in a logical framework, right? And then they actually going to specify formal accounts of those things, and you can study that, and that's what logicians often will do, and that's fine. But you're already going sort of in a more abstract level, formal level when you do that. Does that help?
Oh, yes. Let's. I think I understand, but where it's leading. So very interesting. I think it's related to some notions of material incompatibility and some of this discussion. But okay, it helps a lot.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We have three more questions.
Yes.
I hope we have energy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. Now, Professor Abilio Rodriguez, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Otávio. How are you?
Hi, Abilio. Good to see you.
Thanks for the talk. Very interesting. Really. Well, there is a point there is a problem that I think is central when it comes to logical pluralism. That is how to defend a pluralist position without truth relativism. Without relativism about truth. And as far as I can see, when you see that logic depends on the domain, on the kind of objects we are talking about, it seems to imply relativism. It seems to imply, of course, if you keep logic as truth preservation. So I'd like to know. Okay, that's the point. I'd like to know what you think about it.
Good. Because I deliberately formulate the notion of validity, not truth, not in non-modal theoretic terms. It's not a matter of truth preservation. In fact, I would say, look, truth is something that brings to logic things that are completely foreign to it, right? Especially in the truth preservation framework, it forces you to represent logical relations in a very artificial way, given the constraints of the set theoretic tools available. So that's why I formulate validity as it's impossible to have the conjunction of the premise and the negation of the conclusion. I don't talk about truth deliberately, exactly because I think, in a way, talk about truth forces us to move meta-linguistically. It forces us to move one level up to talk about the propositions rather than the objects. I want to talk about the objects. I say, look, the logic is about the domain about the things that we are reflecting. I don't want to talk about the propositions and the relations among those things. Right? That's a way that the model theoretic would forces us to speak. Go upstairs, do everything the meta language. And I think, look, no, I don't want to do that. Right? I want to talk about the relations that are constrained by the things that I'm reasoning about. That's why I don't think that the form of logical pluralism I have requires relativism about truth. In fact, it doesn't say anything about truth at all. Right? At least that's the plan.
Yes, I understand the idea, but I think that once we express by means of a language what's going on in each context, okay, you say that you are thinking about different logical, different notions of logical consequence depending on the context. Okay, but when you express by means of language what's going on in each context, we are going to say that, okay, this sentence is true, that sentence is false. I think that you have no way out of saying, okay, after you express these contexts by means of language, we are going to use the notion of truth, even if in the beginning we are talking about the possibility. I understand the idea of taking possibility as a primitive notion, okay, but I cannot see how to avoid the notion of truth.
Okay, so yeah, the idea would be to avoid the notion of truth is you just talk about the things you want to talk about. You don't need to say that what you said is true. I just say what I want to say, right? I don't need to say, well, and by the way, what I said is true. That I think that's one of the things we learn with deflationary accounts of truth. Truth is redundant, right? It's maybe useful if you do not have the content, right? Of what is it that you want to assert. As long as you have the content, and typically in contexts where you're applying logic, we have the content because I know what the domains are. I don't need to talk about truth. I just talk about the thing.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, okay, we have 3 more questions. And that's all. I cannot accept more questions because I mean, me and the organization, we have time, but maybe not everyone.
I'll try to be brief.
Okay. So now Youssef Hatton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So first of all, I just want to say I'm just a recent computer science graduate, so forgive me if my question is maybe naive to you. But there's something you said that really grabbed my interest when you were talking about the sort of implications of logical pluralism for informal logic, the sort of meta language we use when we reason about anything. And the reason is because, okay, logical pluralism, it seems to make sense in the context of like formal logics. And there are many examples of that. Here it's obvious, but in the context of informal logic, I can't wrap my head around the idea of there being another type of informal logic that can be used to reason and to like have debates other than the one that we already use, which is like I can't say specifically what type of informal logic we use, so this is kind of hand wavy, but can you like give me an example of a context in where our informal logic that is most common and most intuitive to us, where it cannot work and we'll need another type of informal logic?
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. I think when we're reasoning in ordinary contexts, right, usually the logic is classical, right, to the extent that we have a certain logic. I think that's a point that Newton made, and I think usually that's the assumed logic, right? But there are contexts in which we run into trouble if we were to do that, right? And so if you, for example, if you're reasoning about, let's say you have databases, right? And huge databases with tons of information, right? And you're now trying to sort of extract information from it. Chances are that there will be inconsistencies. The larger the database, the larger the chance that you have inconsistent bits of information. So what do you do in that case? You just don't know which bits are correct or not. You're trying to figure out, right? If you're reasoning classically in that context, you're going to derive virtually anything from the database, and the database is going to be useless, right? However, if you were to operate with a logic that manages contradictions, such as a pair-consistent logic, even in informal context, you'll be able to figure out in your database, okay, this bits of information is reliable. Okay, I'm going to hold on to this one. Well, maybe not. Let's put it aside. And then you can start sort things through in a better way. So that's one example, right? So, and I think there are many others in which we're reasoning, even in informal context, that classical logic may not be adequate. And then we may need to adjust accordingly. But thanks a lot for the question.
Thank you for answering.
Thank you, Youssef. Now, Itala.
We have discussed it yesterday during the Mexico meeting. And so it's only to greet Otávio. Excellent as always.
Thank you. Appreciate it all. And thanks for sitting through the talk twice. Although, yeah, the English version and the Spanish versions were a little different. I had a little more time today.
And the discussion was different too.
Yes, that's right too.
Thank you, Itala. Andres, you have the final question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting.
The final question of the event.
Oh, that's that's too much.
Yeah, although
Yeah.
I think Cifuentes asked for a final word.
No, Cifuentes will have a final word, but
Okay.
of,
It's a meta
of a
question.
closure of the event. Yes.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, just for the record, I want to point out that I don't agree with Octavio about his claim about inconsistencies in reality. I have published many things saying that there is no sense of saying that. I'm not going to go through that, but I said there is no sense of saying that reality is inconsistent. And I have made a lot of arguments in that sense. So you don't have to agree. I have my arguments there, but there is no sense. And the example of colors is not good at all. I have the example of the platypus. There are many examples because properties are second level properties. But they're just to put I think there's a problem of incompatibility, and that's quite interesting because when you show, that's my main claim against the islandists, when you say, well, these things are real inconsistency, I say, well, what you show is something that is compatible that was assumed that was incompatible. So now well, look, there you have, they are compatible, used to not to be compatible, but now they are compatible. So show me there's a problem. But I don't want to talk, I just want to point that out. And I want to ask Octavio, it's a very good answer to say, I'm not talking about truth. Okay, you're not talking about truth, you are talking about the impossibility to have the conjunction of the premises and the conclusion. Okay. And what do you mean by impossibility then? What is your meaning of impossibility that's not related with truth? What do you mean that's impossible?
Right. Yeah, of course, I'm taking as a primitive notion. So I'm not going to give you an answer in terms of, I'm going to define possibility or impossibility in some other terms, right? But of course, when you have a primitive notion, that doesn't mean you cannot say anything about it, right? But the idea is there are certain things that just don't go together, right? And
but it means syntactically that you can have that because a conjunction is a logical form.
No, the conjunction is, but the notion of validity is a logical notion, right? So you expect to use logical vocabulary there, right?
Yeah, but when you say it's impossible, if I put P and not P, why is impossible? I wrote it. Who says not? That's impossible. But
then, yeah, what makes it impossible are the features of the objects, right? If you were to describe the objects in those ways, you end up with something that do not go together. So for example, right, so in the case of distributivity, right, if I have the distributivity and I have quantum mechanics, Heisenberg principle and the spin principle, right, and if you have all these three things, you actually derive a contradiction out of them. So something has to go. And so either the distributivity or Heisenberg principle or the spin principle in quantum mechanics. You cannot have the three of them. So this is a sense of impossibility. The domain itself requires that you cannot have those three things. The objects, right? The properties of them are such that you cannot have those three things. That's
well, that my argument goes again. So until it happens to be together at the same time. And then that's the end of the impossibility. When it happens to be together, you say, well, that was the end of the impossibility.
Sure, yeah, if that happens, okay, then you say, look, we thought these things were impossible, right?
Now they are together. So
right?
that's the...
Now, if that happens, yeah, but okay, that will be, we learned something if that happened. Right?
So for example, this meeting will be impossible because you are in Miami, I am Chile, everyone is in Peru. Usually was not impossible this way, but now we know that it is like a normal sitting of a meeting. But that's just an example.
Yeah, but although this is a different sense, right? Because now we have a technology that allows that to happen.
Yeah,
it's not that.
Yeah, well, that's the point. Change something that make it possible.
Yeah, but we have just to be careful not to change what is being said, right? Earlier it was impossible because it was assumed that a meeting has to happen in the same time in the same place. So we said, okay, no, let's get rid of the requirement of sameness of place, right? So now when you do that, now suddenly the meeting is possible, but it's no longer, we changed the requirements. We gave up on the requirement of being all in the same place. And the technology allowed us to do just that. So I think it would be a confusion to say, oh, now suddenly those meetings are possible in the previous sense that they required all the participants to be in the same place at the same time. That's still impossible, given the physical structure of the world. So that has not changed, right? So it's in the same sense that I would say that the color spectrum, I think, provides a clear sense of certain things that are impossible, right? It's just physically impossible for something to be red and green at the same time, given the physical constitution of the light.
But the question is impossible or that had not happened? That's a different thing.
Well, it's impossible because if you were to shift the wavelengths of one, you transform it into the other. And then the green thing is no longer green. It becomes red. So, okay, so, no, but I said, no, but I want the red one to keep red, the green one to keep green, and overlap. You can't, right? Physically, you can't. And so it's in that sense that there is a constraint that says, look, it's impossible to have those things given the objects that we are thinking about.
Well, the problem with color is the being red and being blue is not an objective property. It's just a convention, what you call red and blue.
Well, we may say that, but that's what I'm talking about wavelength, right?
But there's no overlapping in wavelength. In the orange case, you have just a limit. So we don't recognize that, but there is a limit. The orange red thing is one there and the red one is there. There's no overlapping. It's overlapping of our considering it orange or red. That's the overlapping. It's not the overlapping in the red.
No, there will be overlapping in the following sense. Suppose you have wavelength, right, that we will perceive as red. There will be wavelength that we'll perceive as green, right? And now you say, look, I wanted these wavelengths to overlap. And said, oh, you can't. Because for them to be overlapping, you need to change the wavelength. And then you lose the property.
The overlapping is about saying that it's red or it's orange. That's the overlapping, not about the red.
No, I'm talking about the overlapping of the wavelength. So that's
happened. And that's not the case of orange and red, because it's our conceptualization of that color, they are overlapping.
No, again, I'm talking about the objects. I'm not talking about our experience of them, right? So think about the wavelength of what we associated with red. So there is a certain wavelength. Then there is a wavelength of things that we associate with green. They're different, right?
Yeah, but they are overlapping. They're overlap.
No, they do not, right?
Yes, the orange and the red, yes, that's the point.
No, they do
and the Ferrari red is there, and there is nothing. It's okay. Let's finish it like this.
You are overlapping right now. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Octavio. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to say final words in Spanish, if there is no problem, because, well, more like for a symbolic reason, I want the other members of the organization to speak for a moment. Bien, agradezco bastante la presencia de todos ustedes. La mayoría de ustedes me ha visto a mí como la persona que ha estado al frente, organizando, escribiendo correos, pero la verdad es que detrás mío y al lado mío y delante mío muchas veces ha habido, como ustedes saben, un grupo de personas que han estado, digamos, colaborando y trabajando bastante para que este evento salga adelante. Quisiera dejar que puedan ellos decir unas palabras por un momento. Primero quisiera darle la palabra a Miguel Ángel Merma, que es uno de los coorganizadores del evento.
Hola a todos. Muchas gracias por su participación, que le ha dado realce y prestancia a este evento que hemos organizado y que ha durado 4 días. Esta última charla en particular ha generado un sinnúmero de preguntas y un intercambio fluido de ideas en un clima de cordialidad, de amistad y de buen humor. Y pues estoy, digamos, a nombre del grupo organizador, les doy las gracias por su participación aquí, por haber compartido con nosotros sus investigaciones, sus resultados preliminares, y esperamos encontrarnos pronto en algún otro evento que podría realizarse posiblemente en los próximos meses, quizás a través de este mismo medio que es, digamos, el medio virtual a través de Internet. Muchísimas gracias nuevamente y hasta una próxima oportunidad.
Ahora quisiera darle la palabra a Luis Carrera Honores, también coorganizador del evento.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan bien?
Sí, sí.
Ok, chévere, Luis. Bueno, agradecerle a todos los que han participado en el evento que hemos organizado en la ciudad, ¿no? Sobre todo a los ponentes, ¿no? Al profesor Octavio, también a los que han ido participando constantemente con sus ponencias y sus, ¿no? Como el profesor Andrés, el profesor Cifuentes, ¿no? Etcétera. Y esperando que este evento se vuelva a repetir lo más pronto posible. Ojalá ya no sea, pues, por este medio virtual, ¿no? Dadas las circunstancias, ¿no? Pero en síntesis ha sido un evento bastante productivo, bastante interesante, y sinceramente desde acá, desde Lima, agradecerles a todos por su participación, ¿no? Felicitarlos a todos en general. Muchas gracias.
Ahora gracias Luis, ahora quisiera darle la palabra a Fabiola Cárdenas Maldonado, también coorganizadora del evento.
Gracias, Luis. Bueno, yo solo voy a decirlo en inglés para que se entienda, creo. I just want to thank Luis Felipe. I really thank for this commitment to the organization of the event. I would not have been possible without his motivation and perseverance. Thank you to all of you for your excellent contribution and your good vibes. Yes, thank you.
Muchas gracias, Fabiola. Ahora yo quisiera decir unas palabras que, discúlpame, Fabiola, pero en realidad las ha escrito ella como palabras finales, que bueno, después yo agregué algunas cosas, pero básicamente son de ella. A nombre de la Sociedad Peruana de Epistemología y Lógica, quiero agradecer, además de a los miembros del comité organizador, a todos los ponentes, tanto principales, entre comillas, o sea, invitados, como regulares, por su participación en este evento. Quiero agradecerles en cierta medida a todos por igual, pues cada uno de ellos ha hecho lo mejor para poder llevar este evento adelante y hacer una gran ocasión. Durante estos 4 días hemos tenido una jornada productiva, fraterna y de muy buen humor también. Espero que los próximos eventos puedan realizarse de manera presencial, como dijo Miguel Ángel, aunque esta modalidad tampoco está tan mal, ¿verdad? Pero si lo hacemos de manera presencial, yo creo que el modo de intercambio académico va a ser más productivo. Y si las condiciones son favorables, pues probablemente podamos recibirlos en Lima, si no este año a finales, quizá el próximo año. Como sociedad reafirmamos pues nuestro compromiso con la integración de la comunidad, con la comunidad filosófica y la comunidad científica en general, en especial las áreas de la lógica y la epistemología, y por supuesto cualquier otra área de la ciencia que tenga vocación, o cualquier otro especialista en cualquier área de la ciencia que tenga vocación filosófica o interdisciplinaria. Hoy más que nunca somos conscientes de la importancia de la investigación y la difusión del conocimiento para contrarrestar tendencias irracionalistas que probablemente se están apoderando de debates públicos que tienen lugar en nuestros países. Y esto en todos lados del espectro político, lamentablemente. Esto es parte del legado de Miro Quesada, es decir, la posibilidad de nosotros poder encontrar una racionalidad a veces dentro de tendencias complicadamente difíciles de explicar, pero también de las mismas contradicciones que puede haber en el seno de la comunidad académica y científica. En especial en Latinoamérica y en Perú, la reflexión filosófica es un ingrediente fundamental del desarrollo social, pero es igualmente importante conservar la rigurosidad y la ética en el trabajo. Esto implica, desde nuestro punto de vista, convocar a personas como las que han participado en este evento, con auténticos deseos de colaboración, curiosidad y cuyas propuestas originales han nutrido notablemente nuestras diferentes sesiones. Me causa a mí en particular alegría que en estas conferencias no solamente hayamos contado con personas de varios países, sino también de diferentes trasfondos. Hemos escuchado varios idiomas aquí. Hemos podido tener gente de muchas generaciones, desde muy jóvenes hasta más jóvenes todavía, como Evandro Agazzi, ¿no? Y Alberto Cordero Leca. A mí me ha causado mucha alegría todo esto, así que en nombre de todo el comité organizador y de los miembros de la Junta Directiva de la Sociedad Peruana de Epistemología y Lógica, les agradezco mucho. Y quisiera finalmente, para cerrar formalmente este evento, aunque podemos seguir conversando después, darle la palabra a José Cifuentes.
Gracias, Luis. Yo no esperaba que me dieras esa última palabra. Yo esperaba apenas dar las penúltimas palabras, pero bueno, ese honor te lo agradezco. Y mis palabras apenas van a pretender hacer un pequeño balance de este congreso desde mi punto de vista. Considero este congreso un éxito total por su calidad de las conferencias, por su internacionalidad y también la buena idea de ser organizado en honor a Francisco Miro Quesada Cantuarios, que no solamente, como ya todos han podido apreciar, es un intelectual lógico, filósofo y matemático peruano, sino también latinoamericano principalmente. Y quería felicitar entonces a los organizadores, en la persona de Luis Felipe Bartolo, y también a la propia entidad que ha organizado una entidad relativamente nueva, ¿no? El SPELO, la Sociedad Peruana de Epistemología y Lógica, que le auguro un suceso futuro. Ellos han conseguido en estos últimos tiempos organizar tres cosas. Primero, este congreso que estamos concluyendo hoy. Segundo, el primer premio peruano de lógica con el nombre de Francisco Miro Quesada Cantuarias. Es un premio que ya ha sido instituido en diversos países con personajes de cada uno de esos países como nombre del premio. Y en tercer lugar también comunicar, bueno, ya todos saben, me imagino, que Luis Bartolo y yo y Evandro Gómez de Brasil estamos organizando un número especial de la revista South American Journal of Logic, una revista que tiene sede en Brasil, en Campinas, un número especial en honor a Francisco Miro Quesada, y que esperamos eventualmente que alguna de las ponencias de este evento puedan ser presentadas como contribuciones, porque aún está abierto esa posibilidad. Entonces, dentro de este pequeño panorama, gustaría desalientar dos cosas, resaltar dos cosas. Los personajes que han participado, algunos en especial para mí que eran hasta ahora prácticamente un mito, entre comillas, como Evandro Agazzi y Walter Redmond. Alberto Cordero no, porque a él lo conocía personalmente, pero a los otros no. A los otros los conocía en la forma de un cuantificador existencial, ¿no? Existe un X tal que X es un filósofo importante llamado Evandro Agazzi. Ahora ya tiene un contenido concreto y me siento feliz por ese hecho, así como Walter Redmond. Y en segundo lugar, y para terminar, dentro de este balance breve, quería resaltar de que el Congreso fue feliz en la distribución de las secciones correspondientes a los a las diversas conferencias. Secciones como el legado de Francisco Miro Quesada Cantuarias, historia de la lógica, argumentos, filosofía de las lógicas. En la sección de argumentos especialmente es importante reconocer que la lógica reconoce otro campo que más que opuesto es complementar, el campo de la heurística, que es importante profundizar desde el punto de vista lógico también. En fin, esos diversos campos fueron bien organizados y las conferencias bien distribuidas en eso. Entonces este evento se torna un evento realmente exitoso desde varios puntos de vista, ¿no? Y solo terminando, creo que no solamente ha sido fructífero para nosotros los participantes, sino también lo será porque esto va a quedar grabado, ¿no? En alguna plataforma. Lo será para todos los que quieran participar de ellos a posteriori, ¿no? Especialmente para el público de mi país, Perú, el cual era una de las primeras intenciones poder divulgar los estudios de lógica con ese público. Entonces agradezco la oportunidad de hablar, estoy combinando ya, la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes al final, pero con certeza Luis Felipe aún dará las últimas palabras. Gracias.
En realidad, muchas más palabras no tengo, solamente agradecerte de nuevo, Cifuentes. Como te dije, creo que el primero o el segundo día eres prácticamente un coorganizador del evento. No has querido que tu nombre aparezca, pero acá todos ya lo saben. Así que, y has hablado al final, lo cual significa que estás aceptando tácitamente digamos, tu rol.
Bueno, agradezco.
Bien, entonces agradezco a todos ustedes, entre los presentes especialmente a Andrés Boverriet, bueno, a José Carlos Cifuentes, a Ítala de Otaviano. Agradezco bastante a María Martínez por su apoyo, a Octavio Bueno. Les agradezco en especial a ustedes porque también están apoyando otros proyectos de la sociedad, pero en realidad agradezco la asistencia de todos. Y bueno, no necesariamente, si bien estas son las últimas palabras formales, si alguien quisiera decir algo, está abierto el micrófono.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Pienso que a mí me encantó poder hablar con todos ustedes. Gracias a Luis, a José Carlos Cifuentes por la organización. Lamento mucho no poder ter participado los otros días. Fueron 3 conferencias en estos días de lógica en el mundo todo, como Andrés ha dicho. Hoy podemos estar en muchos lugares al mismo tiempo. Pero me encanta y muchísimas gracias por el apoyo, por el interés y por las discusiones.
Gracias, Octavio.
Yo también quiero. ¿Sí?
Sí.
María. Tú. Así me gustaría agradecer por la organización, por la invitación una vez más y dejar acá mi alegría por haber participado del encuentro, rever amigos, to have new friends like Peter, for instance, who is now beginning to participate in a consistent environment.
Yeah. I haven't read anything of Da Costa, but I will read something of Da Costa now. Yes. And I would like to ask if they could return the thought experiment diagram. If everyone could return the thought experiment diagram,
Yeah, I couldn't participate during during the time because I spoke in 5 meetings during this 3 or 4 days, but I liked very much, especially this one. Many thanks to Luis Felipe, Cifuentes, Miguel, Luis, to everybody, Fabiola. It was excellent.
Thank you, Itala.
Yo quiero decir algo muy parecido a lo que ya dijeron Octavio y Itala. Estoy muy contenta de ser parte de este evento. La discusión ha sido muy, muy agradable, muy divertida. Felicidades por la iniciativa de conseguir la difusión de la filosofía y en especial de la lógica en sus propios países. Entonces esa es una labor que es muy difícil, pero que uno debe reconocerle especialmente a los jóvenes que se encarguen de eso. Pues muchas felicidades y mucha suerte con todos los proyectos que siguen.
Gracias, María. Gracias, Leônia, também. Dice, parabéns pela organização do evento, pelas preciosas palestras e discussões. Muito obrigado, Leônia.
Felipe, yo también quiero simplemente agradecer, admirarme que has logrado este equipo formar esta cosa con gente de tantos distintos lados. Realmente estuvo muy, muy entretenido. Y simplemente aprovechar para recordarles que está la reunión de AFIC, la Asociación de Filosofía e Historia de la Ciencia del Cono Sur, donde están todos bienvenidos, y que este año hay una serie de conferencias que va a hacer AFIC, digamos, a la distancia, y el congreso que se va a celebrar probablemente el próximo año en Cali, Colombia. Entonces, para que estén pendientes de eso, y que recuerden que en AFIC hay un espacio permanente para la lógica y la filosofía de la lógica. Así que se considera la lógica parte de la ciencia y ahí está. Así que AFIC nos reúne a todos de alguna manera, los suramericanos. Eso. Un abrazo para todos.
Muchas gracias, Andrés. Estaremos pendientes. Bien,
se possível, eu gostaria de agradecer também, Luiz, a você e a todos os organizadores, os palestrantes, pelo ambiente tão cordial e tão interessante, né? A gente, tantas perguntas legais, tantas falas tão interessantes. Como o Otávio falou, e a Ítala, né? Agora que é tudo online, você não consegue estar em todos os lugares ao mesmo tempo, apesar de o Otávio ter dito que você pode estar em muitos lugares ao mesmo tempo. O fato de ter muitas palestras, a gente acaba não conseguindo participar de toda a programação, mas é uma pena, eu lamento também não ter conseguido participar. Tive uma pequena amostra, né, de quão interessante foi o evento pela sessão que a gente participou, que foi realmente excelente, então todos de parabéns.
Muito obrigado, Jonas. Muito obrigado. Bien, entonces, no sé si hay alguien más que quiera decir algo. Si no, agradezco bastante una vez más vuestra presencia. Agradecemos a todos los miembros de SPELO. Bueno, algunos lo conocen como SPEL porque esas eran las siglas al comienzo. Por un problema legal tuvimos que cambiarlas a SPELO. Pero bueno, lo que importa en realidad es lo que se hace, no el nombre. Así que, bien.
Muchas
entonces, sí, con mucha tristeza y alegría al mismo tiempo me despido de ustedes.
Chao.
Cuídense mucho. Cuídense mucho. Nos vemos pronto.
Que a nadie le dé coronavirus.
Pero nadie sale.
Ojalá todo el mundo te...
Let's continue. Bye.
Bye. Chao.
Chao, 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 chao.
Chao,
Chao, chao. Mantendremos el contacto, mantendremos.
Sí, sí. Bien. Cifuentes, antes... ya se fue, creo. Ya, no importa. Ya, voy a cerrar simplemente, ¿ya? Chao, Peter, cuídate.